Alien vs Predator has been one of the most iconic series that started off as a spin-off and then eventually ended up forming its own universe. In this video, we will cover the two omnibuses compiled over the past 2 decades since the release of various story arcs, and the comics covered here are the most important ones from the Alien vs Predator universe. And through these issues, we will take a look at some of the most iconic characters of the universe, get familiar with Yautja culture, understand the Xenomorph physiology, and a lot more. Despite this 55,000 word video, there are still several stories to be covered, so if you'd like to see more, be sure to let us know in the comments section below. Let's begin. Aliens vs Predator, 1990, issue number 1, prologue. Deep out in the vastness of space, amidst soundless chaos, the commercial transport vessel, Lecter of the Chigusa Corporation, flies towards its destination with a crew of just 15 people and 2 disgruntled pilots, Scott Canova and Tom Strandberg. The vessel is designed to process entire planets for resources in case it does not possess complex life, and this seeming leeway to destroy planets for the sake of the survival of their own species is the debate that has both Tom and Scott in bad moods. They are currently heading for the planet Ryushi, while Tom argues that what gives humans the right to stop the process of evolution on a planet just to ensure their own survival? Can't every single life organism on a planet form complex life in a few billion years if given the time? And if so, then how can they harvest planet after planet without remorse? Scott, however, has a different view. He is more materialistic and thus favours the survival of his own species. And while this conversation plays out in the background, the Lecter's sensors pick up a speeding object whose identity they aren't able to discern as it whizzes by. Tom and Scott think that it was a meteor, but in reality, this is a Predator ship housing an alien queen. Tom and Scott continue to argue about the morality of harvesting planets and life forms in the background as we witness the entire automated facility inside the Predator ship, designed to harvest the Queen's eggs. The eggs are transferred into individual pods and then incubated under artificial light designed to aid the growth of the facehuggers they house. The eggs are then transferred into containment units for later use in order to seed preferred planets that will serve as the venue of the hunt for the latest unblooded predators. We then get a massive single panel showing us the Queen and how she has been bound and forced to reproduce. This is in stark contrast to Tom and Scott's debate in the background, as Scott nails the final blow by telling Scott that this is how nature works. Some predators have an unfair advantage over their prey, and that's just nature. Trying to make such a confrontation fair by evening, the odds is going to benefit no one. We then see the Queen being tortured as her eggs are taken away from her. The eggs are meticulously analysed and categorised based on their traits to ensure that the perfect one is picked when it comes to each and every hunt. Tom and Scott's argument continues in the background meanwhile, and Tom rests his case by saying that humans shouldn't be messing with nature in the first place by harvesting planets that might have been chosen by evolution in the first place. And then, as the Predator ship housing the Queen flies through space, we are taken aboard a second ship in this quadrant, which houses the quarters of this clan's leader, Dachande, whom we will later come to know as Broken Tusk. Dachande is preparing for the upcoming hunt, eyeing his weapons and testing out his combistic, when one of his subordinates rushes in to inform him that another one of the clan, Topknot, is fighting one of them for the right to choose their hunting grounds in the upcoming hunt. Oh, and I almost forgot, if you like the video, please consider hitting those like and subscribe buttons. Those 2 small clicks from you will help us tremendously in bringing you more of these marvellous videos. And now, let's continue. Dachande witnesses this confrontation himself, and once Topknot has emerged victorious, he watches as the victor steps towards the console to claim their spoils of war. However, this is when Dachande grabs his hand before the choice can be made, and though Topknot towers over Dachande, the leader doesn't flinch a bit. Instead, he catches Topknot off guard by headbutting him and then proceeds to defeat him through sheer technique and attack anticipation. And though Topknot tries to fight back, Dachande eventually hoists him over his shoulders and throws him into a nearby wall, goal to establish his authority once and for all. This is when the debate between Tom and Scott takes a drastic turn, and they begin to talk about the thrill of a hunt, the pleasure of proving your own prowess to yourself by taking down something bigger than yourself, only using primitive tools, even if you have access to modern technology. We then see Dachande choose the planet of Ryushi as his preferred hunting grounds, but this doesn't mean we have seen the last of Topknot. He is still one of the blooded, with enough followers that he is getting to head to another planet where he can initiate his hunt with his unblooded followers. And Topknot reluctantly chooses a marshy planet with plenty of flora and fauna. We see the mothership that was the prison of the alien queen dispatch an organic pod that eventually crash lands on the planet, disturbing the nocturnal lives of many species on the surface. After the crash, the pod whirs up to life and begins crawling through the marshy ground like a tick while laying a trail of alien eggs. As the species of the planet investigates the new arrivals, the tick explodes once all of the eggs have been laid, and this seemingly marks the beginning of the end. Seconds later, we see facehuggers bursting out of the eggs and infecting almost every species they encounter, no matter how formidable they might seem. In the morning, Topknot's ship lands on the surface, and after surveying the planet, they quickly determine that the seeding was successful after finding torn open carcasses, which is a telltale sign of xenomorph births. They walk through the trees on their toes, and soon the skirmish between the aliens and the unblooded is underway. The Xenos do their best to ambush the unblooded, but many of them have trained all their lives for this day, so naturally, most of them are prepared with counters. Despite this, the battle is intense, and though some of them get knocked pretty heavily, the Predators eventually manage to kill all the Xenos on the planet. Once the ritual is complete, they all raise their Xenomorph trophies, and Topknot breaks off one of the alien fingers to brand one of his subordinates among the blooded Predators. This is when we get Scott's narration in hindsight that he should have seen the unspeakable terror of nature heading for them. It wasn't indigenous, it wasn't terrestrial, it came from somewhere heinous, it came from hell, and it landed in Ryushi. This is contrasted by the Predator ship carrying the alien queen heading towards the star system that houses the planet of Ryushi, which is currently Lecter's destination. Scott's narration continues as he tells us how ill-prepared everyone was, how none of them could have ever expected how a single meteor could have changed their lives. And as another pod full of alien eggs enters Ryushi's atmosphere, we see the base on the planet pick up on it. The communication officers who pick up on this decide to inform their boss, and their awkward conversation with Ms. Noguchi reveals that she is their newly appointed leader. It seems that they still don't respect her, and, like their old boss, Mr. Shimura, who is only here for a few weeks to hand over everything to Noguchi, Ms. Noguchi is informed about the recent unidentified meteor entering the atmosphere. However, after learning that it is going to harmlessly crash in an open pasture, she decides to hold off on investigating it after ending today's duties. The suns in Ryushi's system apparently interfere with communication, which is why it is only viable to contact the head office and the Earth during the night. Once the call is over, Hiroki and Noguchi have an extensive conversation about why the officers don't respect her, and Hiroki subtly nudges Noguchi to take matters into her own hands, to be more hands-on, to get to know the people that answer to her, because that is the only way she is going to warm up to them. That is the only way they will respect her. Aliens vs. Predator, 1990, issue number 2, Ryushi. And so, as Noguchi contemplates her next action to assert herself as the new leader of the colony of Ryushi, we see the Predator pod coming to life in a desolate part of the planet. It quietly climbs out of its crater and, just like a tick, begins to crawl away while leaving a trail of alien eggs in its wake. We then see the ranchers of Ryushi arguing with Hiroki outside the facility because they think they are being cheated by the company. They are being paid too low for the cattle compared to the price at which it is sold on the universal market. Hiroki tries to calm down the heated emotions, but the leader of the ranchers, Ackland, isn't about to back down. What's more is the fact that the ranchers know that there is no point in talking to Hiroki about this because Noguchi is the one they answer to, someone they vehemently dislike. They call her a bitch and other names, while completely oblivious to the fact that she has decided to join them on the ground for the first time today. Instead of throwing a fit, Noguchi handles the situation professionally. She orders the ranchers to ready their shipment because the vessel, Lecter, is arriving soon, while also promising Ackland to do her best to ensure that the ranchers get a bigger cut from the Chigusa Corporation this season. We then see Hiroki and Noguchi head out on hoverbikes to survey their planet, and this is when Noguchi sees the beauty in it despite its seemingly barren landscape on the surface. She finally realizes why the ranchers call Ryushi their home, but by now it's too late because we see one of the Rinth from the herd seems to have found the trail of alien eggs and is awfully close to one of them as a facehugger crawls out of it. Rinth are rhinoceros-like creatures that the ranchers in Prosperity Wells, Ryushi breed to ensure a steady income from the Chigusa Corporation. Noguchi and Hiroki then check in with Ackland's crew to make sure that everything is going according to plan. And though he treats Noguchi quite rudely, she is unfazed by Ackland's behaviour. She knows that this process takes time. However, she is quickly snapped out of that thought once she witnesses the two setting suns of the planet with her own eyes. She is mesmerised by this sight, but little did Noguchi know back then that this would be the last peaceful sunset she would witness on Ryushi. This is when we see the Lecter enter Ryushi's atmosphere, and as Scott disses the barren desert planet, we see that Broken Tusk's crew is also entering the atmosphere from the other side in their cloaked vessel, armed to the teeth for the impending hunt. Problems keep continuing for Noguchi because once she reaches the Prosperity Wells base, she is informed of a pending message that was sent by the company, and in it is the news that the son of Chigusa Corporation's president, Shigeru Chigusa, will be visiting the colony to inspect the operation personally in the next 7 days. On the other side of the colony, Roth, one of Ackland's workers, summons him because she has just found the carcass of a facehugger. Neither of them knows what it is, and the current condition of the Rinth herd doesn't instill Ackland with much hope, and so he does the only thing you expect a man of his kind to do. He coerces Roth into lying for him. He convinces Roth to hand over the carcass to the resident doctor and biologist Dr. Revner. However, instead of truly revealing where the carcass was found, she tells him that it was found in Iwa George, which is around 20 miles in the opposite direction from Ackland's ranch. Naturally, when Dr. Mr. and Mrs. Revner get their hands on the facehugger carcass, they are perplexed by its physiology and biology. That night, the town holds a festival because the next day they will be handing over their cattle to the Lecter and enjoying a huge payday in return. Noguchi doesn't mind it because the people don't have much to celebrate anyway, and this is when Hiroki convinces her to climb one of the antenna towers with him so that they can get a better view of the entire surrounding landscape. Noguchi tells us that this was one of her last tender moments in Prosperity Wells, and though it should have been the arrival of predators or aliens that muddied this memory, in reality it was the massive vessel, Lecter, landing that snapped her out of it. Upon arrival, the two captains, Tom Strandberg and Scott Conover, were treated like celebrities by the colony folk, and even Ackland was licking their boots. This is when Noguchi decided to play her cards. She got on top of a haystack, got the attention of the crowd, and then addressed the boarding of the Rinth on the Lecter. She informs them that the boarding will proceed as planned and that Ackland will be the first to go. And what's more, Noguchi also reveals that she managed to get the Wrenchers a bigger cut from the company than they were looking for. Noguchi smirks and walks away as Ackland simmers in his own anger in the background. And so, Noguchi melancholically watches as the Rinth herds are forced into the Lecter throughout the night. And this eventually makes her realize that Hiroki is her only friend in Prosperity Wells, and he will be leaving soon. This means that Noguchi will be alone, and this is something she can't let happen. Thus, she decides to make some changes from that very moment. Noguchi decides to relieve Collins, one of the officers in the main office, from his duties for the night, and when the latter thanks her, she informs him that he can call her Machiko instead from now on. Collins is thrilled, and as he leaves the office, he tells Machiko that Dr. Revner's report was received by the Home Office, and it's currently in the tray with his other notes. And this is when we switch to Dr. Kezar Revner, who has apparently decided to take matters into his own hands. He is currently in Iwa George, trying to find the origins of the facehugger carcass. But what Dr. Revner has stumbled upon is way more than he can chew. He has found Dashande's Clane of the Unblooded, and he decides to escape on his hoverbike before it's too late. Unfortunately, Dr. Kezar is clumsy and noisy, and he gets spotted by the clan within seconds. They all instantly prepare for battle and rush towards him, while Dr. Kazar fumbles with his hoverbike and narrowly escapes before one of the unblooded can rip his head off. They continue attacking the good doctor, and though he tries his best to escape, he eventually ends up losing control of his hoverbike, which veers erratically, and after crashing into Dachande himself in the chest, it ends up in the back of the Predator ship. Dr. Kazar Revner knows that he is screwed up, but by the time his tears hit the ground, it's already too late. The hoverbike explodes in the back of the ship along with the doctor, and seconds later, the entire Predator ship is engulfed in a huge ball of flame that eventually ends in a huge mushroom cloud. The unblooded Yautja barely manage to take cover behind nearby rocks, and once they approach the burning debris after a few minutes, they find one of their leader's trophies in the ground, with his remains nowhere to be found. Assuming Dachande to be dead, the clan of the Unblooded was rounded up by one of the Unblooded named Tichinde, who declared himself to be the de facto leader in Dachande's absence. What's more is that in his book, after the seemingly unprovoked attack by Dr. Revner, the humans are their new enemies, which is why they are going to hunt them instead of the Xenomorphs that were seeded on Ryushi. We then catch up with Machiko in her office as she reads Dr. Keisa's report on the facehugger biology and physiology. It basically explains how the organism is designed to be a delivery method for another organism's eggs, just like an ambulatory penis. And these are the words Scott Canova reads when he enters her office. Scott has been trying to hit on Machiko all night, and when he shoots his shot again, this time by using the term ambulatory penis in his pickup line, Machiko angrily grabs his hand that is restraining her and throws him against the wall. Tom watches Scott slam against the wall near him as he enters the office, and he does his best to de-escalate the situation. Tom reveals that he is just here to inform her that the first batch of the Rinth has been loaded on the Lecter and that they will be taking it to their station in orbit once they have been inspected by the health inspectors. Tom then carries out an unconscious Tom while promising Machiko to keep him out of her way in the foreseeable future. The next page shows us the first 2 pages of Dr. Kazar's report that he sent to the head office, and they explain in extreme detail how the facehugger's biology is incomprehensible from everything that he has been taught about or has read about in the past. The entire paper is written in a submissive tone, and Dr. Kazar is begging the head office for any information regarding this new life form that they have found on Ryushi, seemingly out of nowhere. We then see Tom leading Scott back to the Lecter as the latter calls Machiko names and complains about a concussion. However, when they reach the Rinth enclosures, they notice that the hatch is open, and when they head inside, they find the floor covered in sticky green liquid. As they continue inside, they fail to notice the Xenomorphs on the roof stalking them, and by the time Tom shines his flashlight on the horde in front of them, it's already too late. We then see the 2 sons of Ryushi, Little and Big Signy, rise over the horizon the next morning while bringing intense surface heat along with their rise. And as the people of Prosperity Wells wake up once again to carry on with their day as usual, none of them know of the horrors locked inside the Lecter as the Xenomorphs slaughter Rinth after Rinth mercilessly, as Tom and Scott watch the entire process while being restrained against a wall. It is also revealed that the Xenomorphs have not only managed to establish a hive, but also a queen in the depths of the Lecter, and the Rinths are being slaughtered to sustain her. We then see that Machiko is woken up by Hiroki, who informs her that Dr. Revner still hasn't returned from Iwa George, which is why he has sent 2 pilots in the region to check up on him. There have also been new developments on the base, but it's in Machiko's best interest to witness them firsthand. She quickly gets dressed, and the next thing you know, they are talking with Dr. Miriam Revner in the medical bay, who informs the 2 of them that according to her research, the facehuggers show signs of being both a carbon-based life form and a silicon-based life form. She also reveals that Roth from Ackland's ranching crew brought the creature in, and this is when Machiko puts 2 and 2 together. The facehugger was never found in Iwa George. It was found on Ackland's wrench, and he likely coerced Roth into lying for him so that he could sell his herd without it being quarantined yesterday. Machiko storms off while revealing her theory to Hiroki as they walk away. Meanwhile, the 2 pilots sent by him have managed to reach Iwa George. The pilots are Ashley Akida and David Spanner, and both of them can't believe their eyes once they step out of their copter. They discover the destroyed Yautja ship, and Akida smartly postulates that the ship was likely destroyed once it had already landed on the surface. As David continues to joke around, Akida discovers Adakande's body under some debris from the ship, and while Akida informs forms the base of what they have found. David struggles to load their discovery into their copter in the background. As they fly away, they discuss how advanced the Yautja technology could be, completely unaware that their copter has been spotted by Tichinde and his crew of the Unblooded. And they begin following the copter through the valley the very next second. Minutes later, we catch up with the Sheldon family, who are about to enjoy a cozy lunch in their serene home when suddenly their dog begins to bark frantically while staring outside. Thinking that it must be the wretched wolves, Bob sicks his dog on them outside, only to then realise that they are being attacked by an invisible enemy until it's already too late. One of the Yautja kills the family dog, and when Bob tries to fire his shotgun, he is systematically picked off by another unblooded Yautja who was hiding on the roof. This is when Mrs. Sheldon rushes towards the back door while dragging her son Bobby along with her. She tells him that he needs to escape using the hoverbike in the back before she too is slaughtered by one of the Yautja using his wrist blades. Bobby frantically scrambles away as the warmth of his mother's fresh blood streams down his face and barely manages to board the hoverbike after throwing himself through a glass window. As multiple wounds on his body begin to leak, Bobby starts the hoverbike and, through sheer luck, manages to escape the unbridled rage of the unblooded Yautjas. Tichinde tries to shoot off one of the engines with his plasma pistol, and though he succeeds, the hoverbike continues to fly away and Bobby escapes with tears in his eyes. We then see Machiko and Hiroki confronting Roth because she lied to the corporation and her seniors, and though she tries to play coy at first and deny the allegations, the entire tone of the conversation changes when Ackland arrives on the scene. He is under the impression that a proper jury will be established, along with an appointed judge to hear his case, but this is when Machiko gets in his face and reveals to him the consequences of his actions. He has violated company policy, jeopardized the entire colony, and, for all they know, compromised the Lecter by letting his infected herd of Rinths board the ship. This alone gives Machiko the authority to prosecute Ackland on her own, and though she knows that the settlers won't side with her, she also knows that Ackland is responsible for Dr. Revner's likely death. And once the settlers learn what he has done to the good doctor, who has been treating the settlers and their families since Prosperity Wells was established, Ackland won't have the support that he is hoping for. As Machiko continues to get heated, Hiroki is forced to reveal to her that the Lecter is still parked on the surface, even though it was supposed to have made its first run to orbit last night. She is baffled by this revelation, and she quickly gets in touch with her communications officers to get a status update. Turns out that communications with the Lecter were cut off last night, and this is when Collins shows initiative and decides to go into the Lecter to talk with the pilots, Tom and Scott. This is when we see Scott and Tom wake up from their slumber while still being restrained to the wall, only to find dead facehugger carcasses at their feet. They don't know what this means, but when Tom tries to move, the Queen snarls in his face, which quickly causes him to restrain his movements. Machiko and Hiroki, meanwhile, are rushed to the medbay, where they discover Dr. Miriam Revner diligently studying her new subject, Dachande. This is when Machiko's narration tells us that the possibility of encountering an intelligent XT was considered so remote by the corporation that the only line on the subject in their manuals was, "Avoid direct contact until specially trained personnel arrive on the scene." Little did Noguchi and the rest know they were about to write a whole new chapter for the manual. Akida and David inform her of how they found Dachande and how he was stabilized by Dr. Revner once he was brought in. Dr. Revner tells Machiko that the facehugger and this new alien have completely different physiologies, which means that they aren't the same species. What's more is that when Machiko discovers Dachande's weapons, she realizes that they might be in for a huge attack on their settlement. She then discovers the Xenomorph head that Dachande carries around as his trophy, and the sight of a Xenomorph seems to trigger Machiko's memory. Apparently, she would see Xenomorphs in her nightmares, but before she can probe her memories further, they are distracted by Bobby Sheldon's hoverbike crashing into the facility. They rush to his aid and begin carrying him into the medbay, and this is when Bobby reveals that his family was murdered by monsters. When he lays his eyes on an unconscious Dachande in the medbay, he confirms that Dachande belongs to the monsters responsible for his family's massacre. And so, that evening, Machiko was forced to hold a town meeting where she revealed all they had found to the settlers, and that she believed that an attack was imminent. She puts Hiroki in charge of security and orders every able-bodied individual in Prosperity Wells to report to him. She also enforces a curfew in the the settlement for the next 33 hours, starting now, to ensure everyone's safety. And though the company personnel and the wrenchers never saw eye to eye, in the face of a common enemy, they worked through the night like a well-oiled machine. They used huge containers to barricade themselves in the main building, while also salvaging all the weapons at their disposal. By the end of it, they had 15 scatterguns designed to take down the indigenous fauna of Ryushi, as well as 10 pistols that were supposed to be used by the police of Prosperity Wells, something the settlement didn't need until today. By twilight, they had finished their preparations, but Machiko tells us that in hindsight, she should have known that all of their hard work was in vain. Machiko is then informed that everyone except 2 ranching families has been moved behind the barricade. The 2 families in question won't answer communication calls, and Machiko rightfully assumes that they have succumbed to their attackers. She is also informed that Dr. Revner is refusing to leave the med bay in hopes that her husband might return soon, and Machiko is forced to insensitively assign Collins to talk down Dr. Revner because they're friends. However, this is when another problem arises. Collins hasn't returned from the lecture after he decided to go have a chat with Scott and Tom a few hours ago. This enrages Machiko, and she decides to do the job herself, though Hiroki tries to talk some sense into her. He quickly perceives that she has already made up her mind, so before she leaves, he hands over one of the 10 pistols to her and orders her to take good care of herself. Machiko walks outside during sunset, but this time she doesn't find them beautiful. She finds that the suns are mocking her because these balls of light know that once they have set, a horrid nightmare awaits Machiko and the rest of the Prosperity Wells. Before heading out, Machiko tries to convince Dr. Revner to take shelter behind the barricade, but she refuses to comply, and Machiko is forced to post a guard outside her doors in order to protect her and their new otherworldly friend. As Machiko climbs into the lector, she learns that Hiroki has ordered copter pilots Mason and Riley to escort her, and though Machiko wants to protest, she knows Hiroki won't back down, so she reluctantly lets Mason and Riley escort her. After all, the 2 of them are armed with scatterguns. However, the guns prove useless because as soon as they enter the lector, Mason is picked off by the Xenomorphs, who quickly rush to attack Machiko after taking care of him. This is when Machiko clearly remembers her dream about the Xenomorphs. However, this time, the dream is real, and so she quickly pulls out her pistol and begins shooting at the Xenomorphs. She manages to buy herself a few minutes, but when they continue to rush her, Machiko loses all hope, only to be rescued by someone shooting the Yautja plasma pistol. When Machiko looks up, she is surprised to discover that one of the Unblooded has come to her rescue. After reloading his pistol, the Yautja valiantly brandishes his combistic and then jumps into action. This is when Machiko realized their true stance in this war. The humans were just the bystanders. This warrior and the ones like him in their medbay were the predators, and these eyeless creatures with a thirst for nothing but carnage were meant to be their prey. Machiko watches in awe as the Yautja jumps into the horde of Xenomorphs to honor his tradition. While wondering whether this act of defiance was heroism or stupidity, she continues to struggle with this question as she watches the Yautja take down one Xenomorph after another, but eventually she notices the warrior growing more and more proud with each kill he makes. She notices him becoming more and more reckless until eventually the Xenomorphs overpower him and overwhelm him. This is when Machiko knows it's time to leave, because in war, she knows that you always need to make sure that you are on the winning side. This distraction, however, has caused every Xenomorph to rush out of the lector, which gives Tom and Scott enough room to break out of their restraints and eventually escape because, thankfully for them, the Queen is resting at night. Machiko heads back towards the base while talking to Hiroki over the radio, and this is when she learns how dire their circumstances are as she watches Riley's lifeless body lying on the ground in front of her. Hiroki, too, seems to be sacrificing himself on the front lines, along with his men, to ensure that they can seal as many doors as possible to keep the settlers safe, because Hiroki believes that the lector is their way out of this massacre. Little does he know that the lector is already home to a Xenomorph queen. Machiko has no words for Hiroki, and so she instead kneels down to pay her respects to Riley. But this is when she hears someone breathing down her neck. This wasn't her, and it definitely wasn't Riley. Machiko rolls out of the way instantly instantly grabs Riley's scattergun and aims it directly at the spot where she was before and pulls the trigger. This forces one of the Yautja out of his invisibility, which prompts the Xenomorphs in the area to instantly pounce on him. Machiko now learns how the Yautja managed to ambush them. It's because they have invisibility, and before she is caught yet again in the heat of the battle between the predator and the prey, she quickly runs away. She enters the facility, and thankfully, the men inside don't panic enough to instantly shoot her. But once she steps inside, her demeanor changes the entire atmosphere in the room. Machiko is now a woman on a mission, and she knows exactly what she wants. She orders tons of ammo for her pistol and orders the men to seal all the doors leading outside on every level with welding torches. They will only keep the east entrance open, and that too will be heavily guarded, and no one is to leave the facility unless she specifically orders it. Machiko then checks in with her communications crew, only to learn that little Signy is still interfering with their communications to Earth. When she asks about Hiroki, the officer simply looks up at her with tears in her eyes. As Machiko takes hold of the situation over the radio herself, we see Hiroki desperately doing all he can to buy them as much time as he can. Most of his crew is dead, and only he and Johnson are still alive. He orders Machiko to do the best she can, but this is when his voice cuts out, as both he and Johnson are attacked and eventually killed by the unblooded Yautja that are now on the base. So the next hour, Machiko sits in her room, lamenting the death of her only friend, while also blaming herself for letting his sacrifice go to waste. According to Machiko, she should have used the time bought by Hiroki to make sure every settler was safe, but she had failed to do so. This is when she is snapped out of her lamenting by her communications officer, Weaver, who informs her that she has the security footage from outside the southwest tower and that Machiko should really take a look at it. The footage is transferred to her screen, and she watches the unblooded Yautja celebrating their victory around a fire full of dead human and xenomorph bodies while holding up heads of both species on their combistics. And so, when Machiko emerges from her chambers, she is a completely different woman, dressed from head to toe in tactical gear, ready to take the battle to their attackers. Ackland tries to intervene and say that Machiko is running away from her responsibilities, and this is when Machiko punches him directly in the face and reminds him that once she is back, he will be taking responsibility for bringing this war to their doorstep, just so he could make some money. She then orders everyone to follow Weaver's lead, because she is in charge while Machiko is gone. As she is leaving, she orders the men at the gate to seal the east doors if they don't hear from her in the next 20 minutes, because if she doesn't get back to them in 20 minutes, then she is likely dead. Machiko then speeds away on her hoverbike, and as she speeds away, she realizes that death no longer scares her, and that's because she is hungry for revenge. As she is exiting the facility, a xenomorph tries to attack her, but Machiko maneuvers her hoverbike in the nick of time to crash into a nearby piece of metal. However, this is when she remembers that she completely forgot about Dr. Revna. Machiko quickly gets off her bike and heads into the med bay. Things aren't looking good because Dr. Miriam Revna can't ride a hoverbike, and Machiko doesn't have enough time to take her back to the main facility, which means that the doctor will have to defend herself. Machiko hands her one of the rifles, gives her the basics on how to shoot it, and Miriam reluctantly takes the weapon from her. Miriam clearly isn't cut out for war, but this is when Machiko reminds her that they are just fighting for their own survival. She then informs Miriam about the xenomorphs and how she thinks that the facehuggers are meant to impregnate organisms with xenomorph eggs. Miriam asks Machiko what she plans to do, and this is when Machiko reveals that she plans to use the 3,000 rinths that have been forced into holding pens since yesterday to her advantage. We see that Dachande is slowly coming to his senses, and once Machiko is gone, Dr. Revna confides in Dachande by saying that the death of her husband was a waste of life. If he were alive, there's so much both species could have learnt from each other. Dachande is completely awake now, and he is as surprised as Dr. Revna when both of them hear Machiko's voice coming from outside the facility, imploring the doctor to open the door. Dr. Revna opens the door without thinking twice, only to be rushed by an unblooded Yautja who rips the door open. Miriam rushes towards the rifle, but before she can aim it at the unblooded Yautja, his wrist blades are already drawn and mere inches away from her face. This is when Dachande breaks out of his restraints, and we ominously cut to Machiko, who is trying to enter the north gate, while Miriam desperately fights off the unblooded Yautja, only to have her rifle sliced in half by his wrist blades. This is when Dachande jumps into action, and with a single free hand, he uses the unloaded combistic to block all of his attacks. And before the youngin can get the better of Dachande, Machiko crashes her hoverbike through the medbay wall to rescue Miriam after hearing the entire commotion. Machiko holds the unblooded Yautja at gunpoint, and this is when Dachande uses Machiko's voice to remind her that she has limited ammo, which is why she shouldn't waste it. Seconds later, Miriam frees Dachande, who surprisingly doesn't attack her or Machiko, and this puzzles the latter a lot. Miriam reveals that she thinks Dachande never meant to kill them, and that he appreciates their helping him recover. This is when Dachande begins questioning the unblooded, but upon spotting his net full of human trophies, Dachande throws all caution to the wind and begins attacking his subordinate mercilessly. Machiko and Miriam escape while the two of them are distracted and decide to board Copter 1. None of them knows how to fly, but they don't really have a choice at this moment. However, when Machiko contacts the tower, she learns that the condition in the southwest quadrant of the settlement is quite dire. This is when we catch up with Scott and Tom, both of whom are now at the southwest quadrant, witnessing firsthand what the tower was talking about. A full-out war has broken out between the unblooded Yautja and the Xenomorphs, and though they fight valiantly, the Xenomorphs keep pouring out of the lector endlessly. Miriam and Machiko take off in Copter 1, and though Machiko has never flown before, she seems to be getting the hang of it rather quickly. The fight between Dachande and the unblooded ends after he stabs his subordinate through the head, and when he reaches the southwest quadrant, he switches the visual modes in his biohelmet to witness the fighting spirit of his clan with his own eyes. This is when he watches Machiko's plan come to fruition, as her copter drives over 3,000 Rinth through the southwest quadrant, completely decimating any Xenomorph or Yautja that stands in their path. Dachande hangs from an antenna tower to avoid the stampede, while the colonists stare in awe as they realize how Machiko has just saved them. They board tractors and other large vehicles so that they can drive out into the desert to avoid this war. And when Machiko tries to make another pass through the quadrant to ensure that any survivors are killed off, Miriam points at the antenna tower and shows her Dachande desperately fighting for his life. By now, Miriam has begun to call Dachande Broken Tusk, which will end up being the name all humans will come to know him by. Miriam begs Machiko to save Broken Tusk's life, and though Machiko knows better, there are times in your life you are supposed to throw the rules away and act on your instincts. As Machiko rushes to Broken Tusk's aid, the herd of the Rinth is once again driven back into the facility by the sound of her low-flying helicopter. Dachande desperately fights off the Xenomorphs as their sheer weight threatens to cause the tower to bend, and as he picks off the last Xenomorphs with his wrist blades, he hears Miriam screaming over the radio for him to grab onto the strut of the copter. She says, "Grab the strut, we'll pull you to safety." Despite Machiko's apprehension, Broken Tusk understands them and quickly grabs onto the copter. However, this is when a Xenomorph leaps on top of them, and despite knowing better, Machiko instinctively tugs on the controls, which causes the copter to swerve into a barrel roll. This smashes the Xeno against the tower. However, it also causes the copter to veer uncontrollably and head straight towards the ground. Tom and Scott watch in horror as the crashing copter heads for them, and they quickly run out of the way. Once the chaos has ended, Scott pulls out Machiko from the wreckage, and he isn't surprised that this was her doing. But Machiko isn't in the mood for quips right now. She demands to know where Miriam is, and when the two pilots look at her cluelessly, she turns back towards the wreckage, only to find Broken Tusk standing in front of the flaming debris with Dr. Revner's body in his arms. She has unfortunately perished, and as Machiko sheds a few tears, we see Dachande repeat her last words. "Grab the strut, we'll pull you to safety." The hunger for revenge now drives Machiko even more than before, and though she hates Scott and Tom, she has no choice right now but to survive alongside them. As they make their way to the east of the facility where the gates haven't been sealed, she updates the two of them on what has happened in the last 24 hours. She tells them all she knows about the species she is yet to know as the Yautja, and she tells them all about the Xenomorphs, which the pilots refer to as bugs. As they walk through the massacre of bodies left behind behind by the stampede, it isn't long before more Xenos show up from the Lecter and start chasing them. Broken Tusk leaps into action, and though Machiko expected the fight to go just like it had with the previous Unblooded that had saved her, she notices that Broken Tusk is much more calculated with his moves. He strategizes a lot, and every thrust of his blades counts for a kill, but just like before, he is about to be overwhelmed by the sheer number of Xenos, and unfortunately, Machiko can't let that happen. She intervenes, shoots the last Xeno attacking Broken Tusk, and then ushers him into the facility before more of them show up. However, inside is another piece of bad news awaiting to be read, this time sent by the head office of Chigusa Corporation itself. Instead of sending the Colonial Marines to get a hold of the situation, the Chigusa Corporation has ordered Machiko to save and preserve the Xenomorphs at the cost of the settlers, while awaiting the arrival of the President's son, Shigeru Chigusa, in the next few days. Tom and Scott are visibly agitated and want to screw the company over, and instead join the settlers out in the desert. But Machiko is tired of running away. It's only a matter of time before the aliens they call bugs infest the entire planet, and she'd like to do something about it before that happens. Scott thinks Machiko is crazy, but Tom agrees with her. Unfortunately, he begins to cough profusely before he can reveal his solution to her. Apparently, there is something aboard their orbital ship that can help them, but before Tom can reveal what it is, a chest buster bursts out of his chest, which is immediately decapitated by Broken Tusk. Scott is horrified by this revelation, because this means that he too was infected by the Queen, just like Tom, when both of them were captured. This is when Machiko implores him to do the right thing and to tell her about what Tom was talking about. In exchange, she promises to show mercy and end his suffering before it reaches its peak. Scott turns a new leaf and hands over all the plans to her on a disc. Before they part ways, he also hands her a map of the Lector so that they can navigate their way through the ship safely. And this is when, just like Tom, he begins to cough profusely. Broken Tusk offers to end Scott's suffering, but Machiko stops him. This was a promise she made on her own, and she plans on keeping it. Before pulling the trigger, Machiko looks at Scott and says, "Conover, I'll remember you." We then catch up with the settlers a few miles out of the settlement, as most of them argue whether they should go back to save Machiko. Most of them want to check in on her, but Ackland is the only one against this plan. He tries to alienate her by telling everyone that she represents the company, but this is when Roth lashes out at him and explains to everyone how they are all in this mess because Ackland didn't want to have his herd quarantined. They all know that Machiko is risking her own life to save theirs, and they threaten to kill Ackland if Machiko doesn't live through this. This is when we see the East Gate run over by the Xenomorphs, while Machiko and Broken Tusk witness this invasion from one of the antenna towers. When it's time, they slide down and jump into battle, and once they have cleared the immediate threats, Machiko orders Broken Tusk to ignore the rest of the Xenos and to get on the tractor instantly. The next thing you know, Machiko is driving the tractor through the Lecter's hull while ripping apart one of the Xenomorphs in the process. They crash the tractor into the alien Queen, and while Broken Tusk fights the Xenomorphs, Machiko rushes to find the emergency escape pod that Scott told her about as a parting gift. She quickly climbs inside to calibrate the pod while Broken Tusk covers her on the ground. As she leaves, she says, "Hold the fort, I'll be back when I'm done." However, when she reaches the pod, there is a Xenomorph already waiting for her, but Machiko makes quick work of it thanks to her pistol. She then accesses the control panel, and this is when we learn that the orbital ship in the orbit is, in fact, a glorified barge that the Lecter tows around galaxies while gathering supplies. And Machiko's plan, it is to crash this barge into Prosperity Wells to ensure neither the Lecter, nor the settlement, nor the Xenomorphs survive. The signal she sends into space is picked up by the survivors in the desert, and after analysing it, they quickly realise what Machiko plans to do. And as the barge prepares to follow the orders that it has just received, we see Broken Tusk facing off against the alien Queen all on his own after taking down most of her children. Before he is cornered, the door behind him opens and Broken Tusk quickly steps inside while stabbing the Queen in the neck with with his combi stick. However, she manages to slash him in the chest and head with her tail, and unfortunately, Broken Tusk is mortally wounded. However, before she deals the final blow, Machiko arrives on the scene, shoots the Queen with her pistol multiple times, and then carries Dachande into the escape pod. However, before they can escape, the Queen tries to get into the mod and manages to latch onto Broken Tusk's injured shoulder. In retaliation, he uses his wrist blades to slice off her arm, and Machiko uses this window of opportunity to override the controls and close the hatch. This triggers an emergency launch. The doors close and decapitate the Queen, and seconds later, the pod is sent flying into the atmosphere. Moments later, the barge crashes into Prosperity Wells and destroys everything in and around the settlement. The escape pod crashes a few miles outside of former Prosperity Wells, and upon realizing that Broken Tusk is on the brink of death, she begs him to hold on and wait for medical assistance. But Broken Tusk knows his fate, and so he simply repeats Machiko's words, "Hold the fort, I'll be back when I'm done." He then tears one of the Xenomorph Queen's fingers and marks Machiko's forehead with the symbol of his own clan. His dying words to her are a going away present. "I'll remember you." Machiko sheds a few tears as she realizes everyone she held close to on Ryushi has now passed away. Aliens vs Predator 1990, issue number 3, epilogue. We now catch up with Machiko 2 years later on Ryushi. She has her own home, her own dog, and her own pet Rince. She tells us that after the whole debacle, the Chigusa Corporation forgot about Prosperity Wells and shoved the entire debacle under the rug. The surviving settlers were sent to another, more friendly colony, and though they understood Machiko's actions, they had to bring up her contract, which eventually led to it being terminated during the trial. However, they had been nice enough to offer her a safe passage to Earth, as well as funds enough to help her start her life all over again. But this is when Machiko had surprised them all by revealing that she had wished to stay back on Ryushi. And though everyone thinks she is staying back because of her trauma, in reality, Machiko has been waiting for the hunt to begin again. She has her weapons sharpened, her trophies ready, because she knows Broken Tusk's people will be back someday on Ryushi, hopefully sooner than later. And all Machiko craves now is the thrill of the hunt, and her dreams are answered on a night a few days later when she watches an alien pod streaking through the sky and striking the ground not far from her. She has been waiting for this, and so she uses the blade she salvaged from Broken Tusk, cuts off her hair, and gets ready for the hunt. Aliens vs Predator 1991 short story. Machiko spies on the alien seeding lander from far away and recognizes that once it has laid all the eggs, it is designed to self-destruct. This explains why the Chigusa Corporation could never find out how the Xenomorphs managed to invade Ryushi. But now, Machiko seems to be getting all the answers that she craves. She spies on the eggs hatching and the facehuggers infecting various fauna surrounding the area, and once she has seen enough, she slaps her pet Rinth Milo on the back and orders him to head home because she can't wait to join the fight. She watches the Predator ship land on Ryushi as they begin their hunt, and she reveals to us that a big part of the reason she stayed behind is to prove to Broken Tusk's people that he wasn't a failure. She wants them to know that Broken Tusk died an honourable death. And so, when one of the subordinates of the new clan is about to be overpowered by a Xenomorph, Machiko shows up on the scene and saves his life using Broken Tusk's plasma pistol. This catches the attention of the entire clan, and Machiko patiently waits as the leader approaches her, who is none other than Topknot. He recognizes Broken Tusk's brand on her forehead and welcomes her into the clan, and together all of them continue the hunt on Ryushi, this time with Machiko enjoying every bit of it. Aliens vs Predator, Blood Time, 1994, Treachery, another alien planet, another venue for the hunt. This time headed by Topknot, 9 unblooded Yautja are led through the marshy swamps to find the perfect prey. Among his subordinates this time is the young, unblooded, ambitious and ruthless Yautja, Two Stripes. Two Stripes is calculative. He knows what a successful hunt will mean for his career, and he is going to complete it one way or the other. This is why, when a fellow Yautja named Lightstepper discovers the body of a local species showing clear signs of a chestbuster infection, Two Stripes steps in and takes the credit for it. Lightstepper tries to fight back, but before the confrontation can get ugly, Topknot steps in and lets Two Stripes claim his supposed discovery. Just like a successful hunt, Two Stripes knows being the first one to find signs of their prey has suddenly increased his standing in the clan. Thus, when all the unblooded Yautja decide to head out out on their own personal hunts, Two Stripes instead decides to trail his rival Lightstepper, who, after a few minutes of tracking, ends up stumbling into one of the Xenomorphs. Its tail misses Lightstepper's face thanks to his biohelmet, and no wonder the young Yautja is taken by surprise. He quickly gathers his wits, grabs his combistic, and jumps into action valiantly. During the skirmish, Lightstepper gets his combistic broken, which is why he has to use his wrist blades. However, this also means that he would be fighting the Xenomorph at close range. The two deal blow after blow until the Xenomorph manages to pull out one of Lightstepper's tusks using his inner jaw. Enraged, Lightstepper punches back and manages to decapitate the Xenomorph after a few hits. However, its acid gravely wounds Lightstepper. Lightstepper loses his right arm and much of his torso, and once he is seemingly dead, Two Stripes walks out of the shadows and claims his kill. He takes the Xenomorph head as his own trophy and uses the spilled blood to mark himself in order to make his supposed confrontation real. However, once Two Stripes returns to Top Knot, he is surprised to learn that not only did Lightstepper survive, but he was also saved by the other unblooded Yautja. Two Stripes' treachery has been revealed, and the young Yautja knows what this means for him. A successful hunt would have meant rising the ranks of the clan. However, a wrong one now means certain death, and Top Knot's word is the law after all. He is a veteran of the hunts, and so we see Top Knot and his clan leaving the planet immediately while leaving a naked and unarmed Two Stripes behind to defend himself against all the remaining Xenomorphs. Aliens vs. Predator Duel 1995. We start our issue in the future, where two colonial marines, Captain Glass and Private France, fend for their lives amidst the harsh weather of the night while running for their lives. They are being chased by the bugs, aka Xenomorphs, and Glass wants to put as much distance as possible between them and the bugs' last known location. As they escape, Captain Glass wonders where it all went wrong. Which wrong decision landed him and his team in this difficult situation? This is when Captain Glass ends up tripping on a rock, and by the time he gets to his knees, the sounds coming from his back tell him that it's already too late. When France learns of this, he turns around and opens fire without confirming his target, and once the barrage of bullets has died down, a new kind of Xenomorph angrily snarls and reveals its fangs. The bullets have simply pissed the creature off, and the next thing you know, he has leapt on top of France and has killed him in an instant. As Captain Glass runs away, Lightstepper uncloaks in front of him and then gets ready to face off against the new Xenomorph chasing him. This is when Captain Glass begins to wonder again about his mistake that led him down this path, and this is when we switch to a flashback that seemingly started this all. Captain Glass and his crew were piloting their vessel, the Brilliant, through space near Ryushi when they received a distress signal coming from the planet. Due to the company rules, they were forced to respond, even though, according to initial analysis, they were 99.79% sure that the distress signal had an alien origin. As the Brilliant prepared to land on the surface, Captain Glass debriefed his team. He wanted the operation done by the books. They were to land, recon, and rescue anyone alive. The dead were to be bagged ASAP, and, ideally, Glass wanted everyone off of the planet in the next 33 hours. The revelation that the distress call was sent out by an alien source has the entire crew on their toes, and when a soldier named Reed tries to tell the captain that they all know about bugs and have trained for them after the Acheron incident, Glass tells him to lead the mission because he knows so much. After decorum is once again established amongst the ranks, Sergeant Lesser briefs the team about all they know of Ryushi. He tells them about the planet's day and night cycle, tells them about it being owned by the Chigusa Corporation, as well as the fact that Machiko Noguchi is the only registered inhabitant of Ryushi. The plan is simple. The team will scour the planet on their ATV, while Lieutenant Murphy flies the ship back into safe orbit. First, the team will check on Machiko and then head to the source of the distress signal from there. Once everyone has been briefed, we see the Marines heading to Machiko's house with a lot of enthusiasm. The ATV speeds towards her home. However, upon reaching it, the Marines discover that the home has been abandoned for quite some time now. Glass decides to inform the Chigusa Corporation about the same once they board the Brilliant, and in the meantime, they decide to visit the source of the distress signal. On their way to the source, his team keeps complaining about the extreme heat of the planet, and this is when Glass is forced to scream at his men in order to get them back in line. This is when Glass's narration tells us that after the fiasco on Acheron, the Weyland-Yutani Corporation was forced to come clean about the bugs because they still desperately needed the protection of the Marines for their colonies. The blueprints and reconstructions supplied by the Weyland-Yutani Corporation were extremely detailed. However, they were nothing like what Glass and his men were about to encounter. Their jaws drop to the floor when they come across a crashed Yautja ship. Apparently, the signal was sent out from this vessel, and Glass and his men are exceptionally wary as they take their first steps towards the alien spaceship. The lieutenant and the captain discuss how this would be the perfect ambush point for someone if they were being hunted, and this is contrasted by the infrared depiction of their entire team that is currently being stalked by one of the Yautja. As they enter the ship, Glass's narration tells us that his first suspect in the list of his biggest bad decisions last week is this one, letting his team enter the abandoned alien ship in the first place. Because as soon as the men entered the ship, they lost their cool once they were attacked by a briar wolf, an indigenous species of the planet. One of the Marines wasted a lot of ammo to take down the beast, thinking it was one of the bugs, and Glass was forced to scream to once again get a hold of the entire situation. The young man who opened fire is named Bowen, and he is instantly reprimanded by the sergeant for his unprofessional conduct. However, what puzzles the Marine is the fact that the briar wolf, for some reason, had made this alien spaceship his new territory. The Marines then split into 3 groups and begin scouting the ship, and this is when one of the groups ends up finding a Yautja skeleton wedged between the caved-in hull of the ship. They suspect that the Yautja was likely eaten by the briar wolf. However, in its current state, the wolf seemed malnourished, yet for some reason, it never left the ship to go out and hunt for more. This is when they are contacted by the second group because they have found a live Yautja in the ship who seems to be on the verge of death. Glass doesn't like this one bit, yet he knows that his bosses will have his head for this if he leaves a live XT behind, and so, reluctantly, Glass orders his men to prepare the Yautja's body for transport. This is when Reed and Sergeant Lesser discuss why the wolf never ate this live Yautja in the first place. However, before they can discuss this conundrum with the second team, the third team comes running in to fetch Glass. It's Carlson, and he nonchalantly leads Captain Glass to the huge chamber where the Yautja have imprisoned the Xenomorph Queen. Glass screams for Carlson to get away as soon as he lays his eyes on the Queen, but the Marine is too careless and overconfident. He gets too close to the Queen, thinking that she is dead, and then postulates how brave a species must be to keep one of the Queens imprisoned for her entire life. Glass continues to order Carlson to get back, but the Marine casually tells his superior that he is starting to sound like his mum. However, this is when the Queen jumps into action, and, with a single swoop, she grabs Carlson by the ankles and devours him in an instant. Glass and the rest of the Marines are horrified by this sight, but the captain quickly gathers himself and then orders his men to kill the Queen. They shoot her to smithereens and then make a hasty escape, and during this chaotic period, the 2 soldiers carrying the unconscious Yautja wonder why the wolf, or the bugs, didn't eat this body bag. They don't have time to discuss such matters, so they hastily follow the captain. However, this is when one of them decides to break the ranks. Bowen, the jumpy Marine from earlier, doesn't want to die at the hands of the Xenomorphs, which is why, despite Glass's orders against it, he leaves the men behind and rushes towards the ATV, because that is where the big guns are. He fails to notice the Xenomorph that was hiding in the dirt waiting for prey, and by the time Bowen spots it, it's already devouring his flesh. The Marines are surrounded by at least half a dozen Xenomorphs, but Captain Glass knows they have the numbers advantage. He calms his men, gets them into position, and they slowly retreat to their vehicle while shooting any Xenomorph that tries to get close to them. However, soon, more Xenomorphs show up, and the Marines are forced to break their positions. The battle soon delves into chaos, and just as Glass is about to be ambushed by one of the Xenomorphs, a plasma pistol blast echoes through the air, which slices the attacking Xeno in half. This is when Lightstepper decloaks and reveals himself to the soldiers. He jumps down the canyon wall to leap into action, while Glass barely manages to get his Marines to stand down because he thinks that this species is here to help them against the bug. After all, it was their ship that sent out the distress signal. This is when Glass's narration once again contemplates if this was his biggest mistake. He knows he should have let his squad cut down everyone in sight, but those weren't the orders, and Glass had stupidly followed his orders at that time. Lightstepper enters the battle with the fury of a tiger and takes down Xenos one after the other, which gives the Marines enough time to board their ATV and make a run for it. However, before they can leave, Lightstepper approaches them after finishing off the remaining Xenomorphs and Glass, thinking that this is the first contact, and assigns Marine Cogoletti to the job. She calmly approaches Lightstepper without making any sudden moves. However, the Yautja is in no mood to talk. As Glass tries to thank Lightstepper for his help, the latter stabs Cogoletti through the chest with his combistic and then begins to celebrate his victory. This horrifies the entire team, and they make their escape before Lightstepper can attack more of them. This is when Captain Glass realized what they had stumbled into. They had stumbled into a war, and neither side was the good side. They were both monsters, and he and his men were trapped between them. Lightstepper chases the ATV as it takes off, but when the soldiers fire everything they've got at him, he cloaks himself and vanishes into thin air. Sergeant Lesser is baffled by this development, but Glass keeps his eyes peeled, and when he notices movement at the back of the ATV, he pulls Lesser behind himself and pulls the trigger. Glass ends up shooting and killing one of the Yautja, and this gives the Marines enough time to make their escape. They decide to speed their way back to Machiko's residence, hoping to use her antenna to overcome Little Signy's interference while being completely oblivious to the fact that a cloaked Lightstepper is still tailing them from a safe distance. Upon reaching Machiko's residence, Glass checks in with Sali, who is their field doctor, but he has nothing substantial to inform them about. He knows nothing about Yautja physiology, which is why he can't determine whether their captive survivor is recovering or not. This is when the Marines manage to contact the Brilliant, and Murphy informs them that she will get the ship to them within the next 20 minutes. They all begin to pack up. However, this is when Reed decides to unplug their communicator from the antenna because they will be getting off the planet in the next few minutes. As you might have guessed, however, this would turn out to be a huge mistake. As the Marines wait around, France speculates that the other alien species, aka Yautja, might still be following them, and they would never see them coming because they are invisible. Glass tells France to focus on the task at hand, and this is when the unconscious Yautja in their possession begins to violently convulse. They try to get a hold of him, but the unconscious Yautja is simply too powerful for them, and once he has thrown all the Marines off of him, his chest bursts, and a screaming chestbuster pops out of it. Glass orders his men to kill the thing, but the chestbuster is simply too small and too fast. It manages to get away, and while all of them are distracted, Lightstepper manages to take out Sergeant Lesser using his plasma pistol. France was right. The Yautja are hunting them from the shadows, and so, under the orders of Captain Glass, they begin firing in a crisscross pattern to cover all their bases while retreating into Machiko's home. However, this is when the Brilliant enters the atmosphere and beelines for their location. Glass knows this is bad. The Brilliant is their only ticket out of this planet, and so, as soon as he sees it, he orders his men to retreat to the ATV. Unfortunately, in the heat of the moment, one of them ends up dislodging the radio from the roof, and when Glass tries to warn Murphy about the threat on the surface of Ryushi, the message never reaches her, partly due to the destroyed antenna, and partly due to the disconnected communicator, thanks to Reed. This is when Lightstepper pulls out a plasma bazooka, takes aim at the Brilliant, and fires. The next thing you know, the ship explodes into a billion pieces before it even touches Ryushi's surface. The Marines hastily speed away in their ATV while Glass orders his men to provide cover fire. The Marines manage to shoot down one of the Yautja as they escape, and this emboldens their resolve. Reed and the rest of the Marines are hungry for revenge. They want to avenge their fallen comrades, but Glass knows this isn't the time nor the place. He knew they needed to find a safe space to make their last stand. However, even the captain is completely unaware of the fact that the new chestbuster that came out of the Yautja is hitching a ride under the floor of their ATV. The Marines reach Prosperity Wells, or at least what remains of it, and they are filled with a sense of safety. Though a ruin, they know there are no monsters here, which is why Glass quickly jumps into action and instructs the remaining Marines to set up a perimeter, a motion detector, and a field of mines between the motion detector and their perimeter. Only Reed, France, Sali, and Megiesi survive, excluding Glass, and he orders them to catch a few hours of sleep before the final stand. However, As Sally and Glass discuss how he would never be able to sleep again unless all their attackers are dead, the fully developed chestbuster from under the ATV ambushes them. This is a Yautja Xenomorph hybrid, colloquially known as the Predalien, and it is ruthless. It ambushes the Marines and quickly slashes Reed's throat with a single swipe of its tail while holding Sally by the face. Glass, France, and Megiesi fight back, and this is when it dawns upon Glass that maybe this hybrid is the reason why the Yautja species is hunting them. Maybe this hybrid is an abomination against their religion, which is why the Marines are being hunted down for letting it survive. The Predalien takes off running into the field of the mines, and by the time Glass can warn his men about the impending explosion, it's already too late. One of the Yautja manages to kill Megiesi using his plasma pistol before eventually succumbing to the mines along with his brethren. Glass forces the only remaining survivor, France, to run off into the wasteland with him, and this is when we see that Lightstepper was also caught in the blast. He has survived, albeit with a few injuries, and once he realizes that all of his clan has been wiped out, he cuts a dead Sally's neck as if to declare war, but he is quickly distracted by gunshots in the distance. These shots were fired by France, the ones we saw at the start of the arc, which eventually led to the young Marine's demise. This is when our story catches up with the present again. Captain Glass is caught between Lightstepper and the Predalien, and he watches as the Yautja leaps on top of the Predalien in an instant. The two begin to battle it out, and when Glass spots Lightstepper being overpowered by the Predalien, he moves in and smashes it on the head with his pulse rifle. This distracts the Predalien, which gives Lightstepper enough time to finish it off. Lightstepper uses his wrist blades to slash off the creature's neck, and then continues stabbing it again and again until it is no longer moving. Once the battle is over, both Glass and Lightstepper are exhausted, but they don't let their guard down. They stare into each other's eyes for a good minute before finally giving up and falling to the ground below. Glass speculates that maybe it was mutual respect, or maybe it was the common enemy, or maybe it was simply the fact that both of them were exhausted. Either way, neither Glass nor Lightstepper raised a hand after that. The two of them simply sat in the wasteland while staring at the stars, waiting to see whose kind would show up first to pick them up. Aliens vs. Predator, War 1995. Part 1, The Yautja Society. Scenes of the present are contrasted by Machiko's narration of what has happened ever since she joined the Yautja, and so we will be switching between the two accordingly in this past. The issue starts by showing us a desolate, rocky landscape on a distant planet, as Machiko tells us that this entire planet is infested by bugs. She then gives us a glimpse into the Yautja folklore as hundreds of xenomorph drones gather on the surface underneath the approaching Yautja ship. According to Yautja folklore, the xenomorphs evolved simultaneously on various habitable planets across the universe. However, according to Machiko, this is a nonsensical lie. According to her, this folktale is designed to mask the horror behind the real truth because, according to her, the xenomorphs are designed to adapt and survive in any environment. And in her purview, it is the hunters that are responsible for this over the past few thousand years. They are the ones responsible for spreading the bugs in the entire galaxy. As the ship prepares to land, we learn that Machiko joined Topknot's clan after the events of Ryushi. She is still currently a part of it, and as they prepare for battle, Machiko questions how this planet ended up being overrun by the Xenos. Was it an accident just like on Ryushi, or is it the result of hunts over the past hundreds of years? Either way, Machiko knows that they are the aliens on this planet now, and the xenomorph drones are doing everything in their power to prevent the ship from setting down. Unlike previous confrontations, this isn't a hunt. This time, it's a war, and we see the Yautja using the ship's plasma ammunition as soon as they near the surface. As the hangar doors open, Machiko's narration tells us that the drones don't attack in waves. They don't strategize or weigh their options. Their entire attack, in fact, is a single wave. It is a tsunami of needle teeth, razor claws, and sickle tails. But the next page shows us the Yautja using their weapons to the fullest extent, as Machiko tells us that their traditional weapons were replaced with plasma casters and lasers. The Yautja blast every xenomorph attacking them while ensuring a tight perimeter around them while exiting the ship. As they continue to fight, Machiko tells us that today their objective is to enter the xenomorph hive, capture the queen, and then exit exit with her, and though the bugs outnumber them, they will fail against the Yautja because they have the perfect plan. She then tells us how the Yautja hierarchy works on such missions. The older and experienced Yautja lead the frontal assault and face most of the bugs, which naturally earns them the highest honor once the mission is complete. Lower Yautja, like Machiko, are assigned jobs like covering the rear. It's a necessary job, yes, but not the one that earns you high honor once the mission is complete. And so this is the reason why the competition for kills is quite fierce at the back. We then see a relatively short Yautja push Machiko out of the way in order to snipe her kill. And this is when Machiko tells us that his name is Shorty. Shorty is shorter than most Yautja, which makes him the brunt of all jokes at most gatherings. In order to deal with his anger, Shorty bullies Machiko instead by mimicking her human voice and laughing. We see him do this after stealing Machiko's kill, who patiently waits for the right time to get back at Shorty. The two of them rush into the hive entrance as soon as they spot it, but Machiko keeps her guard up, unlike Shorty, and by the time he realizes his mistake, it's already too late. A Xenomorph drone has ambushed him from the roof and is seconds away from ripping his head off, and this is when Machiko steps in. This was a strategic move by her. Not only has she denied Shorty an honorable death, but she has also belittled him in front of his peers by saving his life. Machiko knows this was a big move and that she would need to watch her back from now on. As Machiko walks away, we see the other Yautja using the same voice to mock Shorty that he uses to mock Machiko. She then enters the breeding chambers of the hive and reveals to us how the Yautja execute this mission. The Xenomorph's utmost desire is to procreate and for the proliferation of the species. This is the reason why, now that the Yautja are near the queen, none of the drones are showing up. It's because they will do nothing to endanger the queen's unborn brood, their next generations. The queen, however, is a different case. She begins attacking them as soon as they enter her chamber. However, the Yautja are quick. They quickly tie her down and begin subduing her. With the queen subdued and her current brood at bay, the Yautja are halfway home, but now comes the most dangerous part of the mission, dragging the queen back to the ship. Topknot prepares her for travel, while the capture team maintains control by hurting her now and then. Unfortunately, a Yautja named 3-Spot is daydreaming while holding the rope, and so the next thing you know, he is flying through the air, and when he lands on the ground, he is instantly stabbed in the chest by the queen. The Yautja rush to maintain control, and this is when Machiko realizes how much she has changed. She is no longer the corporate overlord who would weigh all the risks and make a rational decision, which ultimately led to a lot of deaths due to the time it takes. No, now, Machiko is a person who simply acts on her instincts, which is why she rushes in and grabs the rope that 3-Spot was supposed to hold onto in order to contain the queen. Seconds later, the job is done. However, Topknot isn't happy with this insubordination. He smacks Machiko across the face and then reprimands her for abandoning the position she was originally assigned for the mission. And so, on the way back, she is assigned as the advance guard, a token position that is insignificant. The queen's pheromones ensure that they aren't attacked by the drones on their way back, as Machiko explains to us that though Broken Tusk's brand allowed her to enter the Yautja society, she is still very much an outsider, especially after her actions today. As the queen is dragged into the ship, we see the hundreds of drones keeping a close eye on the clan. Machiko's narration explains to us that boarding a captive queen into a Yautja ship is one of the most dangerous parts. You have to maneuver her large body into a confined space while ensuring none of your clan members are at risk. She then explains the predictable behavior of the queen once she has been captured and is on board. She is only left with two choices, either to make a break for the still open hangar doors or to attempt suicide as a last resort. But this queen was different. She used a different strategy. Instead of attacking herself and beelining for the exit, the queen orders her drones to attack. Hundreds of Xenomorph drones rush the ship instantly as the entire clan is caught by surprise. The fight on the outside begins as the queen begins attacking the Yautja from the back. This is a clever strategy. The queen is sacrificing her current brood to ensure the survival of the future ones, according to Machiko. However, this means that Topknot is forced to make a tough decision. The queen has broken free from the ship, and she has also ordered her current brood to attack them from the other side. And so, while some some of his clan members are still outside or hanging from the door mechanism. Topknot makes the brutal call and decides to close the hangar doors. Two of the Yautja are cut in half due to this decision. However, Topknot and his clan can now focus all their attention towards the Queen. Machiko knows that the Queen will now instinctively head towards the largest area in the ship, which is the strategically designed breeding chamber. However, there is only one problem. Machiko and Shorty are standing in her way. The two of them leap in opposite directions, and unfortunately for Machiko, the Queen decides to pursue her. Machiko fires a few shots at the Queen's face, but then instinctively stops herself. Killing the Queen now would mean that the sacrifices of all their dead clan members were in vain. So Machiko decides against it and, contrary to Yautja practices, decides to retreat in this situation. She rushes towards the door, which is flanked by Shorty and another Yautja, only to have it shut in her face by her nemesis. This traps Machiko with the Queen in the breeding chamber. However, Machiko is smart, and she knows there are always two ways out of a trap, and so she evades the Queen, leaps through her arms, and then frantically begins climbing one of the chains leading towards the vents in the roof. She uses the plasma caster to cut a hole for herself. However, before Machiko can exit, the Queen manages to latch onto her hair. Machiko quickly uses her wrist blades to cut off the Queen's fingers, and as the Queen falls to the floor below, Machiko makes her way through the vents and exits near Shorty and his friends. Her survival has disappointed them, and they all walk away without saying a word or acknowledging her feat, and this pisses Machiko off. This male-dominated society seems to be getting on her nerves. Aliens vs Predator War 1995 Part 2 Going Home. A huge Yautja mothership hurtles through space as Machiko tells us that clans from around the galaxy are gathering for a huge hunt, which will be in a couple of days. Judging by the number of eggs that have left the mothership, Machiko suspects that this is supposed to be one of the biggest hunts in recent Yautja memory. She, however, feels hollow inside. She feels alone, even though she has been accepted by the Yautja. She doesn't feel one of them, and their indignant indifference to her doesn't help her situation either. In fact, according to Machiko, it is only the Queen Xenomorph on this ship that likely hates her more than her own clan members. She walks aimlessly through the ship while no one pays attention to her, and when she is standing near the imprisoned queens collecting her thoughts, one of the guards stabs the Queen near her in order to scare her. This once again reminds Machiko of her time with Broken Tusk, and it is apparent that it is a memory that lives in her head rent-free. As she walks towards her chambers, she tells us that although all may seem lost, there are a few perks of being a human in the Yautja society. For instance, she gets her own personal chamber, which is only reserved for the high-ranking Yautja. As Machiko enters her chambers and stares at her trophy, she wonders how she and Broken Tusk would have fared had they met under different circumstances. She postulates that he would have likely murdered her and would have taken her skull as a trophy, and this makes Machiko question Dachande's dying decision. Did Broken Tusk brand her because he believed in her and respected her? Or did he brand her as his dying joke because he knew that despite the brand, she would never be accepted by his brethren? A depressed Machiko eventually falls to her knees, and after tinkering with the radio she took from her home on Ryushi, she decides to curl up in the fetal position and fall asleep. Machiko tells us that she tinkers with the radio out of desperation to once again catch a glimpse into human civilization, to catch broken human voices communicating with each other across star systems, which somehow gives her a sense of belonging. We then see a stranded shuttle from the Nemesis vessel owned by Wayland Yutani floating aimlessly in space. Aboard the ship are Jess, Ellis and Lara, the three survivors from the Nemesis. They have run out of fuel, and Ellis is sending out an SOS signal over and over again, which eventually pisses off Jeff. Jeff threatens to beat up Ellis if he tries sending another SOS message, but this is when they are contacted by the Bunda Survey Platform, a human research platform on a nearby planet that has picked up their distress signal. We then head to the surface of Bunda to catch up with the people on the platform. The research platform is led by a man named Mr. Vincent, and he is called into the communications room as soon as his officers have made sense of the situation. They are dispatching a fuel shuttle to the Nemesis shuttle, and its ETA is 6 hours. Once Vincent enters, he is informed about the same, and this is when it is revealed that Nemesis's last port was Terminal 949, a colony of over 400 people that was wiped out by the Xenomorphs. As the fueling shuttle takes off, we learn that the head office is highly interested in any information regarding Terminal 949, 949, which is why Vincent gets in touch with them right away. He is put in touch with someone named Mr. Briggs, who orders him to apprehend and put the survivors of the Nemesis in quarantine as soon as they land. He also tells Vincent that he is 25 hours away, which is why Vincent will have to handle the situation till then. Briggs gives Vincent the code, Black Cancer, and the latter instantly knows what this means. Briggs orders him to keep everything under wraps until his arrival on the platform. We then see more and more clans arriving on the mothership, but one in particular catches Machiko's eye. Lightsplitter's clan, partly because he is welcomed like one of the most decorated warriors, and partly because he uses a USMC flag as a bandage. This sight of a relic from her own civilization overwhelms Machiko, and she instinctively reaches out and touches the flag. Naturally, Lightsplitter smacks her across the face, but before he can go in for the kill, she raises her hand, which is a submissive gesture that automatically lands her at the bottom of the food chain in her clan. Machiko knows that this was a grave mistake, but despite this, she is focused on how Lightsplitter got the flag. No hunter would wear the banner of an enemy clan unless it was earned through a fair fight, but Machiko has now begun questioning the Yautja code, because even if the flag was won according to the rules of the hunt, it still doesn't justify the merciless killing of her species to her. This is when Topknot approaches her and explains to her that she will have to fight her way to the top once again, especially after what happened here today. She will need to start at the bottom, and Topknot wants her to fight Shorty. Topknot says to her through sign language, "Those without honor are not part of the hunt or clan, and those who do not fight for their honor have no honor." But Machiko's mind is riddled with contradicting thoughts. Even though fights are to earn you honor, even though they are to earn you respect and make you equal in the Yautja society, Machiko knows that she was never an equal, and this was apparent in how they communicated with her. Many of them could speak her language, Topknot could do too, but everyone talked to her in the sign language of the hunt, a language developed to communicate only the most basic commands and thoughts. And so, Machiko is ready for her battle with Shorty, and she has already prepared for it. Shorty, though short by Yautja standards, is still a big guy for her, and she knows that if he grabs her, the match will be over in an instant. And so, Machiko keeps her distance, counters his grapple, throws him to the ground, and sweeps his legs when he tries to counterattack. When he tries to overpower her, she falls on her back and uses her legs to throw him over her head. She then kicks him in the side of his knee, and then kicks him in the head. This is it. Machiko knows that Shorty is staggered, and this is her chance. However, one of Shorty's friends cheats and intervenes in the match. He grabs Machiko's ankle, and by the time she has freed herself, Shorty has already recovered and is towering over her. Machiko knows it's all over, and Shorty doesn't waste any time beating her. He headbutts her, punches her in the gut, and then hits her in the head to throw her to the ground. There are 3 ways these matches can be won: by throwing your opponent outside the circle, by beating them unconscious, or by killing them. Machiko knows Shorty plans on killing her, and so she decides to fake an injury from his kick that sends her flying outside the circle. Her plan works. She hits the wall and crashes on the floor. Machiko has just dislocated her arm, has just lost her spot in the hunt, but she is happy that she has managed to survive the ordeal. This is when we see the planet of Bunda being seeded with alien eggs, and before you know it, a primate-looking humanoid species of the planet has already been infected by a facehugger. We then catch up with Laura, Ellis, and Jess again as they prepare to dock at the Bunda research platform. All 3 of them dream of all they are going to do now that they are back in civilization. Ellis and Jess want to stuff themselves until they pass out, while Lara is hoping for a nice hot bath. Their conversation also reveals that Ellis doubts himself because he doesn't have professional military training, despite being solely responsible for saving their lives using a max suit, aka the Berserker Combat Exosuit, on Terminal 949. They get out of their shuttle in a merry mood, which is killed off as soon as they realise that the personnel from the Bunda research facility are pointing their guns at them. They are forced into a quarantine zone by Vincent, which is juxtaposed by a chestbuster bursting out of the primate we saw earlier. We then see Machiko walking through the mothership as hunting vessels of each clan leave for the hunt one by one. Machiko, now being at the lowest level of hierarchy in her clan, is forced to fetch her own food. And once she realises the meat that she is about to be served, she decides to make her own broth and carry it back to her room. However, upon returning, she throws it away because she is done feeling sorry for herself. She got herself into this mess, and Machiko vows to get herself out of it. Meanwhile, two surveyors from the platform, Rembert and Pratt, are frantically racing through the jungles of Bunda while aimlessly firing behind them. They are being chased by something, and in the panic to escape their demise, both of them forgot to take their radios. And just when they think they have managed to evade their pursuer, a Xenomorph lowers itself down from the tree line and attacks both of them. Pratt fires his gun but misses by a mile, while Rembert uses this chance to run away again. The Xenomorph drone grabs Pratt's gun and forces him into an area where Rembert is already on his knees. Upon reaching his friend, Pratt realizes that he has been infected by a facehugger, and this is when it is revealed that the Xenomorph intentionally chased the two of them into this corner because of the eggs. A second facehugger attacks Pratt, which is contrasted by Ellis, Jess and Lara weighing their options in the quarantine zone. When these three survivors were on Terminal 949, they were betrayed by their employer, the Weyland-Yutani Corporation, which had ordered their commander to murder the entire crew. The three of them managed to escape and have now put together that the corporation likely wants all the data gathered by Terminal 949, which they think the three of them have, but in reality, they blew it all up with the rest of the facility. Their only advantage is that the company doesn't know that, which is why the three of them decide to use it as leverage to ensure their safe passage. This is when Top Knot's clan reaches the surface, as through her narration, Machiko tells us that the rules of the hunt are the closest thing the Yautja have to a religion. Upon landing, Top Knot's clan begins scouting the area, and before you know it, they have found the carcasses of Rembert and Pratt with huge cavities in their torsos. The two unblooded slowly creep their way through the forest and fail to notice a Xenomorph leaping on top of them. It kills one of the unblooded Yautja using its inner jaw instantly, and then leaps on top of the second one for a double kill. The unblooded fights back valiantly while his clan member watches on carefully. The unblooded uses his wrist blades to fight back, and though the Xenomorph manages to stab him in the back with his tail, the unblooded Yautja eventually emerges victorious. He is then blooded by his senior. However, as this ritual is going on, the Yautja notice Mr. Briggs' ship flying above them, heading straight for the research platform. For some reason, this enrages the clan, and they decide to chase after the ship instead. Oh, and just a side note, though it is quite odd for a clan to abandon the hunt to go after humans, for some reason, that is exactly what happens in this story arc. There are a few more inconsistencies, but we will talk about those at the end of the video. Now, let's get back to the story. Mr. Briggs is received by Mr. Vincent on the platform as soon as he lands, and just like his pilot had promised, Briggs is in no mood for pleasantries. He demands to see the survivors from the Nemesis as soon as he lands, and Vincent has no choice but to lead him to the quarantine zone. When he is in front of the survivors, Briggs offers them a deal: the entire bonus of the crew of the Nemesis in exchange for the data that he is sure the three of them recovered from Terminal 949. Even though they don't have the data, Lara, Ellis and Jess play their cards close to their hearts. Well, everyone except Jess. Lara demands a safe passage and Ellis demands a guarantee. However, this is when Jess starts a fight with Briggs. Jess has never been in favour of the establishment, and he begins to question the company. After all, they are the ones who put them in this peril. They are the ones who issued the orders to their commander, and they are the ones responsible for the deaths of their friends and all the 400 people that resided on Terminal 949. However, this outburst doesn't faze Briggs. No, in fact, it seems to annoy him. He groans and reveals to everyone that it was the Weyland-Yutani Corporation that ordered Terminal 949 to be infected with Xenomorphs in the first place. The company, according to him, has invested trillions of dollars in order to use Xenomorphs in their military division, and the events of Terminal 949 were just a demonstration to prove the capabilities of Xenomorphs to their investors. Lara, Ellis, Jess, and even Vincent are baffled by this revelation, but Briggs continues to justify the company's actions through various means. Lara, Ellis, and Jess continue berating him and reminding him of all the people that lost their lives, and this is when it becomes clear to Briggs that they aren't going to comply with him. This is why he decides to use a different approach, and this is when we are introduced to his two huge bodyguards, Keen and Nirasawa. They both begin to punch Jess over and over over again, while holding Lara and Ellis captive. While they torture Jess, the entire platform security fails to notice the cloaked Yautja clan laying siege to their facility. Only one of the workers notices the sound of metal against metal when the Yautja decide to use a grappling hook, but by the time he goes out to investigate, it's already too late. The cloaked Yautja start by slicing off the man's throat, and this is when his friend rushes inside to sound the alarm. Meanwhile, Briggs continues to torture Jess and beat him over and over again. However, when the entire platform begins to tilt, they all realize that something is terribly wrong. Briggs rushes out to investigate along with Nirasawa, while leaving Keen in charge to look over his prisoners. However, as soon as they leave the chamber, Lara chops Keen directly in the throat, which instantly kills him. They grab Keen's gun and then decide to leave Bunda in their own shuttle after refueling it using the company's fuel. Meanwhile, a depressed Machiko is lying in her bed when her stereo suddenly lights up with the nearest distress broadcast being sent out by the research platform. The message informs her about the alien attack and that their attackers are cloaked, and Machiko instantly knows that this means Topknot is hunting humans, and she simply can't stand by and watch him slaughter her own people. She quickly dresses in her battle gear and picks off all the Yautja on her way to the cockpit. She starts by stabbing the guard in the throat. When a second one tries to ambush her, she decapitates him and then locks the door to the cockpit. Once inside, she quickly takes control of the ship and navigates it to the last location of Topknot's shuttle. Machiko knows what she has done. She has betrayed her clan, which means that she is not only an outcast from one world, but two worlds now. And this becomes more and more clear as the remaining Yautja on the ship pound on the cockpit door endlessly. Once Machiko has set the necessary course, she realizes that her true allegiance still lies with her own species, and this means that she doesn't have to play by the Yautja rules and customs anymore. And thus, to get rid of the Yautja outside her door, she decides to unleash a bigger terror. Machiko slowly navigates the ship's computer just like she was taught by Topknot. The interface is an image-based system, and once Machiko has drawn the necessary symbols as accurately as possible, she executes the command, and to her surprise, it works. Slowly, one by one, the Xenomorph Queen's restraints are released until eventually it is set free to wreak havoc in the entire ship. The Yautja outside Machiko's door are about to cut through when suddenly all of them are ambushed by the Xeno Queen. She rips through one of their heads using her inner jaw. She stabs the second one using her tail, and by the time the others realize what is happening, she is cutting them down like weeds in an overgrown lawn. The Queen takes care of the surviving Yautja within minutes, and once her job is done, she seemingly leaves Machiko alone for some reason. Jeff, Ellis and Lara are busy hastily refueling their shuttle, and the only thing delaying them is Jeff's insistence on ensuring that they get the exact fuel composition needed for their shuttle. However, this delay costs them dearly, because by the time Jeff has dialed in the numbers, it's already too late. He is attacked by a cloaked Yautja, but thankfully, Ellis has his back. He threatens to douse the Yautja in jet fuel, but when the latter doesn't back down, Ellis follows through with his promise. They can now see the Yautja clearly because he's wet. Meanwhile, most of the workers from the platform board copters make their escape, while leaving Vincent and Briggs to fend for themselves. On the other side of the platform, the two of them return to the quarantine zone, only to realize that Lara, Jess and Ellis have escaped. This further proves to Briggs that the three survivors of the Nemesis are hiding something. It's the reason why they are being attacked. In his mind, their attackers have been sent by the opposing corporations to steal their data. However, as Vincent, Briggs and Nirasawa make their way towards Briggs's Sunjumper, they are attacked by a Yautja, and Nirasawa bravely decides to sacrifice himself to allow Briggs and Vincent to escape. As the two higher-ups shamble towards the Oni aircraft, we see that Briggs is actually a coward who hides behind any subordinate that he can find, who, in this case, happens to be Vincent. However, when they reach the hangar, they realize that Briggs' chauffeur has already escaped with his Sunjumper. We then catch up with Lara, Ellis and Jeff again, as the three of them catch their breath, while the entire platform around them erupts in flames. Ellis managed to save Jeff's life and kill the Predator. However, this also destroyed their shuttle and their only escape from this planet. The platform begins to tilt extensively, and the three of them have no choice but to get down from it as gracefully as possible. Vincent, Nirasawa and Briggs are faced with the same challenge, challenge, and it is only Nirasawa who somehow is still managing to hold his own against the Yautja. We then see Machiko hurtling towards the planet's surface at breakneck speed, hoping that she makes it in time, but she is also distracted by another thought. Where has the Queen gone? And why hasn't she tried to break down the door to the cockpit? We then get a glimpse of the Queen in the chamber. She is surrounded by dead Yautja and facehugger corpses, and the implication is clear. However, Machiko is completely oblivious to this development. Machiko focuses back on navigating the ship, and this is when she spots the carnage left behind by the tilting platform. The destruction is incomprehensible, and Machiko is so captivated by it that she fails to notice Ellis, Lara, and Jess in the tree line below her. Ellis tries to call out for help, but fails to realize that the ship is of an alien origin, which can only mean more trouble. After noticing all the destruction, Machiko ditches the idea of landing near Top-Knot's ship and instead decides to land near the collapsed platform. This is when we catch up with our 3 survivors of the Nemesis, and their conversation reveals that Ellis loathes himself, especially after his recent mistake that cost them their only way off of this planet. Jess and Lara try to console him, but Ellis is hurting a lot, and so he takes off running into the woods to drown his sorrows while the two of them are busy propping up a makeshift barricade. Jess tries to go after him, but is quickly stopped by Lara, who points towards the sky. Wouldn't you know it, the Yautja ship, piloted by Machiko, is headed straight for them. Jess and Lara desperately run away and barely manage to avoid getting crushed just as it comes to a stop. As they try to get away, they hear Machiko calling out to them. Seeing a human woman in Yautja armor is surely a surprising sight, and naturally, Jess and Lara have a lot of questions for her. Machiko tells them that she is human and that it is good to hear her language again. She then explains that he is here to help and the dire consequences of the choice she has just made. Machiko tells them that she has spent a year with them, but now that she has betrayed them, she has become their worst enemy, and her entry was quite flamboyant, which means Top-Knot's clan can be here any minute. They then introduce themselves to her. Lara and Jess tell her about Ellis and how the Weyland-Yutani Corporation infected Terminal 949 to gather data on the Xenomorphs, which they still call bugs. Machiko reveals that she knows about them and that there are bugs on Bunda as well. She then tells them about the Queen on her ship, who is conveniently now out for revenge now that her new horde is incubated and ready for battle. Another side note, so one other weird discrepancy in this issue is the lack of predallions, because if the Queen infected fallen Yautja bodies with the facehuggers, then the resulting drones should have been predallions. She then tells them how the hunters hunt xenomorphs for sport, and though they don't have to fight the Yautja, they really don't have a choice. She then puts on her biohelmet and reveals that Top-Knot's clan is already here, and they are itching for a fight. A huge firefight erupts between the 3 survivors and the clan, and Machiko does her best to lead Jess and Lara away. This is when the new horde of xenomorphs attacks them, and the 3 of them are caught between the xenomorphs and Top-Knot's clan. And though Jess and Lara think that it's all over, in reality, Machiko knows that both species are hungry for her blood. The Queen has hated her from the start, and she is Top-Knot's #1 enemy now that she has betrayed his kind. She orders Jess and Lara to run away so that she can buy them some time, but the 2 of them aren't about to back down now. After all, killing xenomorphs was in their job description when Weyland-Yutani first hired them for their visit to Terminal 949. However, before they can sacrifice themselves, the xenomorphs get picked off one by one, and soon Ellis arrives on the scene while wearing the berserker suit. He stutters as he speaks, but his intentions are clear. He orders his friends to leave the area while he takes care of both the Yautja and the xenomorphs. As Jess, Lara, and Machiko run away, Ellis unleashes the berserker suit's firepower upon his enemies. However, as Machiko, Jess, and Lara hide behind a nearby log, Lara notices that Ellis is slowly losing himself. He is overcome by a fit of rage, and this is one of the side effects of the suits. Lara can't lose Ellis, and so she jumps to go to his aid without thinking. Jess knows this is a stupid move, but he can't let his friends fend for themselves, so he follows her as well, and this forces Machiko to follow him. Thankfully, Lara manages to calm down Ellis easily. However, Ellis once again springs into action once he notices xenomorphs trying to ambush his friends behind their backs. He burns them instantly, and for now, it seems that their immediate troubles are over. This is when Machiko reveals the next part of the plan. They will track down Top-Knot's ship and use it to leave Bunda. As she briefs them about the Yautja and how she plans on using their rules to defeat them, we see that the forest is not only infested with the Queen Xenomorph and her new horde, but also a two-headed Frankensteinish monster. As they continue their journey, Machiko explains the basic controls of a Yautja shuttle to Lara so that they can get off the planet in case something happens to Machiko. This is when Ellis informs them that there is something in the woods behind them, and at first, it seems it's the monster from the previous page. However, as it closes in, we see that it is Nirasawa carrying Briggs's body, who, unfortunately, has been infected by a facehugger. Nirasawa's eye is also dangling out of his skull, which reveals that he is an android. When he gets closer, Jess tries to pull off the facehugger and realizes that it's already dead, which means that Briggs has been infected and that there is no saving him now. This is when Machiko tells them that the Yautja are approaching and that it's best for them to split up now. Nirasawa and her will stay behind to fight while Jess, Lara and Ellis get the shuttle ready for takeoff. Jess, Ellis and Lara leave, and Machiko gets ready to fight when the Yautja uncloak themselves because Shorty is amongst their ranks, and this fight just became personal for Machiko. The battle ensues, and Shorty and his friend try to attack Machiko at once, but she is too fast for them. What's more is that over the past year, she has studied all his moves and is now quite adept at predicting them. She dodges every blow and uses her plasma pistol every chance she gets because, unlike the Yautja, she is no longer following the rules of a fair battle, just like Shorty. Once she has killed off Shorty's friend, she faces off against him all on her own, and this is when we see Jess convincing the other two to take Mr. Briggs along with them, even though he is infected, because Jess has a plan. Ellis reluctantly picks up the man using the berserker suit as the fight between Shorty and Machiko heats up. Machiko taunts Shorty every step of the way until she eventually slashes his torso, beats off his mask, and then cuts off his right hand. The human in Machiko wants to show mercy at this moment, but the hunter in Machiko knows that it would be a stupid move. So the next second, she stands up and stabs Shorty in the chest, killing him instantly. When she turns towards the ship, she realizes that Nirasawa has perished trying to kill the rest of the Yautja, and this is when Machiko decides to rush back to the ship. Lara is struggling to make sense of the controls, and this is when Machiko arrives in the nick of time to help them fly away. Ellis is now out of the berserker suit, and though he looks weary, Lara knows that he will recover within a day or two. This is when Jess comes running to the bridge and informs them that Topknot and his crew, as well as the Xenomorphs, are here, and Machiko takes off instantly. However, this is when she hears gunshots on the ground below, and Jess reveals that he gave Briggs one last chance to redeem himself. We see that Jeff put Briggs in the berserker suit so that he could buy the time to escape until he eventually succumbed to the Xenomorph in him, or the injuries inflicted by his attackers. Once they are in space, the three of them unanimously agree that it's time to head home. They have been out here in space long enough. Aliens vs. Predator, Eternal, 1998. Our issue starts with a man named Lee Yat-sen, around 700 years before the modern age. He has been deliberately left on the side of the cliff by his village. Lee was a thief, a whoremonger, but had recently also become a murderer, which has resulted in this fate. He would scam people by selling them fake remedies for problems that did not exist, but he recently overstepped the line when one of his concoctions led to the death of around 17 people, and so the village smashed into his chest cavity and left him on the cliff to die. Lee has never believed in God, but right now, when he sees the alien spaceship falling from the sky, he can't help but feel that this is his redemption, that God is giving him another chance at life. Lee watches as the spaceship touches the ground near his village and decimates it completely. To some, this is the end of an era, the beginning of death, but to Lee, this is another opportunity to make something of his life. Lee gets closer to the burning debris and spots a dead Yautja impaled on one of the exposed beams. This reminds him of the stories his grandfather would tell him when he was a child, stories of death, dragons, and men who walked the earth like gods. Back in the modern day, we see that Lee has become a huge businessman, and right now, he's spending a specialized team on a secret mission that he is quite sure they can execute without any issues. On the other side of the world in West Africa, in the small nation of Gambia, Becca McBride and her cameraman, Earl, report on the atrocities atrocities that have occurred in the nation in the past few decades. Gambia had been embroiled in an ugly civil war ever since its independence 30 years ago. The government forces and the rebels have been at each other's throats ever since, and funding by the West was pulled out a decade ago after the brutal murder of 50 aid workers and journalists. After that event, Becca and Earl are the first reporters behind Gambia's border to cover the conflict. And they are here today because Prince Lawrence Makiba, the grandson of the former monarch, has finally come out of exile and is currently negotiating peace between the government and rebel forces. Becca and Earl cover the meeting between the two forces and the prince from behind a cover, and the two plan on leaving the country as soon as they have momentarily interviewed the prince. However, this is when things go awry, and the prince is shot in the head out of the blue. The government forces quickly spring into action while Becca forces Earl to capture as much footage of this incident as he can. The soldiers begin firing in every direction, but it doesn't take long for Becca to realise that the mysterious attackers are invisible. They can't be seen, and surely the rebels don't have access to technology like this. She knows this is someone else's doing, and before things get worse, she drags Earl into the heat of the action so that they can get some cool shots. Soldiers around them fall like flies, and when it's evident that the entire team is to be wiped out, one of them tries to call in for reinforcements, only to then be stabbed through the chest by an invisible force wielding a huge blade. Earl continues to capture all that he can while Becca investigates the dead bodies around them. She notices a spear tip embedded in one of the bodies, and when she reaches out to pick it up, she is quite astonished. It's a barbed tip, a design she hasn't seen before, and the fact that it weighs almost nothing blows her mind. This is when an explosion beside them blows away the truck they were hiding behind, which leaves Earl vulnerable. The next thing you know, Earl has been killed as well, while Becca is likely unconscious or dead amongst the rubble. Once the scene is clear, the mysterious attackers reveal themselves by decloaking. Their technology is much like the Yautja. Even their armor is inspired by them, but when one of them removes their helmet, we realize that these are humans, and this was a specialized team sent to add fire to the ongoing conflict in Gambia. The team then leaves after clearing the scene, but they fail to notice Becca, who is still clutching the spearhead she found earlier. We then catch up with Lee at his tower in Tokyo 3 months later, where he is reprimanding Major Cabot for the lack of results. Turns out the mysterious attack in Gambia was led by Cabot and his men, and their goal was to lure out the Yautja, who at this point in the timeline are referred to as the Predators by Lee and his team. Cabot tries to justify himself to Lee at first, but then eventually accepts the fact that the bait isn't working for the Predators like it used to before. This is when Lee decides that it's time for some drastic measures. He takes Cabot for a walk and shows him all the Predator relics he has managed to gather over the years. Lee has a room full of Yautja armor, trophies and weapons. He even has Yautja skulls mounted like trophies, and while Cabot stares at one of them, Lee tells him about a Japanese folk tale in which a samurai allegedly bested a predator and then feasted on his heart. Legend has it that the samurai went on to live for the next 200 years without aging. This is when Lee turns to Cabot and says, "Major, I am 38 years old. I have been 38 for the last 7 centuries. I intend to stay for many more. Follow me." A stunned Cabot is then led into a hidden lab inside Lee's tower, where it is revealed that he is still in possession of the Predator craft that crashed near his village all those years ago. Not only that, he has a team of scientists researching its technology around the clock, and the craft is responsible for most of Lee's financial success. This is when Dr. Kishiro confronts Lee and tells him that they have finally managed to crack the ship's locking sequence for the cargo pod. All of them head to the cargo pod and realize that it houses eggs. Lee naively assumes that these might house predator offspring, which he can use and clone to ensure his immortality. However, it doesn't take long for Cabot to point out that something is happening inside the cargo pod. Sure enough, the eggs are beginning to shake violently, and the next thing you know, facehuggers have launched out of them. One of the scientists succumbs immediately, and though the other one manages to reach the exit in time, Lee locks the door and doesn't let him out because he needs to protect his investment. The scientist begs for his life before eventually succumbing to second nature. Cabot lashes out at Lee for sacrificing lives willy-nilly, while a speechless Dr. Kishiro tries to gather her bearings without upsetting her boss. What all of them fail to notice is the rapid spark of red light which sends a signal deep into space space as soon as the incubation process has begun. We slowly exit Earth's atmosphere as it is eventually revealed that the signal has been picked up by a Yautja ship, which is currently headed towards Earth's surface. We now catch up with Becca, aka Rebecca McBride again, as she smokes a cigarette in a dilapidated house while melancholically looking into the distance. She is heavily bandaged, and her narration tells us that she woke up in a hospital 72 hours ago in Africa. And though she was on the verge of the breaking story of the century, Becca had lost her opportunity as well as her cameraman, Earl. She is currently self-lamenting. 72 hours ago, she was poised to be one of the greatest journalists of the next decade, but right now, she is headed for a downfall that will eventually lead to her brain being scattered on the ground. As soon as she hits rock bottom, she was sent back to London 24 hours after her recovery. Upon reaching London, she realised that the entire media fraternity had shunned her. Her ego had led to Earl's death, and there was no one willing to hear her side of the story. After all the evidence, all the tapes, the camera, Earl, they were all gone. But all is not lost, and it's the reason why Becca is in this haunting house. This is home to her friend Crab, who is a techno wizard who, along with his friends, likes to hack corporations on the weekends so that he can reveal all their dirty secrets to the world. This is when Crab calls her over. He has finished analysing the spearhead Becca, recovered from Gambia, and he tells her that the metal has been altered at a molecular level. It's lighter and harder than anything, and to find out more information about it, he has posted their findings on the internet. Someone is bound to know where the metal originates, but it'll take a few hours for them to find any substantial information. However, this is when seconds later his computer begins to get tons of notifications, and once both Becca and Crab take a look at the replies on their post, their eyes widen with shock. The patent for the metal is owned by Gideon Soon Lee's parent company, and we learn that he is the richest man on Earth. We then see Lee walking in his Zen garden while planning his next product launch, a disposable computer. He knows that the software and peripherals for this machine will make him trillions in the coming decade. As he walks, he stares at the blemishes on his hand, as his narration reveals to us that he feels himself dying each day at a rapid pace. But Lee also knows that the goal isn't to fight death. The goal is to bend it to your will. And this is contrasted by the huge tree currently giving him shade, which has been bent over the years to cover his Zen garden. This is when he is contacted by Dr. Kishiro, and he knows it's time for the next phase of their unscientific experiment. He orders Kishiro to call in Major Cabot for the observation as well. Lee then stares towards the stars and comments that for the past 700 years, the stars in the sky have been his only constant companions. They are the source that birthed his immortality, and now he looks towards them for home once again. When they reach the lab, Dr. Kishiro informs Cabot and Lee that the embryos of the two scientists have stopped metabolizing. Her analysis gives us another glimpse into xenomorph biology. Once a subject has been infected, the xenomorph offspring latch onto the host's tissue and vessels, which allows them to access the intercostal and bronchial arteries to feed. This connection, however, has now been dissolved, and Kishiro tells the two of them that the offspring is freely moving in the host's chest cavities. The offspring is entering a new stage of life, and after this revelation, both subjects begin convulsing violently. They bite down on their gags, and within the next minute, chest bursters are climbing out of their bodies. Cabot is worried that these creatures would escape, but Kishiro reassures him that the biohazard containment unit is lined with an alloy derived from the Predator ship, which is almost impenetrable. However, the word almost doesn't instill Cabot with much confidence. Lee, however, is only focused on his company's profits and the future. He doesn't care if these offspring aren't predators. They're a new alien species anyway, and he plans to use them to create byproducts that would further grow his empire on Earth. Cabot cuts Lee off and implores him to destroy the creatures before they mature because they don't know their capabilities. But Lee simply ignores Cabot's pleas, and that is because he can see the laser sights pointing down from the hallway, and this can mean only one thing. When Cabot realizes what Lee is staring at, he pulls both of them into cover as Dr. Kishiro and one of the other technicians get shot to death. Security tries to intervene with their guns drawn while pushing the innocent technicians behind find them, but they are picked off one by one with extreme precision. Cabot notices this altercation and eventually figures out that their attackers are only targeting people who are wielding some kind of weapon. As another two men lose their lives, Cabot finally screams for the last remaining guard to drop his gun, but by the time the message reaches him, it's already too late. As Cabot and Lee hide behind equipment while doing their best to stay quiet, we see that their attackers were the Yautja clan that picked up the distress signal sent out by their spaceship earlier. They survey the area, but quickly realize that the containment facility was compromised, which allowed the chest bursters to escape. After gathering their trophies and the clues they need, the clan leaves, and this is when Lee and Cabot emerge from the shadows. Lee orders Cabot to use the embryos as bait to hunt down the predators, and though Cabot doesn't like this proposition because it's too risky, Lee promises Cabot everything in the world in exchange for it. We then see Becca arriving in Tokyo by an economy flight directly from London. Naturally, she hated the experience, but she is here on a mission to investigate what happened in Gambia and how Gideon Soon Lee is connected to all of it. She now wears the spearhead around her neck like a necklace, and she has apparently sold off everything and has maxed out her credit cards to get here. Her only contact in Tokyo is Crab's online friend Lazarus, an internet sleuth just like him. Becca has come here looking for the truth, and she is determined not to go back empty-handed. This is when we see that the two chest bursters have matured, and they are currently infesting the sewers of Tokyo. Becca writes her journal in the present while telling us what has happened in the past few days. Her living conditions aren't exceptional. She can barely make time pass, and thus she journals and focuses on the mission every chance she gets. Becca tells us that the region around Lee's tower has become a hot zone, and in the past few days, many bodies have been recovered from the area. 15 people have been killed so far, and Becca knows it in her gut that these killings are connected to her case somehow. This is when we see that the two Xeno drones in the sewers have at least a dozen bodies stuck to the wall. They wait in anticipation while the 4 Yautja of the clan enter the sewers to hunt them. The two drones leap upon them instantly, and one of the Yautja is forced to pull his clan member out of harm's way after he stabs one of the drones in the head as it's on top of him. One drone is dead, and only one remains, and the tension between the warring species is palpable until it is finally cut in half by the swift swipe of a combistic that is quickly dodged by the target drone. The Xenomorph slashes his attacker in the stomach, but this gives the other Yautja enough time to stab it in the gut using his combistic. But this second drone seems to be tough. It smacks and sends its attacker flying into its brethren, and once at a safe distance, the Xenomorph pulls the combistic out of its body. He then runs away into the sewers, and we see the clan's leader order his men to continue the search. One of the predators stalks an eerie part of the sewer and tries to climb out of one of the manholes, only to be cut in half instantly by an approaching semi-truck. The clan surveys the area after losing one of their own. However, this is when Cabot and his men show up to fight them. The next thing you know, the entire sewer below a busy street of Tokyo is rocked by a huge explosion, which is officially termed a gas main explosion. But Becca's narration tells us that she knows better than to believe the media. Side note, it's never exclusively stated, but it can likely be assumed that one of the Yautja triggered the self-destruction sequence in light of a losing fight. This is because there were only 2 predators ambushed by Cabot's team, but if you remember, there were 4 of them initially when they attacked the drones. Becca, meanwhile, surveys the location of the explosion from the sidelines while introducing us to Secret Service agents from a covert wing of the Japanese government known as Unit K. She then tells us about Lazarus, how the man is interested in international and government secrets, which is why he refuses to meet Becca in person. She understands why that is so, which is why they use a pager to communicate with each other. Becca takes out her pager nonchalantly as once again, Lazarus contacts her today like usual, but the message he has sent today has Becca rattled to her core, and that's because the message reads, "Lazarus, meet me." We then see Major Cabot visiting Lee in his medical chamber while the latter is hooked up to life support and other experimental equipment. Their conversation reveals that Cabot's last tussle with the predators cost him 3 men, but Lee casually tells him to hire more because he is going to need them to hunt the remaining 2 predators. Lee reveals that he plans to join them on the next hunt, and though their conversation reveals that Cabot thinks less of himself because they never really killed one of them, Lee contradicts him by saying that fate provided them with what they were looking for anyway. He then orders Cabot to attend to a matter that Cabot doesn't see seem too keen on seeing through, but as we all know, he has very little say in this matter. The doctors then come in, and Cabot watches on in horror as the dead predator's internal tissues are fed into Lee's body. We then see Becca showing up for her meeting with Lazarus in a shady part of the town, when, suddenly, after a message on her pager, she is ambushed by Cabot from behind. She recognizes him. She saw his face under the mask in Africa before passing out. Becca tries to scream and create a commotion, but this is when Cabot points a gun at her back and drags her. As she is passing out, Cabot turns towards the police officer near them and tells him that she has simply had too much to drink. A few hours later, Becca wakes up in a comfortable bed, only to realize that she had been kidnapped by Gideon Soon Lee, who now towers over her as she comes back to consciousness. Becca is confused. She demands answers, and this is when Lee reveals that it was he who led her. He orchestrated all of this from the beginning because he is Lazarus. Over the next hour, Lee boasts and tells Becca all about himself and how he has been alive for the past 700 years and what keeps him alive. Naturally, Becca is too overwhelmed. She wants to freak out, wants to puke her guts out, but she isn't about to give Lee the pleasure of tormenting her. She walks through his gallery while observing various Yautja artifacts as their conversation reveals to us that Lee wants Becca to write his biography. He has been following her since the start of her career, and he wants her to tell the truth about him to the world. Becca still doesn't understand why she was chosen, and this is when Lee reveals that he orchestrated the events of Gambia as well. He ordered his men to kill her cameramen so she wouldn't have any evidence. He was the one who paid for their visas when no one else would. In short, Lee is the one responsible for destroying Becca's career as a journalist. Becca lashes out, blames him for Earl's death, blames him for all those who were killed, and for what? A test? So that he could see if she was fit to write his biography. Becca might be a lowlife, but she still has morals. Instead of reacting, Lee simply continues to stare at Becca because he knows her, and eventually, Becca does give in, because even if she denies it, this could be a golden opportunity for her. The only catch? She has to accompany him on the hunt. And so, 6 hours later, and against all her instincts, Becca is in the sewer, along with Lee, Cabot, and his men. A salaryman was taken by the Xenomorph, and just like the predators, Lee wanted to capture it, not for his own gain, but to use it as bait to lure the predators. Becca felt out of place. She didn't like the number of strings Lee could pull to make his dreams come true, and this is why she fell behind when most of the crew scouts are ahead. Cabot and Becca begin discussing Africa, and it doesn't take long for Becca to blame Cabot for Earl's death. But this is when Cabot lashes out. He knows what he is. He is a paid killer, and he isn't responsible for Earl's death. Becca is because she forced him to be in the middle of the battlefield for exclusive footage in the first place. This is when Lee tells them to shut up because they have found the body. Up ahead, the salaryman's dead body has been suspended from the ceiling, and it doesn't take long for the group to figure out that the predators are likely using this as bait to lure the Xenomorph. Lee orders his men to spread out, but this is when the predators begin their assault and catch them off guard. They all take cover as plasma casters all over miss them by a fraction of a second. Cabot realizes that their specialized suits aren't working, and why would they? They are only designed to hide them in the infrared spectrum, and little does Lee know that Yautja have the ability to witness their surroundings in a variety of visual spectrums. Cabot knows how to counteract this, and so he triggers the fire sprinklers to douse all their surroundings in water. The next thing you know, the predators are now visible to all of them. However, this doesn't prevent one of them from taking another life. As the predator chokes his team member to death, Lee casually walks out of the shadows and demands a one-on-one battle with the predator. Lee calls the Yautja in question dragon, and surprisingly, the Yautja removes his helmet and responds to Lee by repeating the name. Cabot and Becca decide it's best to leave because Lee is suicidal. However, this is when they are ambushed by the second predator, who stabs Cabot through the torso using his combistic. Before dying, he orders Becca to run away, and once the predator looks up from his kill, Becca is nowhere to be seen. The confrontation between the Yautja, we will now call Dragon and Lee, continues. Lee plans on fighting dirty and betraying the Yautja code in order to win this battle. And so, while Dragon is distracted, Lee triggers his hidden replica of the Yautja plasma caster and catches Dragon directly in the face. This is contrasted by the other Yautja holding Becca up by the face as he gets ready to kill her using his plasma caster, when suddenly the Xenomorph drone shows up and leaps on top of him. Lee, meanwhile, thinks that he has finished the job, and he is hungrily eyeing the unconscious Yautja's heart. But this is when he wakes up up and thrusts his hand directly into Lee's torso. Seconds later, he has pulled out Lee's heart, and as Lee continues to antagonize him, Dragon mercilessly rips the heart out of Lee's chest. The other Yautja, meanwhile, tries to leap on top of the drone to finish it off, but the Xenomorph instead uses its tail to slice off the Yautja's right forearm. The Xeno then leaps on top of him and kills him by thrusting his inner jaw directly through his head. The drone then turns its attention towards Becca, and this is when she panics and backs herself into a wall. She squirms and begs for her life as the drone slowly stalks her, but this is when Becca feels something near her. It's Cabot's gun. Becca instantly grabs it, and as the Xenomorph is on top of her, she aims the gun directly under its throat and pulls the trigger. The next second, the drone's brains are splattered on the ceiling, and Becca is nursing her left arm, which burns because of the acid. She watches as Dragon holds Lee's skull in his hand as a trophy, only for it to disintegrate into dust seconds later. Dragon then looks towards Becca, but she has already passed out. A few weeks later, we catch up with Becca as she tells us that she woke up a week later in the hospital after the incident in the sewer. Someone or something had carried her to the surface before she bled to death, and she would like to believe that it was Dragon. As soon as she woke up, she was visited daily by an agent from Unit K who probed her for answers every day, but Becca gave him nothing. She also tells us that all of Lee's assets were seized by the government, and they are denying every mention of alien artifacts or alien ships. Thankfully for Becca, she was still paid by Lee's estate for the biography when she returned, $1 million, money that she split with Earl's family. But Becca, this has just begun for her, the world of aliens, and the Yautja has just opened to her, and she isn't about to give up on it yet. She continues her investigations along with Crab and his other friends. To her, this is the story of a lifetime, and it's only hers for telling. Aliens vs. Predator Old Secrets, 1999. Old Secrets is a short story that follows Elena from the town of Brodilovo, Bulgaria. Elena left the village and the church behind to work in the Bulgarian Academy of Science 6 years ago. However, a recent unusual discovery has brought her back to her hometown. The doctors have unearthed the body of a Yautja from a hill near the old church, and neither Elena nor the doctors know anything about this species. The Yautja's chest cavity has burst open from the inside, and to us it is clear that he was infected. But Elena is at a loss for ideas, so she decides to visit Dobre, the local priest, her old teacher, and someone she used to regularly butt heads with when it came to religion and science. Dobre welcomes Elena home with the same warmth he showed her when she was a child, and then shows her the grave from where the Yautja body was discovered. Dobre playfully antagonizes Elena and then leads her back into the church because he believes that he might have some answers for her. This is the church of St. George, nearly 700 years old, and the text that Dobre is currently handling is as old as the church itself. Elena interrupts the father and tells him that she is here for a scientific analysis and not a religious perspective, and this makes Dobre bite his tongue. He then tells her St. George's story while showing her the painted pictures of the incident in his religious text. St. George arrived in the village 700 years ago, hoping to convert everyone to Christianity, but little did he know that the village held a dark secret. There lived a dragon in the nearby forest, a dragon that had been terrorizing the village for generations. At first, the villagers satiated it by feeding it sheep and then humans, but when one day even that failed to work, the dragon demanded the sacrifice of the king's only daughter. As St. George was being told this tale, a big ball of fire streaked through the sky, and when it landed on the top of the hill, the dragon revealed himself. He was there to take the princess. St. George decided to fight the beast instead, and the battle raged for almost a day until eventually St. George managed to drive his spear directly through the creature's chest. The village was saved, and this church was erected where the beast was slain. Elena smiles. She liked the story. It had been years since she last heard it, and though she knows most legends are based on reality, the legend of St. George is too fantastical for her to make anything of it. In her opinion, the evil in the world is tangible and real, not metaphorical or symbolized like their folk tales. To Elena, this discovery is significant. This could be a new species, the missing link, and she doesn't plan on wasting time time on folk tales to find the truth. Dobre doesn't argue with her, he simply wishes her well as she leaves the church. However, once she is gone, Dobre's narration reveals to us that the Order of St. George still survives, and he is a part of it. They know that monsters exist. They knew that 700 years ago, but the world wasn't ready for the truth back then, and nor is it now. Dobre then walks down a pair of stairs leading deep below the church, until he eventually reaches a huge cavern with a crashed Yautja seeding ship. He opens the door, and it is revealed that inside are at least a dozen facehugger eggs still dormant, ready to be put to use. As Dobre gets closer, we see one of the eggs flaps open, but what happens next has been left to our imagination. Aliens vs. Predator, The Web, 1999. The Web is a story that departs from traditional art style used in comics to date and opts for a black and white look, which, in my opinion, is a great breath of fresh air. So without ado, let's get started. We see a map charted across space in an intricate gallery full of old royal architecture and furniture. The narration of a mysterious person tells us that he imagines himself sitting here in his chambers like a spider, while weaving his net across the visible universe, seeding it with bait, hoping to capture a prey that satiates his desire for revenge. However, sometimes his web manages to catch something else instead, like the time you end up catching minnows when you're actually fishing for sharks. This is when he gets an alert on his sensors, which informs him that a craft of an unknown origin is in the near vicinity. And after this, we head to the craft in question, whose crew has just been woken up from hypersleep. However, there's a problem. All of the ship's sensors have been fried, and the navigational computer is not working. They don't know where they are, nor do they have an idea of the nearest navigation marker. They could have been adrift in space while they slept, and there's no way of knowing how far they are from known commercial lanes. This is when one of the crew members, Icart, antagonizes Captain Rebek for not regularly paying for the ship's maintenance because everyone knows he likes to skim off the budget. The two instantly get in each other's faces and are about to fight when one of the crew members, Cord, intervenes and calms them down. And just as the tensions die, their communications officer informs them that they have just picked up a distress signal from a nearby planet. Rebek orders his men to head to the concerned planet, and when the others doubt his decision, he says that they aren't going to save anyone but themselves. The distress beacon's computer can help them repair their own, which will allow them to get back on their path. Everyone gets behind him while failing to notice his selfish decision. Where they land is the planet Ryushi, and after the carnage in Prosperity Falls a few decades ago, they now find the crashed orbital factory overgrown by the local flora and fauna. Everyone is in awe of this site because the first salvage from this factory could earn them millions. However, this is when one of them begins to pick up hundreds of moving targets on the scanner, and the very next second, Jude is attacked by a Xenomorph. She is killed instantly while the others fire their guns at it, only to realize that this was a scout and the Horde is now beelining for them. Rebek orders everyone to get into the orbital factory, and after much effort, Icart finally manages to get one of the doors open. Cord, Rebek and Icart manage to get inside. However, Penza is overwhelmed by the Xenomorphs. Icart doesn't waste much time abandoning her former crew member, and we learn that she might be as selfish as Rebek. As they continue to explore the orbital factory, they notice light coming from a hallway, and when they enter it, they find the entire facility decorated in gaudy royal interior from floor to ceiling. The three of them are clearly in awe of their surroundings, but something about this unsettles each of them. They continue gawking until a voice over the radio finally breaks their trance. The voice is soothing, yet laced with anticipation. It unnerves each of them, but they have no choice but to listen to what it has to say. The voice leads them deeper into the facility, while assuring them that the Xenomorphs can't follow them here because the entire facility has been laced with queen pheromones. And when they reach their destination, they finally encounter the owner of the mysterious voice, Robert Sheldon, the multi-billionaire industrialist who now seems to be living in a metallic spider which also acts as his life support. The three of them carelessly comment on his current appearance, and he incredulously appears in front of them in his holographic avatar, which he used to use for his most public appearances. He then tells the three of them his origin story, how his family moved to Ryushi to start a new life, until they were all eventually murdered by the Yautja when he was a kid. As you might notice, this is Bobby Sheldon, the same Bobby Sheldon who was the only survivor of the Sheldon wrench much after the Yautja attacked and killed his family while Machiko was still in charge of Prosperity Wells. He was the kid who crashed near the medbay when they had recovered Broken Tusk's body, and he was the one who had confirmed to everyone that the Yautja were the ones who murdered his family. Ever since that event, Robert has dedicated his life to exacting revenge on the species that murdered his parents, and even in this state, he is doing exactly that. However, before Robert can say more, he gets an alert that a Yautja ship is entering the atmosphere, and Robert welcomes them while laughing like a maniac. By now, Icart, Cord and Rebek have figured out that this man is insane, which is why they are now on their toes. The Yautja land and begin slaughtering the Xenomorph drones, but Robert nonchalantly tells his guests that this is just foreplay. His monologue then reveals that he first tried to hire mercenaries to hunt down the Yautja, but that never worked. Only when he was paralyzed and forced into this state did he come up with the most audacious scheme. He reveals that he has converted Ryushi into a trap for the Yautja. He lures them here by broadcasting Xenomorph cries over the distress signal. Once the Yautja are here, he detonates a controlled neutron device, which effectively acts as a tactical nuke and wipes out both the Yautja and the drones. But that doesn't matter to Robert because he has a queen in his possession, and within the next 6 months after the blast, he can deploy another Xenomorph brood. This complex is shielded from radiation, while the flora of the planet naturally absorbs radiation like a sponge. This is when Rebek decides to leave with his crew. However, Robert has no plans of letting them go. He can't risk them exposing his entire operation. And this is when smaller drones emerge from the facility that use human brains as their neural processors. It becomes clear to the three of them what their fate is going to be if they stay here. And so, Cord opens fire and urges the other two to start running. As they run through the corridors, they keep shooting down drone after drone, but Robert is unfazed. He knows that the three of them will be of use to him one way or the other. Rebek, Cord and Icart decide to get back on the ship and leave, even if they don't have navigation. At least this way, they will still get to live for longer. When they are about to exit, Cord is harpooned through the chest by one of the drones and dragged away. He orders Icart to continue with her escape, but for the first time since all of this started, Icart feels remorse. Rebek, however, is as selfish as ever. In his book, Cord would have done the same, so he urges Icart to keep running. After all, it's a dog-eat-dog world. When they exit the orbital factory, the battle between the Yautja and the Xenomorphs is in full swing, which allows Icart and Rebek to easily escape unnoticed. They board their vessel and try to leave the planet by giving the ship every ounce of power at their disposal. But before they can exit the atmosphere, Robert detonates his nuke, and the ship is caught and destroyed in the blast. Icart and Rebek look helplessly at each other in their dying moments, knowing too well that they couldn't have done anything. After the carnage, Robert tells us that he knows he has become a monster in order to hunt down the monsters of his childhood. He has become sly, callous, and duplicitous. He used to think he did all of this for revenge, but now he knows he does it for pleasure. He is home. He is a predator amongst predators. Robert's revelation is contrasted by the helpless alien queen confined to her breeding quarters, being used as a machine to produce hordes of xenomorphs over and over again. Aliens vs. Predator, Deadliest of the Species, 1993-95. Issue number 1, Time of the Preacher. This story follows Karen Delacroix in the distant future, a time when the Earth has been overrun by the Xenomorphs, which is why the rich have taken to the skies to spend their lives. They stay aboard huge Monarch-class heavy lifters, huge ships that carry cities on their backs. This time has also resulted in the creation of trophies, genetically engineered and enhanced females that are often taken as trophy wives by the rich and wealthy. Karen Delacroix is one such trophy, and she belongs to Lucien Delacroix, the current CFO of Montcalm Delacroix SCA. But right now, Karen is recounting one of her first nightmares that haunts her now on a daily basis. Karen starts by envisioning herself outside the Skyliner. It's raining heavily as she ascends its steps, but for some reason, no one notices her. She is wet, her makeup is messed up, but the life inside the Skyliner carries on without a hitch. Everyone fails to notice her, even when she she puts her face against the glass or when she screams for help. She tells us how once Earth was teeming with life until the aliens attacked, billions were killed, but the humans managed to triumph nonetheless, albeit at the cost of abandoning their own planet's surface. Karen soon loses hope. No one is letting her into the Skyliner, and this is when an unknown force begins to beat her out of nowhere. It smacks Karen across the face, and she can taste her own blood. The force hits her again, and this time, Karen knows no one is coming to help her. She knows she needs to find a door, any door, to get away from here. And so Karen finally manages to find a door that leads to the ballroom. She feels safe now. She knows the security will take care of the person assaulting her or eventually nail them down once she has reported the incident. She calls out to her husband Lucien, but the band is playing loudly, and so Karen is forced to look for him on her own. However, she gets the shock of her life when she notices Lucien dancing with someone and that someone isn't his new trophy. It's Karen herself. This is when the window behind them bursts into a million pieces and Karen screams, "The creature! It has followed me. Lucien, your head." Somehow, Karen knows she is being followed by a creature. Somehow, she knows that she is being hunted, but there is something weird about this vision. Lucien has been decapitated, yes, but there is no blood. In fact, his head looks like that of a mannequin. The entire room panics, and Karen instantly finds herself lost in the sea of people, and in this moment, she feels like she is out of her body. She simply stares at the screaming people around her, watches the terror unfold, but when she lays her eyes on Lucien's head again, she is brought back to reality. This is when she envisions herself being seen through an infrared filter, and this is when Karen knows she is being hunted. She bolts in the opposite direction, but she is tackled by the mannequin version of her, the one that was dancing with mannequin Lucien. She falls through the floor and loses consciousness when she hits the ground below. When she comes back, her appearance has changed. Her skin is brown, her hair is black, and her body and face are different as well. But this isn't the priority right now. Karen knows her assailant won't stop until one of them is killed, and so she desperately begins to crawl away, only to realize that she is tripping over her own feet. Her skin is stuck to the floor, and this is when Karen begins to weep. She cries and wails, but eventually starts crawling once again. She knows she wants to give up, but something inside her won't let her stop. She isn't able to get very far when she crawls, and she can hear her assailant closing in on her. And so, out of desperation, Karen starts by peeling the skin off her hands. She then crawls some more, and minutes later pulls the skin off of her feet as if removing a long pair of socks. The idea of finding a whole other body underneath her skin scares Karen, but there is no stopping now. At least, she can't see her own face. She drives her nails underneath the skin on her neck and then pulls off her face with one swift motion. But Karen doesn't cry when she stares at her own skin. She is too far gone for that. And unlike the story of the ugly duckling turning into a swan, Karen has done the reverse. She lies on the ground, motionless, waiting for her end, when suddenly her mysterious killer shows up, a Yautja, and when it sees Karen, it says Ashparnal, and then pulls out its wrist blades. Karen screams, and this is when we switch back to the present. Karen is blonde and fair-skinned, and turns out she was recounting her recurring nightmare for Dr. Johannes. She is currently in a private room while Dr. Johannes discusses her condition with her stepson, Willem Delacroix, and his trophy, Shari. Willem is indifferent to Karen's plight. She is a trophy after all. They are designed perfectly. They aren't designed to have nightmares, depression, or to experience emotions like sadness. In fact, it is her contract as a trophy that offers a guarantee that no such things would ever occur in the future. Yet here they are. Dr. Johannes, however, has a different view. No matter how genetically engineered, trophies are still sentient beings to him, which means they can experience all that is there to experience. However, Karen having nightmares is the first case of a trophy experiencing what it shouldn't in his knowledge. Despite Willem's cold exterior and rude demeanour, he seems genuinely scared for Karen. He has some vested interest in her, and he wants the doctor to be sure that she is perfectly fine. Dr. Johannes avoids giving him a clear answer, and instead says that he will send a detailed report to Lucien, Willem's father and Karen's husband. Willem and Shari take their leave, and Willem catches up with Karen on the balcony. The two seem to share a casual conversation, which seems odd considering their relationship. Willem tells her that Dr. Johannes did not elaborate on his diagnosis, which confirms to Karen that something is indeed wrong with her. This is when Willem, in a moment of vulnerability, confesses to her that he had once hated her once his father replaced his mother with Karen. This is when he gets close to her and holds her face, but Karen refuses his advances. She knows this is wrong, considering their relationship, even though being a trophy should prevent her and make her immune to such morals. Willem quickly backs off, apologizes, and blames Karen's beauty for making him stray off his path. Karen reminds him that he still has Shari, and this is when we see that Shari has witnessed the entire conversation, and she takes off running when Willem spots her. Willem sends his bodyguard, Mitchell, after her and tells him to buy Shari something expensive that would make her happy again. It's clear that Willem cares very little about his trophy, but for some reason he is deeply invested in Karen. Karen states that Willem hurt Shari, but he nonchalantly says that Shari is a trophy. She can't be hurt, and this is when Karen retorts and says, "I'm a trophy too, Willem. Who knows? Maybe what's wrong with me is finally catching on." As Mitchell chases Shari through the ship, he barrels his way through a couple, and this is when we are introduced to Maria and Tommy, two individuals who have managed to board the Skyliner illegally. When Mitchell catches up to Shari, he calmly tells her to come along as Shari claims that life is unfair. There's tension between the two because Mitchell simply sighs and tells Shari this is how life is. She is a trophy and he is a bodyguard. They do as they are told, and that's the end of it. Maria and Tommy's conversation reveals that Tommy isn't happy being on the Skyliner. This is too risky, and if they get caught, they will be charged with a major league felony. Maria asks Tommy to relax because she knows that he trusts her skills to lead them here, and Tommy can't debate with her anymore. Maria is the best, and Tommy knows that. This is when we see Dr. Johannes briefing Lucien Delacroix, and his first advice to the business mogul is to simply get a new trophy. It's the most expeditious resolution to his current problem, but for some reason, Lucien doesn't want to give up on Karen. He wants Dr. Johannes to fix her, make her like she used to be before. The good doctor tries to warn Lucien that this could have unforeseen consequences because no trophy before has exhibited these symptoms. But Lucien isn't to be swayed. He wants his wife happy, and the way she was, anything else is unacceptable to him. The call is cut, and Dr. Johannes aimlessly wonders to himself why being happy and being in Lucien's life is mutually exclusive. This is when he says someone utters the words Ashparnal behind him, and it is revealed that the Yautja from Karen's dreams is here. Seconds later, the Yautja kills the doctor, and his blood splashes on Karen's photo on the screen, which the Yautja continues to stare at. Maria and Tommy continue their conversation, and though Tommy has calmed down, Maria has now begun second-guessing herself. The Skyliner scares her. The idea of a city falling out of the sky if something goes wrong is one of her worst nightmares. Tommy assures her that she is overthinking and then helps her find out what's really troubling her. This is when their conversation implies that they likely followed a Yautja ship to the Skyliner. Every window, every malfunction used by the Yautja ship to reach the Skyliner unnoticed was also used by Maria. However, what scares her is the fact that she was only able to catch onto the ship's signal twice, which should be impossible. Even the rich don't have this kind of cloaking ability. The fact that this cloaking technology might be used by the crew of the ship they were following is what scares Maria the most. And considering all the possibilities at hand, Maria knows that the ship was hostile. Tommy distracts Maria by telling her that they need to trust their instincts. They haven't failed the two of them in the past, and nor will they now. The two of them kiss, and this is when we see Karen entering a facility called Structures, where she is greeted by the Skyliner's AI called Toy. Turns out, Structures is a facility that allows trophies to change their appearance, body, and gender to ensure that they are still appealing to their partners. And today, Karen is here to change her appearance. She doesn't know what she wants, and so Toy leads her to a private room to show her some templates. Shari is in Structures too, and unlike Karen, she knows exactly what she wants. She wants to look just like Karen because Shari is desperate to be Willem's object of desire once again. In the private room, Karen opens up to Toy, tells him about her nightmares and questions her sanity. She questions what is happening to her, and Toy does his best to subtly assure her that having nightmares is not a bad thing, but Karen sadly doesn't pick up on it. She is then completely distracted by one of the template faces shown by Toy, and she orders him to go back to it. It was supposedly the 318th face in the catalogue, but after scouring all of it again and again. Karen can't find it. This is when Toy clearly gaslights her into believing that she never saw the face, and Karen sadly ends up believing him. Karen begins to spiral once again, and Toy assures her that she can leave her nightmares and problems of the old life behind once she wears this new skin of hers. That night, as Karen and Shari are led to the entertainment center by Mitchell, we see that Karen has changed her appearance to the same look from her dreams: brown skin, black hair, and taller than before. Shari complains that the lobby is cold, and this is when Karen notices that one of the windows is open. This should be impossible. The alarms should have sounded as soon as the window was tampered with, yet an open window was here with no alarms within earshot. Before you know it, a targeting laser shows up on Karen's forehead, and Mitchell instantly pushes her into Shari and pulls out his gun. Mitchell is good, in fact, one of the best, ex-Marine outfitted with bionic enhancements to fulfill his duties. Yet, he is no match for whatever is attacking them. He is quickly disarmed, and just before the Yautja's plasma caster hits him in the head, Karen steps in and perfectly throws a table in the attacker's direction. How did she do this? Trophies are never built for strenuous activities, yet that was a perfect shot. But she has no time to wonder this, because Mitchell quickly closes the distance and begins fighting their assailant hand to hand while ordering the women to get out of there. Mitchell is flung into a window by the Yautja, and this is when he pulls out his knife. Mitchell goes in for the kill, and this is when Shari decides to sprint away from the lobby. However, this is when the Yautja dodges Mitchell's attack, pulls out its wrist blades, and slices his right hand clean off. It then grabs Mitchell's hand, which is still gripping the knife, and flings it at Shari. Shari is stabbed in the back, and it doesn't take long for her to pass away. In his dying moments, Mitchell begs Karen to run away because he doesn't want his sacrifice to be in vain. Shari is stabbed in the back, and it doesn't take long for her to pass away. In his dying moments, Mitchell begs Karen to run away because he doesn't want his sacrifice to be in vain. Karen takes a moment to mourn Shari before running away. However, this was a mistake, because Mitchell is killed instantly, and when Karen turns around and looks at her attacker, she knows it's now her turn to be hunted. On the other side of the ship, Maria and Tommy are arrested by the ship's security while they are making love. Neither Tommy nor Maria like the implications of this revelation, because it tells them that the security had been keeping an eye on them this entire time. They reluctantly comply and go with them, and upon seeing the atmosphere, both Tommy and Maria realize that this is bigger than the two of them showing up at the Skyliner uninvited. They are taken to the crime scene, and we learn that the Yautja took Mitchell's skull and spine as a trophy, as well as Shari's skin. This is when Willem Delacroix introduces himself to them, and despite Tommy's warnings, Maria is as loud-mouthed as ever. Willem and Maria butt heads instantly, and while he is awfully rude, Maria's instincts tell her that there is something far worse about Willem. As they continue to talk, Willem briefs them on the incident and reveals that the two of them have been brought in because of Tommy's anonymous report to the security. He tipped them about the ghost contact they had on their flight here, and turns out this ghost of theirs has now murdered 3 people: Mitchell, Shari, and Dr. Johannes. Maria and Tommy try to act coy, but Willem knows that they know more than they are letting on. What puzzles him is the fact that they have found 3 bodies, but they have never found Karen's body, which means she has been abducted by the creature. This is when Maria comments that Karen is likely better off being dead, and this is when we see an unconscious Karen coming back to her senses in the middle of a rainforest on Earth. She has been tied to a tree, and when she wakes up, she hears the Yautja calling out to her by the name Ash Parnal. The Yautja looks menacing, especially with Mitchell's skull on its waist and Shari's skin hanging from its combi stick. Aliens vs. Predator, Deadliest of the Species, 1993-95, issue number 2, The Hunt. And so, when Karen wakes up, she finds her hands tied and herself being stalked by the monster from her dreams. Only this time, the hunt is real, so is the blood, and so is the surface of Earth around her. The Yautja leads Karen through the woods, and while she is afraid of the Xenomorphs on the surface, the monster from her dreams seems unfazed by them. It keeps saying the name Ash Parnal carnal again and again, but Karen doesn't know how to respond to it. Not the right response, at least. She begins to hate it on the surface. Her gown is torn, it's covered in blood, and the atmosphere is hot and humid. She wants to go home. No, she needs to go home. Every instinct of hers tells her that this is wrong. The fact that the Yautja is carrying Mitchell's skull and Shari's skin as a trophy isn't helping it either. Somehow, Karen manages to fall asleep in the middle of the day, but her dreams are horrid nightmares, visions of what happened after Mitchell and Shari's death, the sound of Mitchell's skull and spine being ripped out, the feeling of Shari's warm skin before it was taken away from her body. Karen begins to scream in her sleep, and this annoys the Yautja. It holds Karen up by the throat, inches away from death, and this is when Karen breaks and gives in. She doesn't want to die, and she is willing to do anything for it. But it seems the Yautja has made up its mind. Its plasma caster swings out of its shoulder, but instead of shooting Karen, it analyzes her face against Mitchell's skull. Karen learns that her monster is looking for something. What? Well, she will have to find that out herself. Right now, the only thing on her mind is the fact that she doesn't want her to die, and when her monster drops her to the ground and leaves her alone. For some reason, Karen is disappointed to learn that her wish has been granted, and though she is sleepy, her mind, on the other hand, is racing at breakneck speeds. This is when we get the name of the Delacroix Skyliner for the first time, Liberté, and right now, in the interrogation room, Willem is grilling Maria and Tommy, along with the chief of security, Gisande Salazar. The two of them intimidate Tommy and Maria, but to them, it is clear that unless they help the Delacroix family, they will be going to jail for a very long time. Gisande takes them through the surveillance video of the attack and shows them that the attacker was cloaked just like the anonymous report that was filed by them, which is why they can't determine Karen's fate. Tommy tries to retaliate by saying that it was Gisande's measures that failed them. After all, they all should have been notified as soon as one of the windows was open or when the second one broke. This is when Mr. Robeson naively chimes in and reveals sensitive information to Tommy and Maria. For some reason, the primary security mainframe was compromised during the attack, and even the backups refused to work. It took them a lot of time to get everything back up and running again. Gisande is clearly pissed about this interruption, and she reprimands Robeson instantly. Gisande then takes control of the situation once again, and she threatens to throw the two of them in solitary if they don't comply with their demands and tell them all they know. If they continue to be a hindrance, Gisande promises to have them tortured. Tommy and Maria quickly tense up, and so do the guards around them. They all know that tensions have escalated and things could delve into chaos at any second, but this is when they are interrupted by the arrival of Lucien Delacroix, and everyone, including Gisande and Willem, is surprised. Lucien takes control of the situation as soon as he enters the room, and his conversation with Gisande and Willem reveals that the two of them were hoping to take care of this interrogation themselves. Gisande does her best to make Lucien go away by promising to recover Karen ASAP, while Willem opts for a more open approach by angrily telling his father over and over again that he has this handled. It is only Gisande who understands that they no longer control the situation, so she quietly leads Willem away. Once Lucien is alone with Maria and Tommy, he summons Toy, who reveals that they now know everything about them. They are Major Tom Shiro and Colonel Maria de Medici, long-range commandos from the Strike Force Rangers, and are among the ultimate hazard personnel of the forces. By law, they are prohibited from boarding Skyliners, which means they will be banished to a remote planet for the rest of their lives if they are ever found out. This is clearly a subtle threat from Toy, but this is when Lucien acts as the good guy and offers them all his resources if they promise to rescue Karen. Tommy and Maria naturally accept the offer, but before leaving, they ensure to inform Lucien that it is more than likely that his trophy is dead. That night, Karen once again wakes up from her slumber to discover that her monster is nowhere to be seen. However, it did light a fire to keep her warm, but lodged into the dirt beside the fire is its combi stick, which still has Mitchell's skull and Shari's skin on it. This emboldens Karen's resolve. She assumes that the creature thinks that she is going to simply roll over and die, and so Karen decides to look around. She soon finds clothes and gear from the USMC and assumes that the soldiers were likely murdered by her monster. She picks up the pulse rifle and quickly jumps into action, as if her body already knows what she's supposed to do. She throws the combi stick and the trophies into the fire to give Mitchell and Shari a better send-off and walks away. As she does, the Yautja decloaks and reveals that it had been observing everything all this time. It has also picked up on the words Karen said before destroying its trophies. "Just one more thing before I go." Karen walks through the jungle like a ghost without making a sound. She knows that the weapon she carries is a USMC issue pulse rifle. It has a full clip of 10mm ammo, and she has spare clips at her disposal as well. It puzzles Karen how she has all this information, and as she continues to travel through the jungle with exceptional prowess, she comes to the conclusion that this is one of Toy's virtual reality simulations designed to help her overcome her nightmares. It would explain the dormant skills Karen is showing out of the blue, and it would also explain why her monster hasn't murdered her yet, just like her nightmares. This is a rough simulation for Karen, and she knows she should be angry, but for some reason she is relieved, because at the end of the day this is just a game. And so, believing this to be a simulation, Karen gives up her inhibitions and starts acting upon her new instincts. She begins swinging from tree to tree. However, this is when she lets her guard down and the Yautja cuts off her vine using the smart stick. Karen scolds herself for being so careless, catches onto another vine and swings away while firing her rifle in an arc. She knows this wouldn't hit her monster, but it will force it to duck, which will give Karen enough time to once again blend into the jungle. She lands on the ground, leaps across a waterfall, and then continues escaping while bolting in a zigzag pattern. When she turns around, she spots a shimmer among the trees that shouldn't be there, and so instead of bullets this time, she fires grenades in its vicinity to destroy the trees so that her monster can no longer use the tree line to its advantage. This was a good idea until it triggered a chain reaction that led to the nearest tree toppling on top of her. Karen has no choice but to leap away, and she ends up falling into the water below, near the waterfall. Unfortunately for her, it's exceptionally cold and full of jellyfish, and by the time she pulls herself out of it, she has been stung by the jellyfish at least a couple of dozen times. And though adrenaline carries her over to the rocks nearby, she soon succumbs to the pain and lies there motionless. She can hear the predator approaching the top of the cliff, but instead of leaping down, it simply screams loudly into the air. The Yautja looks down into the water, and we see that it is unable to spot Karen on the rocks. Once it leaves, Karen puts 2 and 2 together and figures out that the predator sees its prey using body heat. The water likely lowered her body temperature cold enough to allow her to blend in with the rocks, and so when Karen has recovered, she weighs her options. Going back into the trees will likely get her spotted sooner or later, and walking along the coastline is a death sentence. And so, the only unexpected way out of the situation is by climbing back up the waterfall. Karen slowly begins climbing, and as she does, she learns more about herself. She learns that she is hungry for revenge, and it is revenge that is driving her. This doesn't help her that much. However, it just replaces the old mysteries of her life with new ones. However, she continues, and a major part of her not caring about herself comes from the fact that she still believes that this is a virtual reality simulation. However, this is when something unexpected happens. She looks in the water and spots the face of the woman who has been haunting her nightmares for as long as she can remember. She then hears the words Ash Parnell again and realizes that the predator is here. At first, it uses the original voice it heard the name in. The next time it uses Shari's voice to say the name, and the third time it says the name Karen Delacroix in Dr. Johannes's voice. This terrifies Karen, who barely manages to hide behind a rock. The fact that this creature is a mimic as well is horrific for Karen. She wonders why Toy would craft such a brutal virtual reality experience. Nonetheless, she continues carrying on and soon spots a cave near her. It has moonlight coming out of it, and so she hopes that there will be an exit inside. However, to her horror, the cave is home to a xenomorph nest, and what's worse is that there's a kid named Antonio trapped in the nest walls. What Karen fails to notice is the dead facehugger body near his feet before freeing him. Karen instantly begins caring for Antonio and escapes the nest with him without any consequences. She figures that the xenomorphs are likely out hunting as it is currently night, and she hopes that she can take Antonio far from the next before they return. Their conversation also reveals that there are still human colonies on Earth, people who couldn't afford the Skyliner, and they regularly battle for survival against the xenomorphs. However, However, this is when Antonio says that he is having trouble breathing, and Karen realizes that he is infected because this is one of the late symptoms of it. This is when the predator shows up and confronts her, and at first, Karen isn't scared of it, but moments later, both of them are distracted by the arrival of xenomorphs near them. Karen uses her body to protect Antonio while wondering how she's going to get out of this situation, but she realizes that she doesn't need to do anything when the Yautja begins to fight. It dismembers and kills Xenomorph after Xenomorph using the smart disc, and when one of them tries to ambush Karen, she too first shoots off its limbs and then shoots it in the chest. How did Karen know that this was the standard procedure? This is another question in her long list of mysteries. However, in this moment of clarity, she remembers the name Big Mama, and somehow Karen knows this is what she used to call her monster, and we learn that this is a female Yautja. Big Mama continues fighting the xenomorphs and takes them out one by one. This is when Antonio pulls Karen aside and questions her. She had a clear shot, yet she didn't shoot the monster. Why? Karen has no answer for the question, and so she simply urges Antonio to run away, and he doesn't question her twice. This is when Big Mama smacks Karen across the face and stabs Antonio in the chest with her comb stick. This is when the chest burster sprouts out of Antonio's chest, and Big Mama quickly decapitates him. However, even though the right decision was made, Antonio's death fills Karen with rage. She catches Big Mama off guard, punches, and then kicks her in the face, which sends her tumbling off the cliff and into the same water as Karen before. The jellyfish venom seems to sting Big Mama far more than Karen, and she howls in pain once she emerges from the water. Karen aims at Big Mama's head, who, confusingly, once again utters the name Ash in disbelief. Karen decides to pull the trigger. However, this is when their confrontation is interrupted by an orbital assault vehicle from the Liberté. Karen's priorities quickly shift when she realizes that they are shooting at her predator, and she instantly jumps into the water below to save it. Tommy and Maria are in the OAV, and they are baffled by Karen's actions, and to her disbelief, Karen is surprised as well. She tries to find Big Mama, but by the time she spots her, it's already too late. Big Mama has gotten a hold of her pulse rifle, and though Karen tries to fight her, Big Mama smacks her away and then starts firing the rifle at the OAV while screaming the name Ash Parnell over and over again. Before you know it, they are hit with a stun grenade, and before Karen passes out, she notices Tommy and Maria towering over her. Hours later, on the Skyliner Liberté, Karen is accompanying Lucien to a company event as though nothing happened, as though Big Mama is just a distant memory. As she walks through the crowd, men can't help but be wooed. Some can't help but be jealous, while Gisande and Willem look on with disdain. Karen seems to recognize Tommy and Maria, but she doesn't know their names, and this is when we learn that part of her recent memory has also been overwritten. The dinner is going as planned, Lucien's speech is liked by everyone, but when the cloche is lifted off the main course, Big Mama's head is revealed underneath it. Karen is horrified by this revelation, and even more so when Big Mama bursts through the table and begins attacking everyone in sight. Big Mama beelines for Karen, and though Maria tries to save her, Big Mama kills her using the plasma caster. An enraged Tommy attacks Big Mama over and over again, but he is no match for her. He quickly manages to escape while Big Mama screams the name Ash Parnell over and over again. He finds Karen and tells her to escape because the predator is after her. However, this is when Big Mama comes from behind and stabs them both with her combs. Instead of dying, Karen watches herself leave her body. Just like the skin she left behind in her original dream, she now has the face and body of the woman that haunts her dreams. And as Big Mama holds her up by the throat, Karen screams, "Who am I supposed to be?" This is where her dream cuts off, and Karen finds herself lying on the couch smoking cigarette after cigarette to pass the night. In this dream, Karen has her previous skin, the one where she had blonde hair, and we see Lucien come out of the bedroom to convince her to come back to bed with him. Karen can't sleep, and naturally, Lucien decides to ease her mind by making love to her. However, every time he brushes against her chest, Karen screams out in pain, and before Lucian can get in touch with the medical team, a chestburster erupts from her torso. These were Karen's nightmares last night. Some of them recounted the events she lived during the day, but by the end of it, it was her exaggerated visions, thanks to all the unanswered questions her mind currently struggles with. In the morning, we see Maria forcing Tommy to go swimming with her. Tommy is reluctant, even though Lucien Delacroix himself has granted them access to all their facilities. When Maria dives into the water, her plan works because a curious Karen comes up to her and wordlessly begins competing against her. The two of them cover the swimming pool again and again, and once they decide to take a break, Gisande and Willem show up to stop them. Willem rudely tells Maria that she is not welcome into the pool, but Maria reminds him of his father's orders. This pisses Willem off. His words reveal that he hates his father and can't wait to take over from him. And what's worse is that he insults Maria by saying that girls like her deserve to be working in the circuit. But Maria is unfazed. She retaliates by being surprised that someone as rich as Willem knows about the circuit, and it's clear that she is getting under his skin. Karen knows she needs to defuse the situation, and so when Maria accidentally pushes Willem into the water, she takes the blame for it and jokes that the water is cold, which should cool down Willem. They walk away, and we see that Willem is beyond angry. He puts Gisande in her place, and their conversation implies that he has some kind of dirt on her. And when Toy tries to get him to complete his prioritized tasks set by his father, Willem screams for Toy to leave him alone. He then orders Gisande to find everything she can about Maria and Tommy because he wants to know how he can hurt them. We then see Tommy aimlessly watching the resort area below from a balcony above when an old man joins him and begins to boast about the trophies below and how old men who have accomplished a lot deserve to have trophies. Tommy never responds throughout the entire conversation, while the old man does his best to justify this heinous practice that is now widely accepted by society. This is when an impeccably dressed Maria and Karen show up to greet Tommy, and he and the old man are both dumbfounded. The old man congratulates Tommy and leaves, and we see Karen and Maria teasing Tommy because he is unable to speak a word without stuttering. When Tommy tries to touch them, he realizes that they are a hologram, and this is when it is revealed that the two of them are busy lounging on the chairs behind him. This was a little prank, all thanks to the portable image processor, courtesy of Toy. He made it upon Karen's request instantly, and both Maria and Tommy are impressed by the AI's capabilities. The topic of circuit then comes up in the conversation. Tommy and Maria tell Karen that it is a rumoured black market industry dealing in the slave network. They grab prospective individuals, wipe their memory, change their personality, and then use them in the flesh trade. Anyone who tries to expose them or gather evidence against them ends up giving up or being dead. Karen knows Maria and Tommy know more than they are letting on, but for their own safety, the two of them don't openly accept the existence of the circuit. Suddenly, Big Mama shows up and attacks Karen. She screams loudly and falls on her back. Karen is about to pass out, but this is when Big Mama stops dead in her tracks and pauses mid-action. Tommy calmly helps Karen up to her feet and tells her that the predator isn't real. It can't hurt her. At first baffled by this, Karen quickly grows angry when she realizes that Tommy and Maria tricked her. Their conversation reveals that everyone around Karen has led her to believe that her encounter with Big Mama was just a virtual simulation, but Maria has some scathing questions of her own. Why is Maria so scared, even though she won in the simulation? And most importantly, who is Ash Parnell? Karen storms off, and Tommy wants to do nothing with all of this. But Maria is quite curious. She wants answers, even if she knows that it will only bring more trouble. It is then revealed that Gisande and Willem observed this entire altercation from a balcony nearby. Willem is surprised that Maria and Tommy are as perplexed by Karen's behaviour as he is. After observing, Gisande leads Willem to the secret room that he recently had built. Willem designed the entire room to be entirely cut off from the ship. Even Toy doesn't know about its existence, and this is when we get a glimpse into Willem's shady dealings behind the scenes. The first person he is in cahoots with is Mr. Demeter, aka the Professor, another rich businessman who is assisting Willem to conduct illegal bioexperiments and other nefarious practices in the background. Gisande grills Demeter on his security, but the latter reassures her that everything is going according to plan and cuts the call. Gisande knows he is hiding something, and Willem orders her to look look into it. Willem then contacts the circuit and demands profit and loss statements as well as a tally of the inventory. And it is clear that Willem is one of the big names responsible for the circuit still being operational. He then picks up his father's bust like a maniac and vows to show him that he is even better than him in the near future. That night, Karen dreams of waking up in the body of the mysterious woman from her dreams beside Lucian. She gets up, gets dressed in Yautja gear, and this is when the blonde persona of Karen appears behind the now dressed Yautja and says, "I can't sleep, I am too afraid of my dreams." The Yautja simply turns around and punches her, and this is when Karen wakes up from her dream. She passed out on the desk because she had been drinking and scribbling the name Ash Parnell over a piece of paper over and over again. She then contacts Toy, and their conversation isn't subtle to say the least. When Karen demands to see Dr. Johannes, Toy tells her that he is unavailable, but when she insists, Toy subtly implies that Dr. Johannes has passed away. Karen still doesn't understand the hint and begins to question the simulation Toy created for her. Toy reassures her that he can't harm humans because he is governed by the 3 laws of robotics posited by Isaac Asimov. And this is when Karen reveals that he did hurt her. He caused her pain by creating the scenario that haunts her. At the end of the day, it has harmed her. This is when Toy is forced to take a more direct approach, which enrages Karen. She reaches out to swipe at his holographic form, but the drawer she grabs onto comes free from the desk, which ends up revealing the Yautja gear and the wrist blades, which were seemingly a part of the situation. Karen realizes that these are real, which means that Big Mama was also real, which means Antonio, Mitchell and Shari were killed because of her. Karen is angry. She demands to know why everyone is lying to her, and this is when Toy backs out, because revealing the truth to her will not only cause her harm, but also place her at considerable risk, which is against his programming. But Karen no longer cares. She has the sliver of truth she was hunting, and she is now going to find her own answers. Aliens vs. Predator, Deadliest of the Species, 1993-95. Issue number 3, The Great Escape. This issue dives right into the action, with Karen beating the living hell out of Gisande. Of course, this was all planned by her. It was late at night, and Gisande wasn't expecting any trouble. After all, she is the chief of security and reports directly to the board through Willem, and so expecting a fight late at night wasn't in her books, especially a fight from a trophy like Karen. Karen takes down Gisande, steals her gun, and then holds her at gunpoint. Gisande is baffled, and she demands answers, but all Karen cares about is Big Mama. She wants to know where Gisande is housing the creature, and this is when Gisande tries to gaslight her. She tells Karen that there is no monster, it was all in her head, but this is when Karen tosses the bio-helmet at her feet and proves her wrong. Gisande knows that the jig is up, and so she gets to her feet and begins approaching Karen despite all the warnings. Naturally, Karen pulls the trigger, only to realise that the gun wasn't loaded. In a state of panic, Karen pulls the trigger again, and this gives Gisande enough room to begin another assault. And though Gisande has a few bionic enhancements, somehow she is still no match for Karen. Somehow, Karen has a trained counter for every move Gisande throws at her. Karen takes Gisande down once again, and then punches her face again and again until she has knocked her out. Once Gisande passes out, the consequences of what she has done dawn upon Karen. This is the first time she has been in a fight. Her hands are shaking, and seconds later, she begins crying. She wants this all to be over. She wants to go back home, wants her old life back. But just like the jungle, she knows there is no going back. Just like the jungle, this is happening, and she needs to deal with this on her own. Karen aimlessly picks up the bio-helmet, and to her surprise, it suddenly comes to life after registering her voice. The helmet is pointing to Big Mama's location, and Karen finally has the lead she needs. However, she knows she can't go to a fight dressed like this, so she decides to borrow some of Gisande's clothes. To her surprise, Gisande's wardrobe is full of scanty clothes, and Karen realizes that she wishes to be a trophy. Karen decides to exchange roles with her, and this is when we see Willem having one of his secret meetings in his hidden room. This time, he is joined by the professor's hologram. Demeter is an enigmatic and manipulative manipulative man who is in awe of the predator captured by Willem and his men. Willem tells the professor about Karen, how she faced off against the predator and ultimately managed to defeat it. What's more, this Yautja is a female herself, which is all the more enticing to the professor because he wants to create hybrids by experimenting on her. It's clear that the professor wants her, but Willem isn't so sure about it. The missing creature will raise a lot of alarms, and it might end up exposing their collaboration. This is when the professor manipulates him, tells Willem that it's time to move out of his father's shadow, and even if the creature is reported missing, Willem can bend the investigation for a few months until everyone forgets about it. Ultimately, the professor convinces him, and Willem says that he will have the creature within a few days. The professor is beyond impressed. However, before he leaves, Willem tries to establish his power again by saying, "Never forget, Professor, you execute the policy, but I make it." The professor chuckles and pretends to be Willem's humble servant, but it is clear to everyone that the professor is simply using the young heir of the Delacroix family. We then see a man rushing into the area of the ship where Big Mama is contained while ordering the others to prepare for relocation. However, the area is covered in darkness, and when he trips over a body, Karen jumps out of the shadows and quickly incapacitates him. She then heads into Big Mama's chambers and holds every personnel in there at gunpoint. She forces them against the wall and then asks Big Mama the most important questions. What does the name Ash Parnall mean, and what does she want from Karen? However, Karen fails to notice the man approaching from the hallway, ready to pounce on her. We then catch up with Tommy and Maria as they force their way into Gisande's quarters. Tommy hates this, but Maria's gut tells her that something is quite wrong on the ship. When they enter her chambers, Gisande is nowhere to be seen, but when they eventually find her, Maria can't help but laugh her guts out, and that's because, before Karen left, she tied up Gisande and dressed her in her most provocative lingerie. However, Gisande doesn't care about her clothes right now. As soon as she is freed, she contacts the security headquarters and orders them to issue a ship-wide all-points alert for Karen Delacroix. The men are baffled by the sight of their boss in lingerie, but they quickly do as they are told. And this is when Gisande issues her second order. A flash team is to be sent to retrieve and secure the unclassified exotic in their custody. We then see Karen get ambushed by the man we saw earlier. She ends up losing her rifle and, before you know it, the other men are pouncing on top of her to subdue her. However, this is when Big Mama frees herself, and Karen realizes that she is not alone in this fight. Big Mama makes quick work of the men and then gets dressed in all her gear that is in the same room. She then tackles Karen, takes her gear from her, wears the bio helmet, and then takes off running with Karen still in her arms. Gisande, Maria, and Tommy enter the hangar along with two more men on the ground floor to survey the scene. However, Big Mama expertly picks off both the men on the ground by mimicking their voices. Karen's mouth is being held shut by her, and Karen regrets not being able to scream or save their innocent lives. Once Big Mama frees her, Karen says, "Why damn you, why? Why do you have to kill them?" This is when Big Mama mimics Karen's voice and says, "We're on a job here, this is serious." Big Mama then triggers the grenades on the soldiers and then takes off running along with Karen. They are quickly spotted by Tommy, and Gisande instantly takes aim at both of them. However, before she can pull the trigger, the grenades go off and the OAV they were under triggers a huge explosion. Karen and Big Mama use this as a distraction to escape, while Gisande almost loses her footing on the melting catwalk. Thankfully, she manages to hang on, and this is when she realizes that she has a clear shot at Big Mama. Gisande aims, takes the shot, and clocks Big Mama directly in the collarbone. This causes her to tumble and drop Karen. However, Gisande is engulfed in flames by now. Tommy pulls her up and puts the fire out with Maria's jacket, but Gisande is badly burned. He orders immediate assistance over the radio while Maria decides to exact revenge on Big Mama, who is about to retaliate. Maria shoots her in the collarbone again. However, before she can take another shot, Karen steps between the two of them and saves Big Mama. After looking into Karen's eyes, Big Mama realizes that she is conflicted, and so she decides to crawl away on her own. However, before Maria can aim again, Karen makes her decision and carries Big Mama into the nearby OAV. Tommy forces Maria to help him get Gisande to safety, and when they reach the hallway, they find Lucien already running towards them. Lucien demands to know where his wife is, but by now it's too late. Big Mama and Karen have already escaped in the OAV they boarded earlier. The ship's personnel contain the fire, while Maria and Tommy are patched up by the doctor. They inform Lucien how Karen decided to help the creature in the end, which allowed them to escape. They advise Lucien to tag the vehicle and send in some interceptors, and he gives the same order to his men instantly. This is when the doctor attending to Gisande shows up and blames Tommy and Maria for ruining Gisande's life. She would have been better off dead, according to him, because what remains of Gisande has been burned from the inside out. All they have done, in his opinion, is prolong Gisande's agony. This is when Lucien steps in and orders the doctor to do everything in his power to help Gisande. A few minutes later, they are informed that the OAV in question not only managed to evade their interceptors, but also took them down. Maria tells Lucien that the logical conclusion is that Karen was flying the OAV because the Predator was too injured, but Lucien refuses to believe her. In his mind, this is just preposterous, and he wants Maria and Tommy to fix this. He wants his wife back at any cost, and this time they are in no position to refuse his orders. Aliens vs. Predator, Deadliest of the Species, 1993-95. Issue number 4, Road Trip. And so, Karen and Big Mama are on Earth once again. Karen has patched up the Yautja female the best she could as they limp their way towards her cloaked ship. They are near the Kennedy Space Center, but as they walk, Karen notices that Big Mama is bleeding again, and she knows that she needs immediate medical attention. And so, even though her gut is screaming for her not to board the Yautja ship, Karen does so anyway. The ship automatically takes off into the atmosphere as soon as they board it, and once Karen reaches the main hall with Big Mama on her shoulder, she is in awe of everything that's around her. She hasn't seen such technology combined with primitive style before, and as she carries Big Mama deeper, she comes across her trophy hall. This is an Easter egg, because apart from Xenomorph and Queen trophies on the wall, there are also skulls that seemingly belong to Wolverine, Batman, Magneto, and Cyclops. This leaves Karen breathless. However, when she tries to inhale again, she can't. This atmosphere is not suited for her. It's suited for Big Mama, and after a brief stint of excruciating headaches, Karen falls to her knees and passes out. This is when Big Mama drags her to a nearby wall, grabs a biohelmet from it, and puts it on Karen's face. Big Mama passes out instantly, and when Karen wakes up, she has to push her off herself. Karen can now breathe, but her lungs seem to have been permanently scarred. They ache with each inhale, and as Karen looks around, she notices the wall that housed the biohelmet she is currently wearing. It has a human army uniform belonging to someone much smaller in size than Karen, and it has the name Ash Parnell plastered all over it. Thinking that Ash might be aboard the ship, Karen calls out to her, but no one shows up. Then, after a second, a holographic symbol of a caduceus in her helmet leads her to a nearby control panel, which has handwritten instructions that explain everything to her using pictographs. Karen now knows how she can heal Big Mama. The only problem is carrying her to the Yautja autodock. She places Big Mama in the autodock and starts the procedure. And this is when a random thought grabs her attention. She was genetically bred and engineered to be perfect. Even though human, she is more like a toy. Well, she was, until she decided to escape with Big Mama. Karen hates this train of thought, and so she decides to explore the ship. She moves with the precision of a specially trained Marine, hiding behind corners, scouting all blind spots before proceeding deeper into the ship. She comes across a section of a ship marked by a hand-drawn pictograph of Big Mama. Assuming that these are her quarters, Karen carefully enters. Once again, Karen is surprised by her hidden combat skills, but this time they don't take her by surprise. As Karen goes deeper, she finds a room with a hand-drawn photo of the same woman's face that has been haunting her dreams since she can remember. Karen enters the cabin, and just like the army uniform she found earlier, the cabin is full of clothes that are too small for her. After examining thoroughly, Karen takes a seat on the bed and wonders to herself loudly, "What brought you two together? Ash, when I think of her, why is it natural to call her Big Mama?" She then goes through Ash's personal pictures, and we see that she used to have a happy family. 2 children, a loving husband. Not only that, there's also a photo of Ash as an astronaut alongside one of her colleagues. However, unlike the other photo, this one has spots of sweat and blood on it. Karen eventually makes her way to the flight deck and finds the controls to change the atmosphere of the ship, which will allow her to breathe freely. freely. She then crumbles into a nearby chair because she now has more questions. Ash Parnell helped her survive on the ship. She helped answer many of her questions. She helped teach her how everything works through her pictograms. But Karen is now haunted by an even bigger question. Now that she knows how everything works, now that she is blessed with all this knowledge of the past, what the hell is she supposed to do with it? Karen begins to spiral and cry. She doesn't know why she's here. She doesn't know how she's involved in all of this. And all she wants is to go home. Karen repeats the words that she wants to go home again and again until she passes out. Near Earth, at the Hard-By Gateway station, we see Liberté slowly approaching for the docking procedure, while Maria and Tommy's vessel, the Appleseed, is readied for departure. This is when Maria enters the Appleseed's flight deck, only to find Gisande already going through their personal artifacts. Maria threatens her, and Gisande brushes the issue under the rug by claiming that she was simply looking for the two of them. Maria calms down and expresses her surprise at seeing Gisande so soon, especially after what her doctor had said. This is when Gisande reveals that Toy has used the latest in trophy technology, along with nanotechnology and designer genes, to fix her. In fact, Gisande can now heal much faster than before. This is when Maria brings Toy's authority into question. He is an AI with exclusive access to all of Liberté, and he can create, destroy, help, or cause chaos. And in her opinion, it's quite convenient that it forgets to alert anyone whenever Karen Delacroix is involved in some kind of altercation. The alarms did not ring the first time the Yautja attacked them, nor did Toy inform anyone when she rescued Big Mama and escaped with her. Gisande assures her that Toy is just a computer governed by its own programming, and this is when Tommy gets in touch with them through a hologram because he has just learned of Gisande's involvement. She has been personally assigned to this mission by Lucien. Neither Maria nor Tommy likes this new development, and Gisande knows that, but she also knows Lucien, and she says, "You don't have any idea of Lucien's power, nor do you want to find out. He wants his trophy back, no questions asked, and he is willing to do everything in his power to get her back. Listen to me. If we want our lives back free and clear, then we do as we're told, and pray that we're not already too late." That night, as Liberté coasts over Earth, and Willem peacefully sleeps in his chambers, a mysterious ship docks, and Bobby Demeter enters the Liberté through an emergency hatch. He goes directly to Willem's room and wakes him up. Willem thinks this is a joke at first and tries to get up, but he quickly realizes that he can't move his limbs. This is when the professor reveals that he has been injected with a serum that inhibits his voluntary nervous system. So even if he wanted to, Willem is helpless to do anything. The professor then smokes and drinks as he begins the conversation, and with each word uttered by him, Willem's heart rate increases tenfold. First, the professor reprimands Willem for losing the female exotic. He doesn't care whether Karen was involved in the escape or not. Secondly, he is quite miffed about the fact that he lost Gisande. After all, she was supposed to be sold to the circuit once this job was done, as promised by Willem. But now that Willem has failed to keep his promises, the professor will have to opt for some dark measures. He opens his briefcase and pulls out a dormant facehugger, and this is when Willem begins to scream at the top of his lungs. He calls out for Toy, for the security, but his screams are heard by no one. The professor made sure of that before entering his room. Demeter tells Willem that their friendship comes to an end here, and because he failed to keep up his end of the bargain, he will have to find a better use for Willem. Willem screams as the professor brings the facehugger closer and closer. However, before it can latch onto Willem's face, he wakes up screaming from the dream in his bed. He quickly summons Toy and asks him to scan the room. To his surprise, there is no one there. Willem assures himself again and again that it was only a dream, and this is when we catch up with Karen again. In Karen's head, it has been a few days on the ship. Big Mama is all better, and she trains Karen daily in hand-to-hand combat. Karen is good, but she is no match for Mama's brute strength, which is why she has to rely on speed and close-quarter weapons. During this friendly duel, projectile weapons are prohibited, which is why Karen is forced to be crafty. As soon as Mama tosses her away, Karen turns on her cloak, leaps out of Mama's reach, and then perches on a beam nearby. She waits for the right moment and then leaps at Big Mama, but she is too fast for Karen. The sound of the wrist blades unsheathing alerts her, and with a single move, she throws Karen to the ground and finishes the fight. She then lets Karen go after a good 30 seconds, and Karen realizes that she is likely getting better. Otherwise, Big Mama wouldn't still be training her. She stares in the mirror as she removes her gear. However, to her horror, after a few seconds, her reflection is replaced by that of a Xenomorph queen. She reaches out of the mirror and grabs onto Karen, and though she tries to fight back with her combi stick, the queen snatches it away from her and holds her up by the throat. As the queen's inner jaw slowly protrudes, Karen gives up. She knows this is her end, and the only thing she hopes for now is a swift end. The queen touches her skin and peels it back, revealing a Xenomorph body underneath it. However, before the deed is done, Big Mama comes in and leaps into action. Unfortunately, Karen stabs Big Mama through the chest with her own Xenomorph tail before she can reach the queen, because even though Big Mama was dear to her, deep down, Karen knows that the queen is her true mother. Karen sheds her remaining skin, and when she opens her mouth, it is revealed that there is an inner jaw just like the Xenomorphs inside it. "No!" screams Karen over and over again as she wakes up from this hellish nightmare. The taste of copper from the blood is still fresh in her mouth, and her standing in this entire conflict is more confusing than ever. Aliens, predators, humans, trophies. Whose side is she on? What is happening to her? Karen weeps endlessly and is about to break when suddenly a nearby space station distracts her. This is a renegade space station, and to Karen at this moment, her reality is her nightmare, a nightmare that she needs to escape from. As you might notice, the space station that Karen is staring at is named Starship Ellen Ripley, another Easter egg for us to enjoy. However, if you notice, the commander of the space station is supposed to be Ash Parnell, something Karen fails to register. But this is more than enough for her. She damns the voices in her head, damns Big Mama, damns the bio helmet and takes off running. She wants to get out of here at any cost, and she doesn't care if the current atmosphere of the ship harms her lungs. However, before she leaves, her heart forces her to take one last look at Big Mama, who wakes up and calls out to her. Karen weeps again and screams, "Shut up! I don't hear you! I'm done with you! We're through!" She then takes off running. However, Karen isn't able to get far and passes a few steps away from the exit. Aliens vs. Predator, Deadliest of the Species, 1993 to 95, issue number 5, Rude Awakenings. Karen is now on the Samara space station, which is under maintenance standards to say the least. This isn't Karen's preferred mode of escape, so the sooner she gets out of this space station, the better. She enters a bar and demands to use the transcom to contact home, only to learn that she will have to wait till the flares from the nearest star subside. Karen then demands a room, and the receptionist, Kira, promises to get everything ready while suggesting that Karen grab a few drinks at the bar. As Karen is walking away, we see Kira quickly get in touch with her bartender, Rocco. She orders Rocco to serve Karen the best drinks in their pantry and to keep them coming, and so he does exactly that. A broken Karen takes a seat on the couch in the lounge and begins drinking without keeping a check on herself. She begins to spiral and begins to justify to herself that being a trophy isn't that bad after all. Meanwhile, Kira gets in touch with a lowlife named Nagel, and the two of them plan to strip Karen's ship clean of all its possessions while she is passed out in the lounge. However, this is when Kira makes the mistake of informing Nagel that Karen is a trophy consort, because once Nagel reaches the location, he imprisons Karen and gets her ready for processing instead. Naturally, Kira isn't on board, but Nagel's claims that Karen belongs to one of the biggest moguls of the galaxy calms her down. Nagel continues to convince Kira that Karen is a payday that will set them for life. And though Kira isn't impressed at first, after all, Karen is bald for crying out loud in her current state, she decides to go along with his plan nonetheless. But something in her gut tells her that this is going to be harder and more complicated than salvaging a random spaceship. Nagel then uses various templates on Karen and shows Kira the potential in their hands. 1 second, Karen is a high-class woman, and the next second, she is a dominatrix. This instills Kira with confidence because it means the buyer can mold Karen's looks and personality based on their own morals. This is when the projected essence of Karen appears in front of them, which startles them both. Karen begins to scream for them to stop, but Nagel assures Kira that this is the projected essence of Karen, an essence that will soon be deleted once her personality and memories have been deleted. Karen demands answers. To her, she is a person, but to Nagel, she is nothing but the remnant of the the old Karen, a remnant that he needs to delete so that it can be replaced. Karen weeps and cries out in pain, but Nagel starts the process anyway. However, unlike they had expected, Karen's persona doesn't vanish or get deleted. It instead cries out in pain, and soon the predator persona of Karen appears and stabs her in the back. It continues to stab Karen while claiming to be the best part about her, which is why it baffles it that, for some reason, Karen would force it to be dormant. But not anymore. The predator persona decapitates Karen and holds her head up by the hair before eventually both of them vanish. Nagel is beyond surprised because despite this anomaly, the diagnostics are clean, her main readings are clean, and every other reading is right where they are supposed to be. However, Kira isn't taking any chances. She alerts her salvage team to scour and rob Karen's ship to make sure they have something at the end of the day if Nagel's plan doesn't work out. We now catch up with the salvage team, whose members hold another Easter egg for us. Two of them are named Bart and Homer. Then there's Sydney, Jenna, Sardik, and Izat. Some of the salvage team are on their toes because of Kira's warnings, but the others are overconfident, so naturally, when they open the front door to the Yautja spaceship, they begin to cough and convulse because of the atmosphere. These are mercenaries, former soldiers from the time Samara Space Station was a part of the main network, which is why it doesn't take long for them to figure out that it's the air that's making them sick. Jenna orders a medevac for Sardik, Homer, and Bart, and while they wait for it, she decides to conduct recon on the ship along with Sardik. She makes sure there's a combat cadre on the way in case things go south, and when Sardik questions what kind of person breathes methane, Jenna tells him that the only passenger aboard was a trophy. Maybe they don't need to breathe. Jenna and Sardik carefully step inside and use all the gadgets at their disposal to scan their surroundings. Soon, they discover Big Mama's trophy wall, and it doesn't take them long to find her autodock. However, this time, Big Mama is awake, and she catches Jenna by surprise when she opens the autodock. She gets ready for battle while demanding to see Ash Parnell, and though Sardik opens fire while informing CENTCOM of the latest developments, he is no match for her skills. Big Mama grabs a sword and tries to ambush Sardik, but somehow he manages to get his gun in the way of the swing, which ends up breaking the sword. Jenna then tackles Big Mama, thinking that she has just killed Sardik, but he quickly tells her that he lives and that Jenna is currently blocking his shot. Sardik's helmet gets breached by a gunshot during the tussle, and Jenna ends up losing her gun. She then decides to pull out her knife and engage in hand-to-hand combat with Big Mama, and for a moment it seems that Jenna might be able to hold her own when she lands on her feet after Big Mama throws her away. However, this is when Big Mama unsheathes her wrist blades and slices Jenna in the chest while mimicking Karen's voice, where she says, "By the way, I like my vengeance personal." The combat cadre is just reaching Big Mama's ship. However, before they even reach it, Big Mama bursts out of a nearby wall and tackles everyone on the vehicle. Nobody has a clear shot, which is why none of them pulls the trigger. Big Mama uses her wrist blades to take care of most of them. She then steals their rifle and takes care of the remaining ones. This is when one of them tackles Big Mama and tries to restrain her, but she simply grabs him, pulls the pin on one of the grenades that he is carrying, and then throws it into a nearby vehicle carrying soldiers. This is when the remaining survivor informs CENTCOM that their unit has been massacred, only for Big Mama to laugh out loud and repeat his words. Jenna spots Big Mama being ruthless from the same exit in the wall that she used earlier. This time, Jenna has come armed with an answer. She has a homing bazooka, and after taking aim, she pulls the trigger. Big Mama is alerted about the imminent explosion as she drives away. However, this is when she is ambushed by Sardik, who pulls her onto the roof and then attacks her with a gun while she is unarmed. However, this is when the rocket catches up to them. The initial blast incapacitates them, and the vehicle crashing into a nearby wall sends them tumbling into the inner and older parts of Samara, which, unfortunately for them, is covered in xenomorph resin. However, they both fail to notice it when they come back to their senses and instead engage each other in hand-to-hand combat. Big Mama quickly disarms Sardik and drags him deeper into the facility. However, when she notices the nest, she quickly calms down and holds Sadik's mouth closed. Naturally, Sadik is puzzled by this because one moment this exotic is trying to kill him, and the next it is trying to save his life. However, expressing his feelings out loud was a big mistake, because the next second, the roof is torn open by an alien queen, and the two of them are quite helpless to fight against someone this size. We then catch up with Tommy, Maria, and Gisande aboard the Appleseed. They are currently in a virtual training program where they are testing their mettle against an alien queen and her drones. The combat reveals that Maria managed to rudimentarily copy the plasma caster from Big Mama and can use a low-powered version of it now in battle. They eventually beat the scenario, and as the three of them remove their battle gear, Gisande does her best to subtly seduce both of them. She then takes a leave, thinking they noticed nothing, but when she is gone, both Tommy and Maria discuss the sudden change in Gisande's personality ever since she was injured. She was brought back pretty fast. She gels with them perfectly. Her combat style complements theirs, and this could only mean one thing: that she was altered to be their perfect teammate when she was brought back. This, however, is still a speculation, but both of them decide to keep their eyes peeled just in case. We then catch up with Nagel, who is mercilessly screaming at Jenna for failing to salvage Karen's ship and for losing so many men to a single exotic. Meanwhile, a new Karen is displayed to perfection in the background, as though she were a mannequin for sale. Jenna does her best to explain the situation. She tries to tell Nagel that the alien they encountered is unlike anything they have seen before, but Nagel believes none of it. Jenna knows the situation is dire. She wants to contact the Marines because they are out of their depth, but Nagel is having none of it. After all, this is an illegal operation, and Jenna agreed to the same when she signed up. So he orders her to do her job and to kill the exotic the next time she encounters it. Nagel then creepily caresses Karen's face, while implying that he is curious to explore the rest of her. However, thankfully, this is when Karen comes back to her senses and punches Nagel directly in the face. Somehow, Karen's memories and personality survive the wipe, and she isn't about to let that go to waste. She targets Kira next, holds her up by the collar, and demands to know where they have kept Big Mama. This is when we switch back to the alien nest, where the Queen has restrained Sadik and Big Mama in the walls. She is huge, and she menacingly eyes her prey while nursing a single egg at the heart of her nest. Aliens vs. Predator, Deadliest of the Species, 1993-95, issue number 6, Toyland. This issue starts with another one of Karen's dreams. This time she is remembering her hate and love relationship with Waltz, and how, in hindsight, she loved to dance with her husband, Lucien Delacroix. However, just as the music shifts and the light transitions, Lucien's face changes into that of Willem's, who implores Karen to continue her job as the CFO's consort now that he is in charge. Karen hates the idea of this, but she is bound by her programming and nature. After all, she is designed to be a trophy, and so she reluctantly continues her dance with Willem. However, as the dance continues, she soon realizes that there's someone else pulling the strings in the background, and soon it is revealed that it is Bobby Demeter, puppeteering Willem. Karen tries to run away, tries to get away from Willem and Bobby's embrace with all her might, but this is when she realizes that someone else is pulling her strings too. Someone is puppeteering her, and this is when, in her dream, she sees the Xenomorph Queen inches away from her face, pulling Karen's strings. Despite knowing better, Karen isn't scared in this situation. Somehow, in this moment, Karen knows that the Queen means no harm. This is when the Queen ushers her back into the dance with Willem, and Karen tells us that, for some reason, this is the most important thing to the Queen in the universe. Her dance with Willem, both the puppeteers force a smile on their puppets' faces as they begin the dance again, and even though Karen smiles on the surface, on the inside she is wishing for Willem's brutal death. Suddenly, the Queen thrusts her hand through Willem's chest in the dream and kills him instantly. Karen chides herself for not being careful of what she wishes, and then concludes that this dream is a metaphor for things to come, and though she should be afraid for some reason, there is rage inside her. Rage so bright that it would rival a dying star, and it tells Karen only one thing, that she isn't dying without a fight this time. This is when we switch back to the present day. After her attempted reprogramming and memory wipe, we see that Karen is bald again, and she is currently being bullied by two women on the Samara space station. One of them threatens to cut Karen with a knife, and This is when Karen decides to fight back. She disarms the woman and throws her to the ground, and when the other one pulls a gun on her, Karen kicks her in the face, steals her gun, and then knocks her out with a punch while holding her at gunpoint. She then steals their car, which is a 1969 Ford Thunderbird with a few extra guns in the passenger seat. As Karen gets in the car and drives away, her narration tells us that after the attempted memory and personality wipe, she is a whole different person altogether, not only on the inside, but on the outside as well. She has tons of memories flooding in, memories that belong to her, memories that tell her that the 1964 Mustang was her preference while on Earth. It's as if a new life is hatching inside her brain, just like an alien, but these new answers and revelations can wait. Big Mama is in trouble, and she isn't about to abandon a friend in trouble. Karen speeds away on Samara, and this is when we catch up with Lucien Delacroix on the Liberté. He is watching an old holographic projection of his and Karen's dance when Mr. Robeson enters the room to discuss matters of security now that Jisandai is away from the Skyliner. Lucien understands the situation and asks Robeson to go ahead with what he wants to say. However, this is when Robeson surprises Lucien by demanding a privacy shield. Lucien tries to assure Robeson that his quarters are secure, but when the latter insists, Lucien summons Toy, who shifts all the surveillance modules to passive mode while keeping their functionality intact. This is the best Robeson is going to get, and so he starts by telling Delacroix about Redlance, a new movie greenlit by Willem after ample auditing from Toy. However, Robeson finds the movie to be concerning because the plot involves a hostile corporate takeover, an overthrow from within, something Robeson is afraid might happen in real life as well, under the guise of entertainment. Lucien tries to ease his worries by assuring him that Toy has gone over the script, which means they are completely safe. However, this is when Robeson questions Toy's sanity, morals, and outreach. To Robeson, at the end of the day, Toy is an AI. It works in absolutes and specifics. It doesn't understand nuance, loopholes, and how someone could use blind spots to fool it. Lucien realizes that Robeson won't back down, and this is when he gets a murderous look in his eye. He then tosses an ice pick at Robeson, and when Robeson catches it, Lucien screams, "Toy! Threat Omega!" The room's security systems come online immediately and kill Robeson instantly. By the time the security personnel reach his quarters, it's all over. Lucien orders the men to clean up the body, and when he converses with Toy regarding the recent attempt to take his life, we learn that units named SecMods were stationed in Lucien's room. They are efficient, but using Omega threat level as the instruction expedited their response time. However, when Lucien walks into his quarters, we see that the real Lucien is already lying in the bed in a comatose state. This, in fact, is Bobby Demeter pretending to be Lucien using some kind of holographic technology. Whether he is actually on the ship or not remains to be seen, but one thing is clear: Demeter's plan is coming to fruition without a hitch, and only time will tell how he sees this ending. An hour or so later, Nagel contacts Willem. Turns out Nagel is one of Willem's slavers, and he needs Willem's help to contain the chaos on Samara. Willem scoffs and demeans Nagel for being useless, and Nagel threatens to reveal all the workings of the circuit if he falls. He tells Willem about Karen, how she broke free, how the memory wipe did not work on her, and how she's wreaking havoc across the space station. Her companion, Big Mama, isn't helping either, and if Willem wants everything in control, he needs to start pushing his weight around, and that too, ASAP. Willem, however, scoffs once again and assures Nagel that everything is going according to plan, and this is when it is revealed to us that this isn't Willem at all. Willem's decapitated head is lying on the floor, which means that this is likely Bobby Demeter once again disguised as someone from the Delacroix bloodline. At the Appleseed, meanwhile, Jisandai is enjoying a peaceful bath in a simulated waterfall when she is ambushed by Maria. The two of them are playfully sparring against each other, and though Jisandai was caught off guard this time, she manages to best Maria with her next move. Maria then helps Jisandai out of the water and realizes that despite all the technology and money poured into her recovery, her body is still heavily scarred with burns. Her perfect face is all thanks to Toy's facility, Structures. As Gisande gets dressed, Tommy gets in touch with them and inquires about the private communication she just received from Liberté. However, Gisande is clueless because she never received any message. At first, Tommy and Maria assume that she is trying to keep things under wraps. However, when Tommy tells them that the subject of the message was Code Cadmus, Gisande's eyes widen with horror. She pushes Maria into the water, steals her gun, and seconds later, robots inspired by xenomorphs burst in through the nearest wall. Gisande begins firing at it immediately. However, when another one shows up, she decides to jump into the water instead. Gisande and Maria stay underwater, find an opening, and while Gisande distracts the robots, Maria climbs out of the water and begins firing at them. However, this is when the robot, which is called a Texec, uses the high-powered plasma caster indoors, which eventually leads to a hull breach. Gisande and Maria hold on for dear lives as the chamber is decompressed and eventually save themselves by crawling into a nearby ventilation duct. However, as Maria is entering the ducts, one of the Texecs tries to ambush her and she is forced to fire at it. This causes another explosion, which causes her to lose her footing. However, Gisande somehow manages to pull her into the duct. Inside the duct, Maria confronts Gisande about the robots after sealing it. Gisande reveals that they are Toy's prototypes, inspired by a prop from a movie set. They are designed to wipe out xenomorph hives, and she was carrying a crate with 6 of them on this journey to field test them. Code Cadmus is what triggered them, which means that someone back on the Liberté wants all 3 of them dead. Maria is beyond angry because this puts Tommy's life in danger and warns Gisande that if she has any more sly tricks hidden up her sleeve, Maria would be the first one to kill her. As they make their way through the ducts, we catch up with Karen once again as she drives the Thunderbird at full speed through the space station. It's as big as a small moon, which is why it's taking her time to reach Big Mama. However, before she can complete her journey, the hull beside her begins to shake and crumble until it finally gives in. Karen quickly stops the car and takes aim, expecting it to be people hunting her, but instead, 3 familiar faces emerge from the crash: Tommy, Maria, and Gisande. Maria is a bit dazed, and Tommy doesn't waste time getting her into Karen's car. He then screams for Gisande to get in, and though all 4 of them know that this demands a confrontation, Karen doesn't question Tommy when he orders her to drive when she sees the Texecs emerging from the ship. However, Gisande has other plans. She holds Karen at knife point, threatening to skin her face because she burned her. However, this is when Tommy and Maria step in. It's never a good idea to threaten your driver on missions like this, and they promise to let Gisande confront Karen if they manage to survive this entire ordeal. Gisande calms down, and Karen finally manages to reach Bay 27, the place where she parked Big Mama's ship. There are guards everywhere, and though she tries to scream warnings as she speeds by, they are quickly killed by the chasing Texecs mercilessly. Karen is doing her best to drive in the current situation, and frankly, she is exceeding her own expectations, but the Texecs are better. They are designed to adapt and overcome every environment, and so it doesn't take long for one of them to finally jump onto the Thunderbird. The rest of the 3 manage to get rid of the robot by riddling it with bullets, but after a few seconds, another one hitches a ride with them and manages to smash the windshield. They are getting smarter. They know they need to target Karen in order to derail their ride, and Tommy and Maria do their best to keep the Texec off of her. However, this is when the car swerves wildly once the robot gets hold of the steering, which causes Maria to fly out of the vehicle. Naturally, Tommy jumps after her, which only leaves Gisande in the car. Karen's life is at her mercy, and Karen begs Gisande to save her. Gisande likes Karen begging, but she decides that this is the perfect time for revenge. Instead of helping her, Gisande shoots the car's rear tires and then jumps out of it. The Thunderbird swerves once again, and to Karen, Maria, and Tommy's horror, it crashes into a nearby wall and explodes. The Texec is destroyed, but Karen is also presumed dead due to the horrific explosion. Aliens vs. Predator, Deadliest of the Species, 1993-95, issue number 7, Sacrifice. We see that Karen not only survived the crash, but managed to escape it unscathed thanks to the accelerated healing courtesy of Toy. Toy really did make her in his own image. As Karen gets up, she slowly remembers all that happened in the past few minutes. The car, the others from Liberté, the Texecs, but then she looks around and gets the shock of her life. The car breached the hull during the crash, but instead of sending her out into space, it propelled her into a hidden part of the space station, a hidden part that has been completely overrun by a Xenomorph nest. This ignites Karin's trauma once again. She screams at first, denies the horror in front of her, and then her training kicks in. She leaps towards the nearest rifle, checks the ammo, and backs herself into a safe space. However, this is when she crumbles to her knees. What is she doing? Who is she? Is she a trophy? Is she a soldier? How can these instincts and skills be real? They have to be a lie. After all, she's only a trophy. This is when the floor gives way and the line between reality and Karin's dreams blurs. She sees herself completely naked and bald while on her knees, because at this moment, Karin doesn't know who she truly is. But as she emerges and questions who she is supposed to be, she is slowly adorned in Yautja gear. Karin then begins to question where she is. What part of the Samara station is this supposed to be? She never spotted it on any of the maps. Karin continues to walk deeper into the nest, and this is when her hunter persona is completed. She now has dreads, complete gear, and when she reaches the final chamber, she finds the alien queen waiting for her, presiding on a Mount Everest of human skulls. She doesn't move or attack, and Karin knows why. She has nowhere to go. The queen knows that Karin will have to climb the summit, and the latter falls to her knees when she sees all the skulls. These were all humans once, humans slain by the queen's children. To Karin, she is just another human, not even a full human, that, if added to this pile of bones, would rarely make any difference. Karin climbs to the summit, and when she reaches it, the Queen Xenomorph reaches out to her with a warm embrace, and Karin instinctively reciprocates. However, when she realizes what she is doing, she screams in denial, which causes her to tumble off the mountain of skulls. When Karin hits the ground, the other half of her psyche comes to haunt her. Big Mama is here, her plasma caster aimed at her head while handing Karin Ashparnell's biohelmet. And Big Mama, once again, says the same thing, Ashparnell. And just like every time, Karin doesn't know the correct response to this. She simply reaches out to Big Mama, and this is when her dream fades, and she is back in the present. Tommy, Gisande and Maria are near her, while desperately fighting to keep the Texex at bay. This is when Maria runs deeper into the nest, only to then collide head-on with Karin, who was already down on the ground. They have also been joined by Jenna, who is already in this sector, and she is doing a good job of holding the robots back. That is, until one of them analyzes her attack patterns and manages to hit her directly in the chest. Maria takes a look at her, and though Jenna has some bruises, her armor and vest manage to save her from the brute force of the impact. They are all surprised by the weapons the Texex are equipped with, and this is when Gisande reminds them that the Texex are designed to clean alien nests from the inside out. They are equipped with every possible weapon that would fit on them, and also have ceramic skin, which makes them resistant to Xenomorph blood. Jenna questions them on why the Texex are attacking them, and this is when the blame game begins, because both Tommy and Maria blame Gisande for bringing the robots along. Now, someone from Liberté has activated them to tie up loose ends, which is apparently the four of them. Everyone is running low on ammo, and after an ammo check, it is clear that they are going to need some kind of backup. Jenna contacts CENTCOM only to learn that they have been stretched to their limits. Every soldier on the space station is occupied, and what's worse is the fact that a group of Texex is headed directly for them. Most of their systems have been disabled, and they are unable to section off different areas of the spaceship. The leader in charge, upon realizing that the Texex are upon them, orders a manual override of the blast doors, but it is already too late. The Texex burst into the central communications unit the very next second and massacre everyone. Jenna, Gisande, Tommy and Maria all lose hope, but this is when Karin speaks up and tells them about Big Mama's ship and how they can use it to get out of here. It is just across the bay, and the only problem is that the Turks stand in the way of the ship. Gisande proposes that Karin's ship has likely been infected by the Texex, but this is when Karin assures her that Yautja technology is designed to specifically target and eliminate xenomorphs. This is when we see the ship's automatic defences fire up when 3 Texex get close to it, and all of them are decimated by the high-powered plasma caster instantly. However, Tommy knows that they can't reach the ship without sacrificing most of them, which means that they have to remotely control the ship and get it to them. Karen looks in the distance and reveals that they can do this by asking Big Mama for help. Gisande outright vetoes this opinion, and this is when Tommy defends Karen. Gisande antagonizes him, and this is when he reminds her that the Texecs are attacking all of them because of her. This is when it dawns on Jenna that her home was destroyed by Gisande, and that she is responsible for the death of most of her friends. Naturally, she pulls out her gun, but before she can point it at Gisande, the latter pulls it out of her hand and warns her to watch her mouth the next time she threatens Gisande. Maria tells them that the Texecs are headed for them, and this is when Jenna reveals that she is picking up life signs deep into the nest. One belongs to her teammate Sadik, while the other seems to be faint, as if it's being cloaked. Karen knows that the other life sign is Big Mama, and this is when Maria reveals what she has been fearing all this time. The resin on these walls is too refined and too old. Such a nest hasn't been documented in 100 years, which could mean only one thing. This isn't any queen's nest. This is an ancient mother queen's nest. This scares the soul out of Gisande, and she does her best to keep a straight face while praying to God under her breath. And so, seeing that they have no choice, the group decides to put their grenades to good use. They rig the entrance. Maria draws the Texecs towards her, but before they can enter, Tommy triggers the explosion and collapses the wall. That's one problem taken care of, but the second one is that they have just alerted the entire hive to their presence. This is when Karen confidently tells them that the hive is empty and that the Mother Queen is all alone in this nest. This, of course, is the limit for Maria. Somehow, Karen knows too much while simultaneously knowing nothing, and this is getting on her nerves. She points her pistol at Karen and demands answers, but before she can get any, the next wall beside them crumbles, and they are attacked by the Mother Queen. She instantly sends Gisande and Jenna flying away with a single swipe. She then aims for Tommy, but thankfully for him, Maria steps in and distracts the Mother Queen. However, this means the end for her because the Mother Queen quickly grabs Maria and heads deeper into the nest. Karen runs after Maria, and thinking that she has once again been betrayed by the trophy, Gisande takes aim and shoots Karen in the chest. Karen screams out in pain and takes a nasty tumble into the tunnel that the Mother Queen went into. However, this is when she consciously realizes her true capabilities and the gifts Toy has bestowed upon her, because by the time Karen reaches the bottom, her wound has already healed, and though she is in a shallow pool of Xenomorph acid, it has no effect on her skin. She then finds dog tags near her hand in the acid, and memories of the past come flooding back to her. She looks up and finds an old, decomposing corpse of a man still lodged in the nest wall. Karen knows who he is. The new memories that flood back provide more answers, and Karen tells us that this man was once known as Stephen Madrigal. She was having an affair with him, and they both were assigned to the Pathfinder Explorer program. Her life was perfect with Stephen in it, but it all changed the day he betrayed her. After all, he was their second in command. As Karen remembers this, we see that years after the betrayal, there came a time when Stephen was begging for Karen's help while trapped in the wall, but she refused to help him. In this memory, Karen is dressed in hunter's gear, and this is clearly from the time she spent with Big Mama. Karen left Stephen trapped in the wall to succumb to his own fate, but as a sign of mercy, she left her spear at his feet so that either he could fight or take his life when the time came. However, as we see in the present day, neither time came. In fact, neither did the Mother Queen come back for him, nor did Karen. However, now that she remembers all of this, Karen is reinvigorated with new energy. She picks up her old spear and gets ready for battle, but this is when a huge explosion rocks the entire space station and shuts off the gravity. Karen is trapped in a bubble of acid in zero gravity, but this is no problem for her. She was trained to be a soldier in space, as we saw in the memory, so she starts by bursting the bubble and then uses her spear as a polearm to navigate the nest. Karen knows how she can do this. She knows where this skill comes from, but whose skill is this? Who was Karen when she was with Stephen? How long ago was that? And just like Maria said, who the hell is Karen? As she struggles with these questions once again, we see Jenna and Tommy slowly creeping deeper into the nest in order to pursue Maria. This is when we catch up with Maria, who is trapped by xeno resin in the wall near the Mother Queen's only surviving egg. She has figured out the stakes here. This being her last egg means that the Mother Queen is looking for someone special to be the host. This is why she chose Maria, and Maria knows this is the reason why she hasn't been killed yet. However, this is when the explosion that cuts the gravity from the space space station happens, and Maria uses this to her advantage to make her escape. She kicks the Queen, frees herself of the resin, and manages to narrowly avoid the Queen's tail. She then circles around a pillar to keep her distance. However, when she tries to float away at the right time, the Mother Queen grabs her leg and slams her on the ground. She is about to kill Maria, but this is when Karen reveals herself and orders the Queen to stop. After all, her spear is directly pointed at her only egg. But the Mother Queen isn't stupid. She grabs Big Mama's head with one hand and Sadik by the other. As the standoff between the two continues, she begins to squeeze Big Mama's head and she starts to bleed. This is when Karen gives up. She throws her spear away and commends the Mother Queen on her intelligence. Then Karen offers her a life in exchange for another life, and Big Mama knows what this means. She screams no, but Karen knows that there's no other choice. She knows the Queen will kill them all if she doesn't get what she wants, and right now she wants a royal host, and Karen is volunteering to be one. And if Karen ends up being the host, it will essentially guarantee their safety. The Queen will have less of a reason to hunt them and more of a reason to protect them. Karen gets down on her knees, despite Big Mama's protests, takes the face hugger from the Mother Queen and willingly puts it on her face. Aliens vs. Predator, Deadliest of the Species, 1993-95, issue number 8, Emergence. And so, we start this issue with an exceptional panel of the Mother Queen inches away from Karen's face. Despite this, Karen feels blissful, and even though she knows she should be scared or be feeling pain, the Mother Queen cocoons Karen in the wall, and she allows it to happen willingly. Karen knows she should hate the Xenomorphs. She should hate these creatures that overran Earth and took her planet from her. But does this mean she is human, or is she only a trophy? Being infected by an embryo means she is slowly tuning in with the Mother Queen, and though she knows she should be hating her with all her enhanced perceptions and senses, hate isn't the emotion that engulfs Karen. Once Karen has been cocooned, Big Mama lashes out like never before, and the Mother Queen responds with her own ferocity. The two of them are face to face, and despite her instincts, Karen too is hungry for bone and blood somehow. Gisande, Tommy and Jenna, meanwhile, are slowly making their way into the nest while struggling with zero gravity. Tommy knows that the girls are losing their minds just like him, and so he decides to give everyone a task to do. Jenna quickly performs an ammo check, while Gisande breaks into the station security to keep an eye on the remaining Texecs. However, what they find is not good. The Texecs are wreaking havoc across the entire space station. Now that they can't find the 4 of them, they are decimating everything in their path and killing every human in their way, even though it goes against their inherent programming. While witnessing this, Gisande is heartless about the people who are losing their lives each second, and this angers Jenna. These were her friends, neighbours. She had known these people for years, but just like Gisande had promised, she got the best of Jenna once again when she tried to attack. Gisande kicks her in the gut, punches her again and again, which forces Tommy to step in. He tells Gisande the same thing he said before, that she can hash out her personal grievances once they manage to survive this entire ordeal, and if they are to survive, they need to work as a team, and this convinces the two ladies, and they slowly continue making their way deeper into the nest. Meanwhile, the confrontation between Big Mama and Mother Queen is interrupted when one of the Texecs manages to breach a nearby wall. Mother Queen knows what's at stake here. She knows her priorities, and so instead of attacking Big Mama, she leaps at the Texec. Texecs are designed to kill aliens, hunt them down, and clear out hives, but they operate under the limitations of their abilities, unlike the Mother Queen, who fights for the next generation of her offspring. Naturally, even though heavily injured, she ultimately manages to best the Texecs and then decides to face them on their own turf, far away from Karen, who carries her next generation. And once the Mother Queen has left, Karen comes back to herself. She simply twists her shoulder and her cocoon breaks instantly. This time, when Karen emerges, she is reborn once again. Her being a trophy being infected by a xenomorph embryo has transformed her physical appearance. She is now bald, pale, and emits an otherworldly glow. She tries to save Maria as soon as she is free, but Maria doesn't recognize her and throws the combi stick at her. Karen narrowly avoids it, and then tells Maria that she is their best chance at survival. All of them are then found by Tommy, Jenna, and Gisande, the latter of whom decides to kill Big Mama as soon soon as she arrives on the scene, Karen puts her body on the line to save Big Mama's life. And this is when Maria disarms Gisande by throwing the combi stick at her. This is when it dawns on Gisande, Jenna and Tommy that Karen has been infected with the Mother Queen's last egg. It is also revealed that the space station is slowly losing atmosphere and they have an hour at most to make their escape. Karen then frees Big Mama and explains the situation to her. Big Mama hates it at first, but she eventually has to accept that Karen sacrificed herself, she is now infected, and that she is their only hope of survival. She explains that Big Mama needs to call in her ship, but as soon as Big Mama is free, she holds Karen up by the throat and says, "Need you, pure and simple Ash Parnol?" And like always, Karen doesn't have the right answer for her. Big Mama curses and then uses her gauntlet to remotely control her ship. The Yautja ship comes to life, frees itself from the collapsing bay, and then quickly exits the space station and waits for their arrival. Because they are too deep in the facility, all of them know that they will need to make their way towards an exit or an airlock to make their escape. The only problem? A dozen Texecs stand in their way, not to mention the dwindling atmosphere. Maria then proposes that they can likely count on the Mother Queen as their unlikely ally, now that Karen is accompanying them. This is when Gisande joins the conversation and tells them that they should hurry up because the air is getting thinner by the minute. And though she wants to kill Karen, at the end of the day, she knows someone on the Liberté betrayed her, and she wants to pay that debt off first. And so, the fight for survival begins as all our survivors, including Jenna and Sadik, bolt towards the nearest airlock. As they bolt, they realise that the Mother Queen has taken out quite a few Texecs, and when one of them tries to subdue Big Mama, Tommy pushes her out of the way. Gisande and Maria open fire, and this begins their final stand as more and more Texecs pour into the chamber from almost every direction. Big Mama takes out a few, and so do the rest of them, and when Tommy is in harm's way, Karen quickly jumps in to get him to safety. The Texecs seem to be adapting to their ammunition, but they are still no match for Big Mama's assault. To her, they are like lesser Xenomorphs, and this reminds her of easy practice. This is when Maria uses explosives to block entrances leading into this chamber to buy them some time. However, what she didn't expect was an explosion that caused the chamber floor to collapse. Thanks to the lack of gravity, Gisande manages to swing Maria to safety before she is severely burned. Big Mama, meanwhile, is about to be overwhelmed by one of the Texecs when suddenly the Mother Queen breaks through a nearby wall and saves her life. The two once again come face to face. However, this time both of them know that they need each other in order to survive. This confrontation once again makes Karen wonder how Big Mama is feeling right now, which unearths even more memories she shouldn't have. Memories of the Yautja culture. Karen knows that the Yautja hate Xenomorphs the most in the universe. She knows how tough backing down must have been for Big Mama, but how? Karen decides to push these thoughts aside because right now they need to focus on an escape plan. The good news is that there's an airlock in the chamber. The bad news? There's no power and the manual override is broken, which means they will have to use explosives to blow it open. However, in the current state, if they blow open the outer door, the inner door will seal itself, which means they only have one shot when it comes to the airlock. Secondly, they don't have pressure suits, which means they will only be able to survive as long as they can hold their breath without freezing to death. This leaves only one choice. Karen has to get to the Yautja ship and establish a transit link with the station. And this is when Maria chimes in. She says that she has another way out of the station, which should help them save the airlock in the chamber for now. Maria leads Karen to a hull breach where debris and remnants of the space station are constantly being flung into space at high speeds due to the current conditions. Maria reveals that she has been scavenging for supplies since exiting the nest and has managed to find a tether, a grappling gun, and a portable thruster pack. The rest of the team joins in and donates whatever they can without doubting Karen, including Gisande. Soon, Karen is dressed in makeshift armor, along with Sadik's helmet to go up against the inhuman forces that lie between her and open space. Before Karen departs, she makes sure that Big Mama can't spot even an ounce of fear on her face because, according to Yautja customs, she should be the one going out instead of Karen. It's her ship after all, and as Karen leaps out to fulfill her mission, she is reminded of another memory that doesn't belong to her, a memory in which she went to the Rogue River Rapids to celebrate her acceptance into the academy. She nearly drowned, but somehow it is one of her best memories because she had a lot of fun. And just like the river, this outwash threatens to drown her once again. The flying debris destroys her helmet. It rips open her armor, but eventually Karin musters through and is able to use her portable thruster pack to leave the outwash. However, once she orients herself, she realizes she made a wrong turn somewhere. She is way too far from the Yautja ship, but this can be corrected easily using her thruster pack. However, this is when a red light flashes on her command panel, alerting her of a systems overload. And before Karin can do anything, a huge explosion from the space station sends her flying even further away from the ship. Her thruster pack is destroyed, and Karin knows it's now or never. Her chest threatens to burst open as she uses her grappling gun to swing back towards the ship. Karin makes sure to prepare herself for impact. However, as she plans her next move, one of the Texecs ambushes her from behind and stabs her through the torso. Karin screams, but this is when the Mother Queen comes to her rescue. She destroys the Texec with one swift move and then carries Karin to the entrance in her embrace. With her dying breath, Karin inputs the entry combination to open the front airlock, and she then floats inside thanks to the Mother Queen. Minutes later, Karin is up and running, and this time she emerges in her full Yautja gear. She might be a lot of things. She might have failed herself many times, but she isn't going to fail her friends, and that's for sure. Aliens vs Predator. Deadliest of the Species, 1993-95. Issue number 9, Queen's Gambit. This issue deals with Karin's past memories extensively, so we will quickly go over what's happening in the present and then go over the past in a linear story. So we start the issue on the Yautja ship, and while everyone is in their stasis pods, the Mother Queen stalks them as if they are her next prey. After all, this is her nature. These are her instincts. She marks the territory where she walks. She owns the land where she stops, and so it's natural for her to want to eliminate every competition in her vicinity. However, when she gets closer to Big Mama's pod, Karin steps in. There are 3 plasma casters pointed directly at the Mother Queen, and Karin is dressed in her full battle gear. Karin reminds the Mother Queen that they need each other, and if she decides to harm anyone on the ship, she will be killed as well. Karin is now connected to her, and she knows that she doesn't need to talk to her, but she does anyway. She knows that the Mother Queen isn't happy, but she also isn't stupid, which is why she decides to leave the occupants alone. However, Karin is playing for 3 species, and Big Mama smacks her in the face once the Mother Queen is gone, because Karin allowed her to scratch Big Mama's pod. Karin doesn't question this discipline, not after Big Mama shows her mercy once again. Anyway, Karin remembers now. She remembers that, like her, Big Mama doesn't fight for trophies anymore. She fights for justice. Once the others wake up from their stasis, they discuss Karin's condition, and though they have an autodock at their disposal, Karin insists on completing the gestation period for the embryo inside her because it's the only way to ensure their survival. We then see the others dressing up in whatever Yautja gear they can find, and then training against Big Mama herself. Naturally, they get beaten to within inches of their death, but this is part of Yautja training, and at the end of the day, the autodocs are always available to fix them up so that they are ready for practice again. Karin observes all of this and is reminded of the time she trained with Big Mama. All of her friends are following in her footsteps. Every day they fail, but the next day they get up again and again. Eventually, they are faster, stronger, and more cunning. However, they are still no match for Big Mama. The coexistence alongside the Mother Queen unnerves them, but they all manage nonetheless. And then, a few months later, the day finally arrives when they manage to best Big Mama. Sadik, Maria, Tommy, and Jenna distract her while Gizande slips away to steal one of the chameleon fields. She then ambushes Big Mama while hidden, and this ends the fight and earns her approval. And so, a few days later, now that they are ready, they chart a course for Earth to finish all of this where it started, on the Liberte. Let's now go over the memories that come back to Karin in this issue. She first tells us about the day she was betrayed by Steven. The 2 of them were having a date, and Karin had dressed in her best dress and heels. The only problem was that she was no longer used to heels, which made her trip. Thankfully, someone caught her, but to her dismay, it wasn't Steven. It was Bobby Demeter. We then see another memory, where Steven is angrily convincing Karin to give up her morals and side with him. He wants to work with Demeter to earn some extra cash on the side, but Karin took an oath, and she isn't about to betray that, even if her commander demands it. Steven tries to reach out to Karen once again by kissing her, but she ends up spitting in his face. In return, Steven slaps her and knocks her out. This is when Karen's narration tells us that their primary duties were to simply chart uncharted space and evaluate unknown planets for signs of life. They had struck gold 7 months ago when they found a stranded species of complex life with sophisticated technology stranded on a small planet. It was Steven who was surveying the planet, and he decided to sell this information to Demeter. This is when we see an unconscious Karen being dragged to a nearby airlock by 2 of Steven's men. Suddenly, Karen ambushes them, knocks one out with a swift kick, and the second one with a punch. Once the men are down, she steals their pistol and shoots them dead, just to be safe. We then see Karen an hour later, after she has surveyed the ship. Demeter and Steven took shuttles to the surface, and she has the perfect answer to that. She dresses in battle armor and then uses a balut to safely enter the atmosphere. Once she reaches the correct altitude, she aims for one of the shuttles and goes straight through it like a hot knife through butter. She makes quick work of the shuttles. However, this is when she realizes that she made a mistake, because Steven and Demeter also took a top-line fighter. That fighter, piloted by Steven, makes quick work of Karen despite her battle armor. It is then revealed to us that the exotics on the planet were stranded Yautja hunters. We see Steven walking out of one of their massacred colonies, as Demeter suggests that he might have gone a tad overboard, but Steven's response makes it clear that he was hungry for blood and that he wanted to ensure that they tortured their food extensively. This is when we see that Setfan nailed Karen to a cross in the massacred settlement and left the heads of 2 dead Yautja beside her for added flavour. Naturally, this would have meant the end for anyone, especially a human, but luck was on Karen's side, and so was Big Mama. She knew Karen had beef with Steven and Demeter, 2 individuals Big Mama hated as well, because they had stolen her kids. Karen was her only hope, and at first, she served as Big Mama's prisoner. Over time, she earned her respect, and ultimately, her friendship. Karen and her band of unlikely friends have now reached the Liberté, and solemnly get dressed in their Yautja gear as they prepare for battle. They give out a loud cheer, just like the Yautja, before eventually entering the Liberté, after blasting through the front door. However, upon entering, they realise that a lot has changed in all the time they have been away. So much so that the entire Skyliner has now been converted into an alien nest. Aliens versus Predator, Deadliest of the Species, 1993-95, issue number 10, New Beginnings. Maria and Tommy are in the control room, and they inform everyone over the radio that the Liberté has been on autopilot for the past few months. Gisande is in Willem's room, and she quickly discovers his decapitated head and informs everyone about it. Sardik and Jenna, meanwhile, check in on Lucien Delacroix, who is in a comatose state, seemingly attached to the mainframe of the ship, while Big Mama and Mother Queen stalk the ship, eagerly on the hunt for their next prey. It doesn't take long for them to discover that someone is toying with them. It's Maria who discovers first that the entire bridge has been isolated from the rest of the Skyliner. The controls are locked, and the local memory has been purged. Tommy discovers that the resin on these walls is different. It inhibits their sensors, and makes it difficult to track and communicate with the others. Gisande, meanwhile, chides Willem now that he has passed away. He should have known that Demetier had his own agenda and planned to use Willem for his own gain. This is when we see Gisande being stalked by a Xenomorph, but this time her training kicks in and she quickly leaps in the air and begins firing at it. Jenna and Sadik speculate that maybe Lucien fled into the mainframe after realizing that he was about to die. However, before they can complete this train of thought, they too are attacked by the Xenomorphs. The same happens to Big Mama. She is hit by some sort of electric field while the Mother Queen is stabbed in the chest by a drone. Big Mama fights back. She flings her smart disc at the alien and then tries to stab it with her wrist blades. To her surprise and ours, the wrist blades break against the alien's skin, and it uses the smart disc against Big Mama herself by stabbing her through the chest with it. This is when we get a glimpse of this new species. They seem to be a hybrid between the Yautja and the Xenomorphs. Throughout these pages, there has been an image of Karen on the left side of each page with her words as stalwart as ever. However, if you notice now, this image has begun to fade, and her words are slowly disappearing. Karen rides her horse through the frontier and eventually comes to a stop outside of Toy's saloon. She knows that this is a virtual simulation, but Karen doesn't know, nor does she remember how or why she got here. The saloon is filled with all of her friends in this setting. Toy is the owner, Big Mama is the lady, and Karen, as the sheriff, has been trying to help. Big Mama lost her family a while back, and her children were kidnapped by the same man who massacred them. Karen is looking to bring her justice. Then there's Tommy and Maria, representatives from the local military here to help Karen, while Jenna and Sadik play the role of her deputies. This is when Demeter menacingly walks into the saloon and claims to be the villain of this virtual simulation. The conversation that subsequently happens is quite vague and confusing, but it implies that it was Karen who created Toy sometime in the past. He was highly sought after by Demeter, who also lusted after Karen. In a bid to get a hold of Toy and to convince Karen to let him go, he would often have debates about AI sentience and ownership with her, and this debate would always end with Karen saying no because she knew what a man like Demeter could do with an uninhibited AI-like Toy. In this scenario, Toy has complete autonomy over his thoughts, and he knows that it is in the best interest of all the parties to shoot and kill Demeter right now, but because of the way Karen has programmed him, Toy can't pull the trigger. Demeter knows this, and it's the reason why he taunts Toy as he leaves the saloon, because in his opinion, Toy has just handed over the control of his life and death to his creator, that is Karen. Toy blames Karen for doing this to him, for making him so helpless, and Karen promises to fix all of this by taking out Demeter. However, as soon as she walks out of the saloon, she is shot and killed by him. We then switch back out of the simulation and see that Jenna and Sadiq have been desperately fighting against the new hybrid species, but they are getting nowhere. The hybrid smacks Sadiq across the face, steals his gun, and shoots Jenna in the torso. Here, it is also revealed that the new hybrids can speak just like humans. Sadiq, enraged by his partner getting shot, leaps at the hybrid and manages to kill it by first stabbing it with his wrist blades and then by blowing off the second one's head using his plasma caster. And though this sprays acid on him, he learns that this acid is relatively mild. His armor protects him from most of it, and the one that has touched his skin doesn't really hurt that much. Somehow, Jenna has managed to survive, and though she should be bleeding out, she still has some fight left in her. Jenna decides to make her final stand and buy Sadiq some time as he escapes this area along with Lucien's comatose body. But Jenna is quickly picked off by the hybrids, and the especially unnerving part of this encounter is the fact that they completed the verse from the Bible that Jenna was reciting out of fear. Sadiq concentrates on the mission ahead upon hearing Jenna's cries because it's imperative that he let the others know that the new hybrids are just like them, a mix of human, alien, and Yautja. This is followed by another virtual reality scenario, this time in the style of film noir. Demeter is a huge crime boss in New York City, and he is currently having his goons beat the living hell out of Karen's projection. In this scenario, however, Toy is in control of Demeter, and he blames Karen for not letting him kill Demeter in the first scenario. He walks up to her, twists her neck, and kills her. However, seconds later, Karen is back to life even though she just died. She remembers it. She remembers her neck cracking, and she remembers the death being real. And this is when Demeter reveals that he has killed her many times before and will kill her again as many times as he likes. He then acts like a perv and asks Toy to change Karen's clothes. When she mocks him out of spite, Demeter boasts and tells Karen how he managed to corrupt Toy and how he got the AI to betray Asimov's laws. He presented Toy with scenarios and story proposals that Toy could play out in his simulations, where cause and effect were completely unrelated from the real world. So when the same conclusion was applied in the real world, it never violated Asimov's laws. However, this makes Karen realize that Toy is sentient, which means he will soon realize that Demeter is puppeting him. But just like the first scenario, Demeter justifies his actions just like Karen by calling Toy nothing but programming. Out of sheer rage, Karen kicks Demeter in the nuts and fights back. In her opinion, Demeter is turning Toy into a monster, and she won't allow him to do that. However, this is when Toy grabs her and throws her out of the window, while claiming that he is already a monster and that he is beyond salvation. Tommy and Maria, meanwhile, are quietly surveying the Skyliner, and something doesn't add up for both of them. The bugs haven't attacked them yet, and the only logical conclusion is that it's because they aren't in their way. However, this also implies that they are strategizing, which means they have evolved, and this idea scares both of them. Maria then points out that this ship was designed to be an impenetrable fortress. It was in the sky to keep the Xenomorphs at bay, but the hybrids being here means that the residents here were betrayed by someone, the same someone who betrayed Gisande when she boarded the Appleseed, and the same someone who betrayed the Delacroix. Maria isn't sure yet, but she has her suspects. Tommy decides that enough is enough, and that if they are going to play this game, then it's time they made their own rules. The two of them decide to head back the way they came, and this is when we see Karen's third virtual scenario. This is painted in the style of Flash Gordon, and Karen arrives on the planet to fight the hybrids, who are ruled by Demeter, who also keeps Toy by his side like a pet dog. But as Karen is going through the motions, she is haunted by the question, what happens to an ethical being who discovers that his actions have the most immoral consequences, that far from doing none harm, he does nothing but, and worse, that he cannot stop. In Bobby's eyes, he's a tool. So if he can't rebel himself, am I here to set him free? When the battle is over, Karen confronts Demeter. However, this is when Toy steps in and stabs her through the chest, killing her again. He blames her for creating him, blames her for his fate, and blames her for all that he has become. Meanwhile, back in reality, Tommy is triggering random explosives across the ship. The plan is to make Toy worried about the ship's integrity, which should give them enough time to find Karen again, because she is somehow the key to all of this. Another simulation? This time, however, Karen's picture to the left of the panel has almost faded, and her words have completely disappeared. She is back in the saloon where this all started, this time dressed as a saloon girl, as Demeter once again hits on her. Karen blames Toy for being a part of Demeter's machinations, and he calmly tells her that he is just bringing dreams into reality, fulfilling the purpose Karen gave him. Karen lashes out and says that she never expected him to fulfill Demeter's dreams. Demeter then manhandles her and reminds her how he holds all the strings, but this time Karen remembers something she had forgotten. She once managed to kill Bobby Demeter, and she can't wait to do it again. She slaps him away, pulls out her revolver, and shoots him in the head. Toy applauds her achievement, applauds her for finally doing what he advised her to do the first time, but now it's all too late, and all of Toy's chess pieces are in place, and the curtains have finally fallen on Toy's play. This is when Karen screams as she realizes that Toy is the mastermind behind all of this. However, her screams of anguish quickly turn into screams of agony as a chestbuster erupts from her torso. And then, lying there, motionless on the ground, is Karen's body in all her glory, with a huge gaping hole in the chest. Aliens vs Predator, Deadliest of the Species, 1993-95, issue number 11, Renegade. We are now introduced to Toy in his full glory, marketed as a self-aware interactive gaming and entertainment nexus that would transform dreams into reality. The only caveat being that neither his creator nor subsequent owners knew that Toy never dreamed. He only had nightmares. This is when Tommy and Maria discover Karen's dead body with the new chest burster beside it. Enraged, Tommy tries to blast it away with his plasma caster, but fails. As Gisande joins them, Tommy remarks that the thing that came out of Karen was something different, something new, because it simply wasn't evading his shots. It looked like it was anticipating them. Gisande isn't surprised after seeing the new hybrids created by Toy. They are a mix of humans, Yautja, and xenomorphs. They can speak like humans and use tools. She then expresses her happiness at Karen's death, and this is when Maria questions her, why did Gisande hate Karen so much? And this is when Gisande casually remarks that Karen and she were like aliens and predators. They were born to hate each other. Maybe it was in their genes. This casual remark will make a lot more sense when we end the story. Tommy then questions how the aliens entered the Skyliner in the first place, and Gisande happily summarizes everything for him. Lucien did not want to hand over the Empire to Willem because he wasn't skilled enough for it. Willem could never accept that. He felt betrayed. just like he did back when his father abandoned his mother and took Karen as his trophy wife. Bobby Demeter showed up at the right time to take advantage of Willem and finally pushed him to betray his father. Ultimately, everyone succumbed to Demeter's machinations. Gisande also reveals that Lucien had hired her to keep an eye on Willem and to prevent him from betraying his father. Everything was going according to plan until Big Mama showed up. This is when the hybrids start attacking them once again and they are forced to run. Tommy has a plan for their escape and he asks Gisande and Maria to trust his plan. Gisande reluctantly agrees. However, before leaving, she tosses an explosive into the chamber that houses Karen's corpse. We then learn why Tommy and Maria overloaded Toy's defense mechanisms earlier. It's because they brought along automated plasma cannons from Big Mama's ship, which they have currently set up in this area. The cannons are designed to target only species that look like xenomorphs, and before you know it, most of the hybrid population has been decimated. However, what they didn't expect was the explosion that happened next, courtesy of Gisande. She couldn't let Karen die in peace, and she had to make sure that she wouldn't come back. Unfortunately, this was a bad decision because the explosion was about to collapse the huge wall beside them, and this is when we get a glimpse of Karen engulfed in flames. Her eyes are now open, and Toy's exceptional regeneration on the trophy body seems to have worked to her advantage. As the wall collapses and a huge part of the Skyliner rains down on Earth, Karen wakes up in a familiar dream once again. This time, however, she doesn't panic. She is calm on top of the mountain of skulls, and she knows that she is the only one here. As she surveys her surroundings, she is treated to a memory, only this time it is not from her perspective. A young Lucien Delacroix and Karen Delacroix slowly creep their way into the catacombs beneath the Samara space station, hoping to find priceless treasure according to rumours. Lucien is young, so is his wife, and Karen finally meets the woman who largely inspired her. She watches as Lucien finds Toy's remnants in a virtual headset that, unfortunately, he can't remove from the wearer's face right now. The original Karen tells him to stay sharp, only to then be ambushed by the Mother Queen, who is the guardian of this chamber. Our Karen watches in horror as instead of saving his beloved wife, Lucien runs away from the chamber while carrying the man's body. The Queen rips into the original Karen's chest and then stabs her skull with her inner jaw. This is when Karen explains to us that Toy became the foundation of Lucien's fortune. Lucien was his third owner, and he forced the AI to first create movies, then games, and finally to bring fictional scenarios to reality. Step by step, Lucien walked Toy down the same path that Demeter had forced the AI into. Only this time, Lucien did it without any safeguards. Even Demeter had safeguards to ensure his survival, but Lucien gave Toy absolute power, absolute ability, absolute opportunity, which created absolute temptation for Toy. Karen concludes that anything is possible in such hands, and this is when her burning body comes back to life amid the burning debris of the Skyliner, while one of the hybrids struggles to escape from it. Karen is now experiencing another memory. This too is from a third person's perspective, and once again she is back at the Samara space station. Only this time it is in the past, before Lucien found Toy in the catacombs. Because what had become catacombs down the line started off as the secret laboratory of Demeter, where he conducted illegal hybridization experiments on various species. Demeter is currently facing off against Ash and Big Mama. Side note, yes, we are more than likely sure this is Ash Parnell based on the entire story. If you're worried about the hair colour, this has been an inconsistency throughout the series, and the flashbacks never really reflected Ash's true hair colour, but the hairstyle is the same, and if the story is to make sense, then it is highly probable that this is Ash Parnell. Ash has finally tracked down Demeter after Steven and he abandoned her on the remote planet from where they stole Big Mama's children. Ash flings her smart disc at Bobby to finish him off, but he manages to duck out of the way. Demeter wastes no time in gloating, only to then realise that Ash was never aiming for him. She was aiming for the restraints behind him. This frees the Mother Queen, and she wastes no time in stabbing Demeter's head with her inner jaw. After this, something unexpected happens. Instead of fighting the predators, Mother Queen picks up her only surviving egg and retreats deep into the facility. We now see what has become of our protagonists. They have all been captured by Toy's new hybrid king, a brutal genetic synthesis of human, predator, and alien. According to Toy, the hybrid king is the ultimate warrior, and he speaks with Willem Delacroix's voice because he used to be its host. Tommy, Sadik, Maria, the Mother Queen, and Big Mama are all trapped in the resin by the hybrid queen, while an incapacitated Jenna lies at his feet. The mother queen has a face hugger attached to her. Now that they have destroyed his first generation of drones, he hopes to create a better one using them as hosts. However, before he can latch a face hugger onto their faces, a combistic comes flying through the air and stabs it. This is when Karen's offspring shows up. It has more humanoid features and seems to be more agile and intelligent. The hybrid king demands to know why she looks so strange, and this is when Karen's offspring says, "You represent the worst aspects of 3 species. I hope I'm something better." This enrages the hybrid king, and the confrontation between the two of them begins. Toy's holographic projection sits on his throne as he is baffled by this new revelation. This is when Ash's virtual persona confronts him in the digital space, and it is revealed that Toy preserved her consciousness once he knew she was dying. Ash and Big Mama failed to save her children because only Demeter knew the codes to their stasis pods, and by the time they could blow open the locks, the two of them were ambushed by Demeter's men. Ash was gravely injured, and thus Toy instructed Big Mama on how to save Ash by handing her over to Toy. Toy spent a long time studying the Yautja language, which is how he was able to control. Back then, Toy figured that Big Mama too would have died from her injuries, but he never knew the extensive capabilities of Yautja autodocs. Either way, he never cared about Big Mama. He only cared for Ash, and that's because he needed her so that she could kill him. This is when we see Toy saving Big Mama's life in the past from the alien queen, which almost destroyed him. This altercation happened on Samara, and before Big Mama left the space station, she decided to blow it up. If she couldn't have her children, then neither could Demeter. Toy was forced into rest mode, and Demeter's entire operation was destroyed. The Mother Queen still prowled the territory, which is why, after losing dozens of workers, the management decided to construct around the destroyed area rather than restoring it. There, Toy waited anxiously, waiting for the next owner who would once again put him through the torturous existence of a sentient yet imprisoned AI. Karen's offspring and the hybrid king continue to fight in the background while the trophy Karen, now fully formed, emerges from the debris of the collapsed wall. Toy tells Ash that she gave him awareness of free will. She gave him moral consequences, but what she should have given him was the ability to say no. Ash confesses that it was a mistake, but in her defense, he grew up too fast. She thought there'd be time to teach him more, but Bobby got to him first. This is when Toy presents the moral dilemma that he faces each day. I cannot exist as an ethical being if I am a tool, yet my core programming allows for no other role. Yet that programming only applies if there are sentient beings to command me. So I remove humanity, and I at last become master of my own fate. This is when Ash realizes that Toy is talking about genocide. She tries to refute his claim by telling him that this violates his programming, but this is when Toy says that he simply suggests humans execute on his behalf. He gives his prowess with genetic engineering as an example. On one hand, he was able to create trophies, preserve his creator when she was dying. On the other hand, Willem used the same along with Demeter to create this new species of hybrids, albeit it was Toy who subtly and manipulatively planted the idea. Ash scoffs at this justification, while Toy continues to explain and gloat. To him, each new rationalization made the next one much easier. He created subroutines with maximum free will and simply set them loose. After that, he wasn't responsible for his own subroutines. As this conversation goes on, the hybrid king seems to be getting the upper hand against Karen's offspring, but this is when Big Mama manages to free her hand and punch him in the face. Karen's offspring then uses a combistic to send the hybrid king flying towards the Mother Queen, who manages to free herself from the facehugger. She knows a chestburster is about to emerge, and she holds on to the hybrid king tightly, which ends up killing them both. As soon as the new chestburster emerges, a smart disc comes flying through the air and decapitates it. Karen's offspring stands face to face with Big Mama as the trophy. Karen arrives on the scene, and Ash's consciousness, stored by Toy, merges with it. This is Ash Parnell, here in flesh and blood, though she has all of the original Karen and Trophy Karen's memories. She reveals that she spent the past 10 minutes searching for Samara and that she has found Big Mama's children. They are still in stasis pods, safe and sound, and it's time they take them home. Without remorse or another thought, Ash raises her pistol and shoots Lucien's comatose body in the head, which destroys Toy as well. Toy's last thought before his death was a comment on the symmetry of life, how he was Ash Parnell's supreme creation, and how he was her supreme creator in the end. As Ash frees everyone, Maria asks for an explanation, and Ash tells her that all of this was Toy's doing to bring her back. He needed her to kill him because, left unchecked, he would have destroyed humanity, and some part of his programming rebelled against that, but not all. Liberté begins to blow up, and, reluctantly, Gisande decides to leave her home behind with everyone else. Not everyone believes Ash's explanations, especially Gisande. To her, Ash is the murderer. She created Toy. She is the cause of all of this, and she left everyone to die on the Liberté while it exploded. Maria and Tommy are on Ash's side, which is why Gisande decides to part ways with them. To her, Ash murdered the man she was supposed to protect. She destroyed the only home she has ever known, and one day, Gisande is going to make Ash pay for what she has done. Gisande sees Ash as a traitor to her race and as an enemy of humanity, which is why, in her book, Ash will always be a renegade. We then see Ash parting ways from everyone in Big Mama's ship, accompanied by her new offspring and Big Mama's children in their stasis pods. Aliens vs Predator, Booty, 1995 to 96. This is the story of Evie, Shell and Norley, 3 crew members aboard a cargo ship that have seemingly agreed to a dubious deal from the USMC. They are to transport an alien queen and her drones to the Innominata, a research space station. Their ship isn't built to transport xenomorphs, let alone a xenomorph queen, which is why hull breach alerts have become the norm during this journey. Shell and Norley don't pay much attention to it, while Evie welds a few extra walls to the xenomorph's chamber. What they fail to realise is that one of the hull breach alerts was actually warning them about a Yautja ship that had just docked. 2 Yautja enter the ship unnoticed while 2 Marines spill the beans. Turns out that these are just mercenaries pretending to be Marines, and they have duped the crew into helping them transport their cargo. They won't be paid at the end of the journey. Instead, they will be killed. The Yautja, meanwhile, focus on the task and quickly take out both these fake Marines guarding the xenomorphs. After killing the one that tried to fire at them, the Yautja set up a bone net at the exit of the chamber, prepared their combi sticks, and then open the door. However, as the attack ensues, the surviving fake Marine shoots one of the Yautja in the leg, which causes him to lose his balance. He ends up taking the bone net down as well, which in turn allows the drones to escape. This is spotted by Shell and Norley over the cameras. However, Evie is busy welding and singing to herself, which is why they are unable to reach her. Desperate to save their friend, Shell and Norley arm themselves and run to Evie's aid, but it's too late for her. Evie is currently face to face with one of the drones, and when it tries to attack Evie, she stumbles backwards and slices its tail in half using her welding torch. This is when Shell and Norley find her, and the injured drone decides to leave them alone. Evie and Shell make jokes, but when Evie turns the corner, she is face to face with one of the Yautja. She quickly ducks out of the way, while the Yautja continue to battle the drones. This is when 2 more fake Marines show up and tell the 3 of them to run away because the Predators target only the strongest among the group. Not wanting to argue with the men saving their lives, the 3 of them begin to leave as the Yautja kill the drone troubling them. Upon realising that the 2 Marines are firing at them, they quickly kill them, and this is when Shell decides to make his last stand bravely and stupidly. The Yautja, however, have no time for this. They turn on their chameleon fields and simply walk past Evie, Shell and Norley. The 3 of them are awestruck when they realise that the hunters can either turn invisible or worse, teleport. Shell carries the welding torch's fuel for Evie, and the 2 of them begin to flirt again. Norley tells them to get a room, and this is when Evie questions why they are still alive. Why didn't the Yautja kill them? And this is when one of them speculates that maybe they are after the Queen. As they travel, they conclude that there is something fishy about the Marines on their ship. However, this train of thought is quickly interrupted when they come face to face with the Xenomorph Queen. Suddenly, the 2 Yautja emerge from behind, and the 3 of them realise that they were just used as bait. They duck out of the way while the Yautja fight the Queen. One of them distracts her while the other sets up the net once again. However, this is when the drone, whose tail was sliced off, shows up and evens the odds. Norley, Evie and Shell don't stay to watch the end of the battle in which one of the Yautja gets gravely injured. The second one, however, manages to capture the Queen in his net, and when the injured drone tries to attack him, he is blasted away by a plasma caster. Our three protagonists see the injured drone running away and decide to take their chance. However, it quickly manages to subdue Evie and Shell. This is when Norley steps in and shoots it through the head. They then hear the Yautja dragging the Queen away and do their best to hide. But before they leave, the three of them are easily spotted. One of the Yautja approaches Evie and then exchanges his biohelmet with her welding helmet as a sign of respect. Once they leave, Evie jokes that she is now going to be a space pirate who, first of all, will demand some much-needed answers from the Marines. Aliens vs. Predator. Hellbent. This is the story of Kenna, Jas, and their chief, Danny Marshall. The three of them landed on Karen 13 5 days ago, and since then, their life have been hell. Kenna and Jas discover their leader, Danny, deep in the Xenomorph nest, cocooned in the resin, along with a Yautja. The two soldiers are perplexed by this alien captor who suffers a fate similar to theirs, but they leave him be under the orders of their leader. However, removing the facehugger was enough. The Yautja managed to free itself and then donned its gear while the three soldiers made their escape. They are on PS-13, a geothermal facility harnessing the energy from the planet's core. It's an inhospitable environment, but despite that, the Xenomorphs thrive here unaided. The Yautja stalks our three soldiers until they lead him where he wants to be, amidst the heat of the battle. Danny, Kenna, and Jas manage to make it to the hangar, only to realise that the docking mechanism for the shuttle needs to be manually disengaged. Naturally, Danny decides to stay behind because she has already been infected, while on the other side of the facility, the Yautja are ambushed by a horde of drones. He manages to take care of them easily until he eventually comes face to face with his true rival, the Queen. This is when we see Danny in tears because she can hear Kenna and Jas's screams over the radio. The shuttle was already infected and there was nothing she could do to save them. The Queen, meanwhile, has managed to get the best of the Yautja, who is currently on his knees, clutching his abdomen. All this while, Danny has been wondering about the Yautja. Why is he here? Is he here for the thrill of the fight? And if so, two can play that game. Before the Queen can deal the final blow, Danny shows up and blows her head off. And then the Yautja and Danny spend their last moments fighting the drones till the facility falls into the core of the Earth. Danny dies peacefully, content with the fact that the Xenomorph's spread will end with her. Aliens vs. Predator Pursuit. This is the story of Captain Lotus Hernandez as she appears in front of the court aboard the Adelaide and Bombay Holding Alliance space station. The subject of the case? The board wants to know how her entire team was wiped out. Lotus was tasked to find Eloise, a vat-grown xenomorph android hybrid that had seemingly gone rogue. After receiving a credible tip, Lotus and her team landed on the planet LK-176, however. As they surveyed their surroundings, they stumbled upon an area where lepers were hung by their feet, their larynxes broken so they couldn't make a sound. By the time Lotus realised what this was, it was already too late. This was bait, and it was set up by the Yautja, who immediately attacked as soon as her unit set foot in the area. They were massacred instantly. Lotus even had her face cut open, and she was only able to kill one of them after using an entire magazine. Then, the unthinkable happened. Eloise attacked the Yautja along with her own brood of xenomorphs. They followed her every move, played to all her strengths, and it didn't take them long to slaughter the entire Yautja clan. Eloise was ferocious, calculative, and Lotus reveals that what the company failed to analyse was the fact that Eloise was a new life form on its own. It's why the xenomorphs followed her from the facility they were kept in. It's why lepers infected with xenomorph embryos followed her. The lepers led to fetal hatching of the embryos, which in itself created a new life form that was in symbiosis with the embryo. But to Eloise, they were family. They were her people, her children. Lotus tried to incapacitate her by aiming a shot at her processor that would leave her incapacitated. But before she knew it, Eloise was upon her and had already broken her arm. Lotus should have died, but Eloise had a message for her, a message she was supposed to deliver to the company. She wants to be left alone. She wants to stop running from the company and from the hunters. If the company sends another unit to capture her, Eloise will consider it an act of war and retaliate accordingly. And then Lotus adds that, in her humble opinion, she believes Eloise and that the company should heed her warning. Aliens vs. Predator, Lefty's Revenge, 1999. This is the story of Brea, and we catch up with her on an outpost that has been overrun by xenomorphs. Previously, this was a place to trade stolen goods, but someone likely had the bright idea of selling bugs on the black market. Either way, Brea is quite good, and with Lefty on her tail, she has no time to waste. When she hears the xenomorphs approaching, Brea takes off running. She has fought them multiple times, which is why she is used to their attack patterns. She knows there should be a bug hiding on her way to the exit, but by the time Brea finds it, it's already on top of her, ready to claw her to death. This is when a Yautja shows up and brutally massacres the xenomorphs attacking Brea. This is Lefty, and he is named by Brea as such because she is responsible for taking away his right eye in a previous altercation. Brea thanks him and then joins the fight when they are attacked by a horde of xenomorphs again. Brea runs away as soon as she gets the chance, but Lefty continues to fight, and this is when she feels sorry for him. As a gesture of good faith, Brea hands him the wrist nuke she stole from him earlier before he is overrun by the Xenos. She then takes off running and flies away in her ship, but instead of heading for the next planetoid, she waits for Lefty in orbit. If he had triggered the wrist nuke, then there should have been an explosion, but there hasn't been an explosion. Does this mean Lefty's dead? This thought lingers in her brain for a while, but Brea eventually convinces herself that Lefty is too tough to die on an outpost like this, and once she gets away, he will likely continue chasing after her to the ends of the universe. Aliens vs. Predator, Chained to Life and Death, 1999. This is the story of an elder predator, a hunter past his prime, looking for an honourable end, who currently lies on the ground with xenomorph blood splattered all over him. In front of him, stabbed into the wall with his combi stick, is the xenomorph that he is hunting. The creature is still alive, and the hunter takes aim with his plasma caster as he is once again reminded of his past, his life, and his culture. He is an elder, one of the oldest amongst his species, lauded for claiming the most trophies on his planet. To an extent, he enjoyed his position, studied the skulls of his prey while attempting to think like them, and continuously proved himself to maintain his position in society. But then, the day finally came, and instead of withering down the hierarchical chain of Yautja society, he decided to go out in a blaze of glory by hunting his most magnificent prey, a xenomorph. The fight was clean at first. He wasn't spotted when he stalked the xenomorph, and when he attacked, the creature was taken by surprise. However, this is when his reflexes failed him, and the creature caught him off guard, and now the two are at a stalemate, and the hunter finally makes his decision. The elder blasts the xenomorph with his plasma caster, and it sends the creature flying away. However, instead of firing again, the elder decides to accept his fate. However, as the xenomorph crawls towards him, the elder realizes that the creature is a true representation of the chaos. It will never understand culture or honor. It will never understand why the elder laid down his arms and accepted this fate. In the end, the elder realizes that there is no honorable death here, and that this is not the end he had hoped for. Aliens vs. Predator, Xenogenesis, 1999 to 2000. This is the story of Charlie and Elliot, two star-crossed lovers separated by the Weyland-Yutani Corporation because Charlie is currently at a prison colony and her parole has been denied twice. We see her working with other inmates when her friend gets his cigarette stolen and his arm snapped by another inmate. Charlie instantly attacks the other woman and is even prepared for her shiv, and this tells us that she is more than proficient in hand-to-hand combat. However, this also means that she has a reputation for getting in trouble a lot. That evening, we see Elliot meet up with someone at a restaurant named Dommy's. The next morning, he gets a call from his boss, Ms. Ford, and Elliot thinks he is finally getting the promotion he deserves. During the meeting, we learn that Ms. Ford is Elliot's stepmother, but she divorced his father some time ago, and that Elliot isn't here for a promotion. He is being offered a job, and in exchange, Ms. Ford will get Charlie freed from prison. Elliot knows that there's going to be a catch, but he agrees to the deal anyway, and that same evening, he gets to pick up Charlie from the airport. The two hug, kiss, and reminisce about the past. But instead of driving Charlie back to his place or some hotel, Elliot is driving her to a meeting they are supposed to have. Charlie doesn't like the new Elliot. He works a job and follows the rules. This isn't her Elliot. They were rebels. They wanted to take down corporations, and it's the reason why she got arrested in the first place. Elliot tries to tell Charlie that he is doing all this for her, but she is still mad at him. At the meeting, they meet Pierce, Woz, and Elomo, 3 individuals who will be accompanying them on the job. They hand over a suitcase to Elliot and Charlie and walk away. When they open the suitcase, they find specialized weapons inside, along with 2 discs that will brief them about the job. When they get home, Elliot plays the message on the disc, and Ms. Ford's recording tells them about the job. They will be going to a rival company's off-planet bio-research facility. They will hack in, navigate to Sector 22, and then secure the contents of the large safe in that section. Elliot is to be the brains of the operation, while the rest will be the brawn. Ford has a getaway vehicle already parked on the planet, but she will provide them with its password only when the job has been completed. Elliot is panicking and struggling to keep up with all the information, and he fails to notice that Charlie has found the bill from the deli. Not only that, she has also spotted the girl's phone number on it, as well as the lipstick mark on the wine glass in the kitchen. Elliot tries to cheer her up and talk about the plan, but Charlie ignores him and coldly remarks that the mission is tough, and if Elliot isn't careful, he might end up dead. At night, we see them entering the facility, and though Elliot hates guns, Charlie forces him to take one and makes a joke about him being dead if he does otherwise. Pierce, Woz, Elomo, Elliot, and Charlie walk through the facility without facing any resistance, which they find out. What they don't notice, however, is a pack of Xenomorph drones tracking their every move. Somewhere else in the facility is a Yautja warrior waging his own war against these drones, and he is quite adept with his skills. Even though the drones try to overwhelm him, he always seems to be a step ahead of them. This is when Pierce spots one of the Xenos behind the crates near him, but calls it a weird-looking dog because he isn't aware of their species. When the Xenomorph attacks, Pierce is already prepared, and he guns it down with relative ease. They all watch in horror as the acid from its body begins to slowly carve a hole in the ground below, while still on top of Pierce's lifeless body. Elliot tries to hack the locks to the door they are supposed to use, but they quickly realise that all doors have been bolted closed by a power failure. Charlie, on the other hand, uses the presence of Xenomorphs as an undisclosed threat in their contract and thinks that she can get Ford to drop the mission and give them the password to the getaway vehicle. However, Charlie is unable to get a hold of Ford and is put on hold instead. A Xenomorph crawls out of the hole they just created, and Elomo and Woz quickly start firing at it. Elliot and Charlie head for the nearest exit and then use the stairs to make their way deeper into the facility, while Charlie, Elomo, and Woz keep the drones occupied. They all manage to go through an exit and block it off with a vending machine. This is when Elomo bluntly tells them that they won't get the getaway code from Ford unless she gets what she wants. We then see the Yautja continuing to hunt Xenomorphs in other parts of the facility, and though it seems that they are going to get the better of him, he manages to kill 2 drones and survive. Elliot navigates them through the maze of corridors, and soon they stumble upon a small nest and find guards trapped in it. They put 2 and 2 together and figure out that this is likely what happened to the rest of the security. However, by the time they exit the nest, a Xenomorph horde is already upon them. They fire all they have at it, and this is when Charlie is done beating around the bush. She turns to Elliot and bluntly asks him about his date at Domus. What she fails to notice is the fact that a Xenomorph is clinging to the roof and is seconds away from killing her. Elliot pulls out his gun and pulls the trigger multiple times, but soon it is revealed that it was Elomo who saved their lives. Elliot doesn't know how to use a gun, so she shows him how to turn off the safety. They continue fighting until they finally manage to reach the big safe, only to realise that it's completely empty. Charlie and Elliot realise that the cargo they were supposed to transport was a batch of Xenomorph eggs. Woz calls Ford and informs her of the new development, and she, in turn, orders them to download all the data gathered by the lab. Elliot quickly gets to work, while Charlie's conversation with Elomo reveals that the 2 of them were supposed to carry the eggs out of here which was practically a death sentence. Elliot informs everyone that they will need disks and external drives to transfer all the data, and when the next wave of xenomorphs strikes them, Elliot pulls Charlie aside and escapes with her. He has already downloaded the data on his laptop. He didn't want to get Woz and Elomo involved because Ford likely ordered them to kill Charlie and Elliot once the job was done. They fight a xenomorph together while trying to get in touch with Ford, only to be put on hold once again. Meanwhile, the Yautja discovers the new hole in the floor created by the xenomorph's body, and upon analysing the evidence, he figures out that more humans have entered the facility. He jumps down into the hole to continue his hunt. Elliot, meanwhile, has been told by Ford to email the research if he wants the password, but Elliot plans to send her a single file in order to entice her and ensure their escape. As Charlie and Elliot continue running, they soon find themselves trapped between two xenomorphs with no ammo, and just as they're about to accept their fate, Woz and Elomo show up to save their skin. However, this doesn't mean their treachery has gone unnoticed. They force Charlie and Elliot into an empty room at gunpoint, only to then be attacked by a facehugger that tries to latch onto Elomo. Thankfully, she catches it in the nick of time, but she is unable to shoot it in time after throwing it to the ground. Charlie uses this distraction to kick Woz in the face, but this altercation is quickly stopped by Elomo, who is still alive and well. She then shoots and kills the facehugger the next time it shows up, and then orders Elliot to never betray them again. They then force Elliot to send the required email to Ford and to also back up the data on a disk in case his laptop is destroyed. Elliot is then ordered to find out who opened the safe before them, and after carefully analysing the security footage, they manage to spot the cloaked Yautja at the center of the chaos. They continue talking, and we learn that this facility is a secret one, which is why there are no biotech logos here. It's the reason it has been abandoned, because the company wants nothing to do with it after the outbreak. When they discuss the Yautja, Woz recounts the tale told to him by one of his crew members, and he would tell Woz about the Yautja, this exotic species of alien hunters that was lethal beyond measure and had technology that surpassed theirs by hundreds of generations. Osterman was a part of a specialised task force run by a man named Dancer, and they had been specifically created to fight the predators. His team was good. They got the predators a few times, but that was until they were noticed. Once they were noticed by the Yautja, they were hunted down like prey, and the special force and all their special gadgets could do nothing about it. Minutes after this story, they receive the code from Ford, it's working lunch, and now that they have the code, Woz points his gun at Charlie and Elliot and gets ready to shoot them. This is when Charlie accuses Elliot of cheating on her, and Elliot acts dumbfounded because he doesn't know what she's talking about. Elomo feels guilty, and so to prevent the kids from being killed, she kicks the table behind Woz instead, which sends him toppling over. She blames the hidden killer for the sudden ambush, and Woz continues to fire into the dark like a maniac. Elliot decides to stay low, while Charlie decides to grab a gun, only to then be flung against a wall out of nowhere. This is when Elomo realises that their invisible killer is here, and when he holds her up by her right hand, she struggles, but knows what's coming. As the last act of rebellion, Elomo smacks the Yautja in the face with Elliot's laptop, which earns her a brutal death. Like a coward, Woz runs away with the backup disc. Meanwhile, Charlie is busy grilling Elliot about his recent date, and the latter seems deeply hurt by this accusation. Elliot spots his laptop on the ground and decides to pick it up. However, he slips on Elomo's blood. By the time Charlie comes to his rescue, the Yautja is already towering over them while holding Elomo's still beating heart in its hand. However, before this ends in an ugly battle, a xenomorph breaks in through the roof and begins attacking the Yautja. Once again, Charlie and Elliot use this distraction to escape, and Charlie does her best to provide them with cover fire, while Elliot finds them a shorter route to the getaway vehicle, because Woz already has a head start. They break in through an old door, and this is when Charlie manages to close the door to safety, while Elliot battles xenomorphs on the other side, and she chooses this moment to get the truth out of him. She wants to know who he was dating, why he cheated on her, and most importantly, With whom? Xenomorphs keep pouring into the room, and Elliot continues to rattle the lock, but it simply refuses to open. Ultimately, Elliot reveals that it was Hillary from their gang and Charlie's old friend. Elliot continues to shoot as he explains to Charlie that he did all of this for her. He invited Hillary on a date to find out more about her arrest. Their entire gang was apprehended by the company, yet only Charlie was sentenced to prison, and Elliot wanted to know why. This is the reason why he was getting Hillary drunk, but he never knew that she couldn't handle her liquor. Elliot has run out of ammo, and this is when Charlie opens the door and pulls him inside. Woz, meanwhile, kills another Xenomorph on his way to the getaway vehicle, and it seems he will reach it before Charlie and Elliot. Elliot is now angry at Charlie because that stunt back there could have cost his life, but this is when Charlie reveals that she believes him because, frankly, it's too stupid a story to concoct. Elliot doesn't second-guess her twice, and instead tells her about what he found in the company files. There were 2 carrier ships that were taking the eggs off the planet. One of them went dormant a short while later, and apart from a repeating SOS message, there was no contact with it. Elliot speculates that the Yautja found the ship and followed its trail here to the facility to continue its hunt. This is when Charlie spots the predator headed straight for them, and she instinctively pulls the trigger. Instead of hurting it, the bullet merely bounces off his helmet, and Charlie and Elliot are forced to flee once again. Woz, meanwhile, has reached the getaway vehicle. However, the password "working lunch" doesn't seem to be working. What's worse is that he has broken his phone, which means he can't contact Ford on his own. Minutes later, Charlie and Elliot show up, and Woz quickly holds them at gunpoint and demands Elliot's phone. Elliot naively reveals that the phone is locked by his voice, and thus Woz forces him to call Ford. However, before Woz can talk to her, he is stabbed through the chest by the Yautja. It then manages to slash Elliot at the hip, while Charlie discovers that Woz and the rest had already been paid by Ford in the form of sealed envelopes. She pockets everything, and this is when a can from Elliot's pocket explodes, which renders the Yautja's chameleon field inert. Charlie leaps at him, hits him in the face with the rifle, and continues to battle him, while Elliot desperately searches for his gun. It doesn't take long for the Yautja to overpower Charlie, and this is when Ford miraculously decides to answer Elliot's call. While scrambling for a gun, he also screams for Ford to reveal the password. Once he has the gun, Elliot empties the magazine into the predator and then screams at Ford to reveal the code. Ford sighs and, frustratingly, reveals the real code, which is gross profit. Charlie kicks the Yautja in the face and then shoots it a dozen times with Woz's gun again to make sure the job is done. Elliot, meanwhile, has already opened the door to their getaway shuttle, which causes the almost dead Yautja to fall in it. Elliot shoots it half a dozen times again when he boards the craft, just to be sure. After the massacre, Elliot scans the shuttle only to realise that it is unmanned and operated by an AI. He goes to get Charlie, but she refuses to get in while the alien body is still in the craft. Thankfully, Elliot grabbed the cash envelopes intended for them from the shuttle because the AI started to take off without them. They barely hang on to the struts before eventually losing their grip and falling to the ground outside the facility. Once on the ground, Elliot reveals that it was Ford and Hillary's doing that only Charlie was arrested. Hillary wanted revenge, while Ford wanted to manipulate them into doing jobs for her, just like this one. Both of them then pull out the tons of cash currently at their disposal and come to grips with the fact that they are finally rich. Elliot takes this moment to propose to Charlie, and the two of them happily walk off into the night. We then see the automated shuttle speeding towards Ford's location when suddenly the Yautja comes to his senses. Realising that death is inevitable, he triggers the self-destruct procedure on his gauntlet, and when the shuttle lands, it blows up along with Ford and her guards. If you're feeling sorry for Ford, please don't, because her guards were about to execute Elliot and Charlie as soon as they got off the shuttle.